Good morning, everybody. It is day 2 of SewCreative Live Christmas. If you were not able to join us yesterday, we are super excited about today. We are going to be doing a whole bunch of giveaways, and we'll tell you a little bit about how we're going to do the giveaways. My name is Trisha, and I'm going to be your host. And with me in the studio today is going to be Brian. Brian, you want to pop up and say good morning?
Sure.
All right.
I better turn my mic on so people can hear me.
Oh, that might be good.
There we go. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the comments, see where people are coming from. We're here in Tennessee, and it's still a little bit drizzly like it was yesterday. So I'm hoping.
Sunny Rhode Island.
Sunny Rhode Island.
Lucky you.
Awesome. Are we getting any snow anywhere? I am going to be heading up to Minnesota for Christmas, and fingers crossed I get some snow. I'm missing it. But
I'm jealous.
yeah. Brian, are you doing anything for Christmas?
Well, I traveled for Thanksgiving, so I'm going to take it easy for Christmas. I'm just going to hang out at home and keep it chill.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Do we have anything on our Christmas list this year?
It's funny you ask. Yeah, there's plenty of things that I would really like, but my mom texted me because she still loves to get all of us Christmas gifts, even though we're almost 30. So she texted me and she said, "Hey, what do you want for Christmas?" And I said, "You know what, Mom? I'm a student now. This is my first year in college as a non-traditional student. You're never too old to go back." I texted her and I said, "Will you pay for my textbooks, please?"
That's a good Christmas gift.
That's being an adult for you, though.
There you go. Well, that's a wonderful Christmas gift. I still have my eye on the Aussie. I tell you, I went home last night and talked to my husband, and I'm like, "So our live was like this, and we had a great time." And he's like, "You didn't see my comment?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "I was on your Aussie segment, with Arrow. And when you were asking, should I do number 1, number 2, or number 3? And then he's like, "I put it in the comments." And he said, "Husband here. I vote number 3." So I think that means I get my Aussie this year.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's in writing.
I think you should go with the Bandicoot bundle, but
no, that's a pretty good one too.
If that's what your heart is pulling you towards, then I think that you should do that.
I loved that full studio of the Aussie, so I don't know. It's making it hard to pick between the two, but there's good choices, I tell you. We'll be showing you more Arrow furniture later, and you'll understand why it's hard to choose which one, which one I want. But let's talk a little bit about the grand prize. We are going to be giving away a grand prize tomorrow, which is the Babylock Triumph. Do you mind pulling up that overlay, Brian? Thank you so much. That beautiful machine that is worth over $7,500. But throughout the whole event, we are doing giveaways on every segment. I don't know about you guys, but we had a whole lot of fun yesterday giving away an item at the end of each segment. So the way that it works is we are popping up a surprise Christmas word anytime during that segment. So I'll try to remind you at the beginning of a segment, and then throughout the segment, Brian will pop up the Christmas word either on the screen or down in the ticker. And that's what it looks like. And then see how it says #Christmas. So with that special word, go ahead and shoot it in the comments. Make sure that you do include the hashtag. And then at the end of the segment, we'll collect that special word and we will do a giveaway. Now, just a reminder that this is going to start over on every segment. So you have to watch out for that special Christmas word every single segment. It's a lot of fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. There we go. Yeah, we're going to have fun. So let's talk a little bit about the schedule today. We have a great lineup. We've got Diana Li Fitzgerald with Banjo Flannel, and she's going to be talking about the Patchwork Sashiko Method. I'm super interested to see this because I was not familiar with it, but I saw her article in the Better Homes and Garden, the American Patchwork and Quilting, and it looks super interesting. So I'm super excited for her. And she's actually up first. And then a little bit later, we're going to have Melinda Romero back, and she'll be joined with Jana. And they're going to be talking about the Qnique 19X series. We'll have Harley back with Arrow, and he's going to show you all of that wonderful furniture. And Stacy with SewCreative will be talking about the wonderful acrylic tables. Rhonda with Schmetz. I know Chelsea said yesterday during her segment, don't miss out on Rhonda. She gives so much good information regarding needles. We love that. Sam will be back with the Elna Excellence 780 Plus. It's a great machine. Kelsey from TikTok, she is going to be featuring a couple really great projects that you could do for Christmas gifts. She's going to show us how to make wristlets and sponges. And then LuAnn's going to be back. She's going to show us the difference between a cover stitch machine and a serger. And Richard, hopefully he'll be wearing his Christmas hat again tomorrow or today, but he has the Sashiko Babylock machine that he's going to show us how to use. And then lastly would be Melinda again with Allegra, and they're going to show us the TrueCut products. So without further ado, I think we should go ahead and get started. What do you think, Brian?
I think so.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and get Diana pulled up. Good morning, Diana. It's so nice to have you here.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Good. I forgot my Santa hat. You mentioned that.
It's totally fine. Well, as I had just mentioned, I had seen you in this wonderful magazine, and your method looks so cool and so unique. I am super excited to see more about it.
I'm happy to be
Would
here.
you mind telling a little bit about yourself and what the Patchwork Sashiko Method is?
Sure. So, you know, I've sewn for a lot of my life, about 16 years or so, but that wasn't my initial vocation, I guess. I used to be a scientist. I used to be in research. And right now, in the past couple of years or so, I've had more time to sew and really think about these techniques that I always wanted to put together. And create something new. So the Patchwork Sashiko Method is something I created, and I like to make sure people understand that it's not traditional. It's not traditional anything, really. I kind of pulled from different traditions that have been around for many, many years. Similar to Boro and Sashiko, there's Kawandi, and there's also Kantha. So they're very similar to those things, but I'm not an expert in any of those things. So what I've done is combine those things together and created this textile. And it kind of retains the look of Boro because there's still raw edges on your fabrics. But then you also have the uniform stitching of Sashiko, but you're going through multiple layers of fabric at one time. So that's what makes it a little different from those other traditions.
Well, this is definitely something completely new to me, so I am very excited to see more about it. I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So yeah, I just talked a little bit about where it came from. And the entire goal that I had when I created this method was to create something where you would have a durable textile that you could use in your patterns, right? There's still the raw edges like I talked about, so it looks similar to Boro, very similar to Kawandi, but the edges are not turned under, right? It's not, it's still raw edges. And when you look at it, you might think, well, this is just going to fall apart, right? This is not going to last very long, but it does. It took me a little while to figure out, but the method that I've created will give you a textile that you can use in your pattern. So that's the next thing I wanted to talk about. Is the first question I get asked is, well, yeah, it's beautiful, but what are you going to do with it, right? And I would say, the limits are your imagination, because really it's fabric, right? And so you can use it just like you would fabric in any kind of pattern. If you have a favorite bag pattern, or you have home accessories that you like to make, you could use it in your quilting. It's a durable textile that can be cut after you finished it, and it's not going to fall apart. So I have some examples here that I wanted to show you just so you can kind of see the difference. Let's just take this one. So this is my Anastasia bag pattern. And you can see it looks very cute, very nice when you have the flap, which is the quilting cotton on there, right? But I actually designed this pattern to use the textile, to kind of feature the textile in the flap. So this is an example of what it looks like if you use the textile in the flap. Very durable, can be washed, it's not going to fall apart. So if you have favorite bag patterns or any other kinds of patterns that you like to make, over and over again, that's a favorite, just replace the fabric with the textile itself. And you don't have to worry about it falling apart or coming apart later. Some other examples. Again, this is a bag that I've made here. And this is very frayed on the front, right? It's very nice. I think it looks very nice. However, you're like, well, have you washed this bag? Yes, I have washed this bag many, many times. And the fabrics will start to fray, but the stitching is intact. The fabrics are intact. You're not going to see any of that background behind it. It still looks, and with years and years of washing, it's just going to look better and better. So this method is a great way to use your scraps. Something else you can do is hexes, right? I recently got into EPP, and I just think it's wonderful. And I use the textiles and make my hexagons with them. You can put them together in the same manner that you would just a regular quilting cotton. And it looks really beautiful. This is my really old bag that I need to fix, but I've made this purse with the hexagons. I just put them on the front. So your imagination is your limit. So anything you want to do with this textile. This is another example. This is a wallet that I made out of my face mask scraps. We were all making face masks, and so I had all these scraps left over, and I threw them together. And whenever you make this textile and you use it for a pattern, make sure you keep all of your scraps because, like I said before, they're very durable. So, I mean, this is a scrap that is not fallen apart. I've cut it up multiple times to make different items, and it's still completely intact. So, with this method, you do spend a lot of time making it because it's patchwork, it's slow stitching, but the scraps and the fabric that you have left over can still be used. Still keep those scraps. And then another way you can use it is, this is kind of a modified version, but I taught this class recently. You can use the same method and apply these patchwork pieces to your clothing, and then you're still going to do the stitching on top. And in this case, I like to call it a closed system because you don't have to worry about these falling off because your stitches are knotted on the back. There's nothing loose here. So even when you wash it, nothing is going to come apart. So this is another great way of using it. And then, so how do you learn how to do this, right? And so I've created a manual that you can use. It's right here. The Patchwork Sashiko Method. This is a manual that comes in a print form or a PDF form. But inside, you're going to have lots of color photographs, and there's lots of text in here to show you how to do this method. This is all you really need to learn if you get this manual. And of course, I'm always available if you have questions. But if you get this manual, you are self-sufficient. You can do this method. Really the only experience you need is there is a point at which you use your sewing machine to baste. You're doing a machine baste to kind of make it more stable before you do the stitching. And that's really the only knowledge you need to have. If you have a sewing machine and you can do a basting stitch on there, then you can do this method. And in fact, during QuiltCon this past year, during the workshop, we didn't have sewing machines, so we just hand basted. Takes a little longer, and I prefer the machine basting, but you don't have a sewing machine, you can still do a hand baste, and that's fine. So really, really minimal experience needed for this method, because I'm going to teach you how to do everything in this manual. And the other thing you can do is, I started out doing this method with scraps, my own scraps, right? This one here has lots of different shapes, lots of different sizes. You might see there's a triangle, there's rectangles, all kinds of things in here. But when I realized I wanted to teach people how to do the method, I needed something that was reproducible, right? Something that people could buy regularly and understand how to do the method. So what I also have are kits. This is one of the kits. This one's Dreams of Indigo. Actually, this is the same palette that's on here. But I have lots of different color palettes on my website. And so in this kit, if you get the kit, there's 3 different sizes you can choose from. There's 5x7, 8x11, and 12x16. And this is an example. This is unfinished. I have lots of unfinished textiles. This is an example of the 5x7. It's actually a 7x9 piece because, as you'll learn in the manual, if you use this for your patterns, make sure you allow for some shrinkage. So not only when you wash it, there might be shrinkage, but also because you're putting stitches in your fabric, it's going to naturally shrink, right? It's going to get kind of puckered and it's going to shrink your size. So just think about that too. And if you're going to use this textile in a pattern, something else to think about is that you don't have to make a giant piece. For instance, I've been asked if I made one large piece for this entire pattern, and I didn't. That'd be a lot of work. So I made one for the body, and then I made a long piece for the handle. So just think about that too. You don't have to make a giant piece for your pattern. Make the size and the shape that you need for what you're using it for. And then also think about, patterns will have different interfacings and things that it wants you to use. When you're finished with this textile, it will be a little thicker, right, than a single layer of quilting cotton, because you have multiple layers of fabric on here. So just think about that too when you're using it in a pattern. If it calls for something that's very sturdy, maybe pull back a little bit and use an interfacing that's a little lighter because this is already very thick. That's something to think about. Okay, I got sidetracked. Kits. So in these kits, it comes with almost everything that you need. So I've provided, and one of the differences, or a couple of differences, is that in other traditions, in Sashiko, there's Sashiko thread and there's Sashiko needles. I'll be honest, when I came up with this, I wanted to use what I had. I wanted to use things that were readily available to anyone, wherever you lived, so you didn't have to special order items. So what you get in a kit is you get some thread, and this is not traditional Sashiko thread, but it's very similar. In the manual, it'll tell you exactly what it is. It's very tightly twisted. It's a little thicker. And because it's a little thicker, you also get a package of needles. It comes with 2 needles in there, and the eye is a little larger. And the needle itself is a little thicker than your traditional Sashiko needle. And that's because, like I mentioned earlier, typically with traditional Sashiko, it's going to be a single layer of fabric, and you're gonna load the fabric onto your needle. I don't do it that way, and it's much different than you might be used to if you've done hand stitching before. But that's why I use this very specific needle. And you get 2 needles in your kit. And then the other thing you get is, of course, your patchwork pieces. I was mentioning that when I was developing this method, I used all kinds of pieces, right? All different sizes. But for the purposes of learning, right, this kit is going to be really great if you want to learn the method. Start out with something that's consistent and uniform so that you can really see well what you're doing. And then once you've done that, you can move on to your own scraps, your own sizes. But in here, there's going to be squares and rectangles, uniform sizes. And each one of these, a little present right here. So you open it up. And each of these kit palettes has 12 different fabric types. I call them fabric types just to make it easy, but basically, fabric patterns, colors. So you'll get a stack of them in each package. You'll see here, I'll fan them out. So you get 12 different colors, basically, fabric types. And then the same thing for the rectangles. This particular one is a 5x7. I give you extra pieces. When you're finished, you should have extra pieces left over so that you make sure you cover all of your muslin, which is the other thing you get in your kit. The kit comes with muslin and then the interfacing that I use when you're completely finished. So all of the consumable items come in this kit, right? And there's some other things that you'll need. You probably have all of them in your sewing room. One thing you may not have is, and I didn't bring them over here, there's silicone needle pullers. If you go on my Instagram, I'm using them all the time. You'll see them on my fingers. I put them on my thumb, my pointer finger, and my middle finger. Those are really important, but they're in my shop. If you can't find them, you can buy them in packs of 3. So what you'll do is, using the manual, this is the first way you can learn how to do it. If you want to, you can get the kit. In the kit, you can also request the manual, so you can put those together. And the 5x7, if you want to learn, I recommend doing the 5x7 because it's small enough that you can finish it without too much time, right? I mean, sometimes we get discouraged if something takes too long. The 5x7 does not take that long. It is slow stitching though, so it's going to take a little time. So don't get discouraged. And then finally, the last way that you can learn this method is from me. So if you want to take a workshop with me, I'm based in Phoenix, so not everyone lives in Phoenix, but I have 2 online workshops. And I try to have a Zoom workshop every month. And the next ones are coming up on January 19th. That's a Thursday. And then I'm going to have one on that Saturday, that coming Saturday on January 21st. And it's a 3-hour workshop. You don't finish the textile in the workshop, but we get started. I do all these steps with you. So you might be thinking, well, it'd be nice if I was in person. And I agree, but the Zoom workshop has been working really well. I have multiple, I do all of the steps alongside of you. So you can see exactly what I'm doing. And a majority of that time is done stitching. We'll do stitching most of the time. So during that time, you have questions, you'll be doing alongside of me. So if you find that something is difficult for you, you can ask about that. It's really a nice way to learn. It's a small class. I only have 6 people at a time. But if you're interested in that, you can sign up for either the January 19th or the January 21st, and I will have more dates in the coming months. But I also wanted to show you, let me show you some other examples, right? I mean, I've been talking this whole time. So this is actually the same textile that is on the manual. This thing has been around for a long time. And like I was saying before, the whole thing is very intact, has not come apart. I have other color palettes that you can purchase. The ones that are up here, I think you can still buy this one, but the one on the bottom is out of stock. This is one right here. So this is a larger piece. This one is actually an 8x11 piece. And as you can see, I have lots of textiles in progress. But this one's a little larger. So just think about if you're going to use it for a pattern, think ahead to what size you would need. And also, the same thing applies to this patchwork that would to a pattern if you're picking up your quilting cotton. Is it directional? So if you have directional pieces in here and you know what direction you want the stitching, just keep that in mind when you're doing your stitching. Think ahead, because later on it's too late. You might notice that these are, right now, these are not trimmed. So this is what it looks like before you actually finish it. but these have been sitting around, very stable. I actually I won't crinkle them up, but I fold them up and I take them with me when I travel, because it's really easy to take it with you. I have a little project bag that you can stuff in there and just take all your supplies with you, and you can stitch on the go. I think a lot of us like to do that. There's another kit palette here. Actually, one of my favorites. And then there's one right here. This one's called Volcanic Sea. I almost forgot. Volcanic Sea. A woman that followed my Instagram suggested that name, and I think it fits perfectly. So where can you find me? You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Facebook. You can go to my website, banjoflannel.com. And, you know, I wanted to show you one more sample I forgot about. So I was talking about scraps, and I showed you electric bubblegum. That was the kit palette. And I made this little bracelet cuff out of it, right? So all your scraps can be used. It's a really great way to use up your scraps. So what should you do? So you get the kit, it comes with a manual, learn the method, right? And then use your own scraps. And I promise you, you know, a lot of us are kind of picky about, picky about the colors, the patterns, you know, how things go together. Like I showed you with the wallet that I made. This was not predetermined, right? So I took all of my scraps and put them together. And when you put this uniform stitching on top, it's very cohesive. So I think you'll find that regardless of what scraps you have left over, even if you think they don't go together, try it. Put them together, put the stitching on top, and I think you'll find that it looks very beautiful. One more thing. So if you're interested in getting a kit, or you want to sign up for a class or the manual, you can. I'm very low tech over here. So use the code SewCreative and in my Etsy shop, and you will get 20% off the kits and the manual throughout the end of the year. So all the way until December 31st. And this is my website, banjoflannel.com. I am on YouTube. However, there's only one video right now. So I'm working on that. You know, because of my science background, I do like to really explain not just how to do things, but why you do them that way. And so if you like to learn that way, I recommend that you go to my website. I do have some blog posts that kind of teach you how to do some different things, and very detailed blog posts. And then I do have a video. So I'll be doing more of that, hopefully. And I think that's it. So SewCreative, and you get 20% off the kits and the manual through the end of the year. And of course, if you guys have any questions, you can email me also. It's banjoflannel.etsy@gmail.com. So now I think we still have 5 minutes left.
That is totally fine. Oh my goodness, your technique is so amazing. We're just sitting here going, I can see that on so many cool projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very, very neat. I actually brought in my diaper bag that I was going to show for talking about JUKI. We looked at the TL series yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I could envision that on here. That would look so cute.
Yeah, really. Just replace whatever with this textile. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, you're getting me inspired. Now, we do have a question regarding the name of your company. Where did Banjo Flannel come from?
Oh, I have no good explanation. So my brother and I don't know what happened, but you know, we used to sit around and think of strange word combinations. I do play the banjo just a little. I play other instruments too, but so it doesn't mean anything. But you know, it's an interesting word combination there. So
Yeah. Well, now I'm very interested though. What instruments do you play?
So my main instrument is the French horn.
Oh.
I still play that. I play in a community orchestra here. And then I also play classical guitar and banjo, very little.
Very talented. Seamstress, musician, scientist, a little bit of everything, right?
Right.
Well, for those that are just joining us, do you mind just letting everybody know where they can find you again?
Yeah. So banjoflannel.com, very easy. Right.
There we go.
Oh, here, banjo flannel.
I did that yesterday. I was like, here's the word. Wait, no, here's the word. All right. Well, thank you so much, Diana. We really appreciate you joining us, and we hope that you'll be able to join again.
Yes, thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. You have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. For anybody that's interested in her awesome products, we are getting them added to our website, so you could get that kit as well as the manual. So looks very, very intriguing. Cool stuff, I tell you. All right, well, let's talk about the giveaways, right? Was everybody entering the word in? We had the surprise Christmas word. And before we do that one, do we have an overlay for that particular giveaway, Brian?
We do, yeah. Right.
Awesome.
One prize.
One prize. Look at all that stuff, all those goodies. We've got the Kimberbell Candy Cane Lane thread kit, the bias tape maker set, and yeah, the bias tape maker set. So
and
lots of goodies.
I need to come on really quickly and apologize to everybody because I put the wrong word up at the end. So the word was snickerdoodle, but I think most people who put the wrong word up saw my comment after. So I'm sorry, everybody. It's still early.
We all make oopsies, right? We just have to have a little bit more coffee. All right. Well, let's go ahead and pick our winner for that nice bundle.
Okay. Looks like my share screen is gone, so let me put it back really quick.
All right. He's going to pull up the giveaway tool and we'll pick the winner on that. And then just a reminder, make sure that you are looking out for that surprise Christmas word on the next segment. And the next prize is actually going to be the TrueCut Quilters combo, and we'll show you that in just a bit. So this one, again, is that Kimberbell.
No way.
Sally Chan again?
One again?
Oh my goodness, you are lucky.
Yep.
This is awesome. Congratulations, Sally. That is so fun. Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody keep commenting. Sally's being lucky here.
She's won 3 prizes.
Yeah.
One in September and then 2 this time.
September, December, and hopefully again when we have one in the spring, right? All right. Well, congratulations. We do appreciate that. Keep on commenting for your prize. Yesterday, I know we had talked about how to claim your prize, but just to recap, to claim your prize, just visit our link tree, and it's displayed there, linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out your form, and we will get that to you. You just have to give us a little bit of time next week, and we'll get all the prizes out for you. Also, again, we are going to be doing our surprise Christmas word for the next segment. If you don't mind throwing that up, Brian. We've got the TrueCut Quilters combo, which is a $77 value. So make sure to keep an eye out for that word so you can get entered into that giveaway. All right. Well, coming up next, our friends Melinda and Jana are coming from Grace. They were with us yesterday, or Melinda was. Jana, first time today. But we're going to pull them up and see what they have to offer today.
Good morning, Trisha. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you guys this morning?
Doing
Great.
pretty good.
We had a lot of snow overnight, and so coming in this morning felt very Christmassy.
Oh, lucky, lucky. I was saying earlier that I am looking forward to going back to Minnesota for Christmas, and hopefully we get some snow. I am missing the snow. So you are very
I'll send
lucky.
it your way.
All right, I'll take it.
Awesome.
All right. Well, for all of our viewers, will you please explain the difference with a mid-arm and a long arm and what we're going to be looking at today?
Oh, of course. So when we think of our different machines, we have our everyday at-home sewing machines. We refer to those just as a domestic machine. Usually those machines are going to have a smaller throat space. So on average, I would say what, maybe between
8 to 10, yeah, around there.
8
Maybe
to
a little
10,
bit smaller.
maybe a little bit smaller. A mid-arm machine is going to have a larger throat. So I would say anywhere between 12 to maybe an 18-inch throat. A long arm machine is going to have an even longer throat. So anywhere from a 19
to 24,
upwards,
yeah,
24 and
I think what some people have a 32 or something like that. So
Yes.
those are those extended long arms.
yes, I would definitely not have room for one of those. So,
Well, I know today you guys are going to be showing us the 19X series, so long arm it is, but I know you guys have a lot to show us, so I'm going to let you take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Trisha. All right. So yesterday we talked about two fabulous products. We talked about our cutie frame. We talked about our 16X series. Today, Jana, we're talking about our 19X series. I love this series.
I do too.
Of all of our machines, for me, it's like the perfect throat size. It's not too big. It's not too small. It fits in my space. I just absolutely love it.
Yeah, and like you were talking about the cutie can go up to the 19 inches. So
Yes.
even if you have a small space, footprint at home, non-dedicated space, you can still fit a 19-inch throat space on there. So then you have that opportunity to do large quilts and get them done quicker. Even though you could do a king size on the cutie with your own domestic machine, now with a 19 you can do up to a 17-inch quilt block, which is amazing. You just definitely want to have that opportunity.
Yes, yes. And you know, without further ado, let's go ahead and start with our 19X series.
We'll reveal it. Ta-da!
Yes, it is one of our newer machines in our lineup, but it doesn't lack the features at all. So as we can see, again, this machine, it has that beautiful, large 19-inch throat.
And I just have to say really quick, I love the blue color on this, right? Like this is my favorite color of blue, this nice navy. It's just aesthetically pleasing as well. I'm so glad they picked that color. Yeah.
It is. And you know, it's funny, Jarek and I were talking yesterday about the 16X series and how phenomenal the machines look. And it goes back to, you know, when you look good, you feel good.
Yeah.
Our machines feel great. So.
It's like when you get a new car, you just want to test drive it all the time.
Yes, drive it all around, show it off.
Exactly.
So yes, but again, with our 19X series, awesome machine. Again, this will fit on our cutie frame. Today we have it set up on our hoop frame. But again, it's so versatile. Again, with the 19X series, you have your 4 different stitch modes. You have a manual mode, you have a based mode, you have cruise and precise. You can do so much with all of those stitch modes combined with that 19-inch throat space.
Since we have the side image here, I want to just show people how they access their bobbins on this machine. So I'm just going to pull this
back just a little.
So the bobbin casing is just down inside here. So it's easily to grab. You can just open it up, grab your bobbin, switch it out, pop it back up again, and then you're able to quickly access that without having any issues.
Yes, and again, having easy access, you know, to our tools, having a functional machine, functional frame, that's going to just, it makes a huge difference in our, you know, everyday home-based quilters' lives.
Another thing I like about this machine, so we've had a 19, Unique 19 before, and this 19X series has an added feature that people will think like, well, I've seen the Unique 19, I know what that is. Besides the touch screen here, you also have the option to do the edge warning, which is on a lot of our other products.
Yes.
It was on the 16X and 16X Elite, as well as our Sure Stitch Elite. It's on our 21X Elite. But yeah, having this option to set up the edge warning. So as you're quilting, I know I do that. I get
lost.
I'm like
just
in the mode and
focused and you know, just not paying attention to where I'm at. I don't want to say I'm driving aimlessly, but you just kind of get caught up in what you're doing, and it's so easy to come and crash into the rail.
Or to go back. Like usually coming forward, I'm aware of what's in front of me, but going backwards. But the other thing I like about it is not only can you set it up for just your whole quilt, but you can set it up on a specific quilt block.
Yes.
So if you're just trying to stay within that quilt block and not have any, you know, moving out of that quilt block area, you can get that set up just for that quilt block so that you're staying within that section, which I think is huge, because I definitely wouldn't always pay attention to that part.
Yes, yes. And it really takes, it helps take the guesswork out of what we're, you know, what we love doing. It makes it easy, seamless, and you can finish your quilts that much faster. Again, bottom line, having the right tools working with you, not against you.
Mm-hmm. Some other tools that come with the Unique 19 is it does have this dual thread mast here. The dual thread mast allows you to have your front section of thread run through your machine and get going that way, but then the back part, besides being like a nice little storage area, you can run it with that bobbin winder. So it has an external bobbin winder. It's a different motor than your machine, so you don't have to think, I can't run the bobbins, I've got to stop quilting. It's like you can run them at the same time.
And the bobbin motor, or the bobbin winder motor, I should say that one 3 times fast. But it has an upgraded motor from our predecessor, just, you know, our Unique 19. It's just phenomenal. There's so much power, so many capabilities, so many features. Again, just to help make quilting that much easier.
And when you're talking about power, so it has 2,000 stitches per minute. And that is regulated stitches. And what that means is whether you're going fast or slow, you want to keep your stitches consistent. So if with your regular machine, your domestic machine, if you're just moving it, you're going to be able to adjust your speed to how fast you're going. But with the Unique machines, you don't have to do that. You can just go fast or slow, and the stitch regulation will keep track of that within those 2,000 stitches per minute. And I don't know about you, but I've never gone faster than 2,000 stitches per minute.
Is that even possible?
I think it is if you're just like, I'm gonna make a design, yeah, really fast. But I think, or if you're like, you're signing your name and that's really easy. But yeah, 2,000 stitches per minute, so you're gonna have plenty of stitch regulation within that time for what you're needing to get done.
Yes, so again, phenomenal features, all packed in a beautiful, aesthetically pleasing machine. It's functional. It's compatible with many of our frames. Jana, what more could people want out of a machine? Well, come on now.
I think saying that, right? It's like if you get all that quilt space, all those features. I think the next thing though that you would want out of it though is just the bigger screen, right?
Exactly.
And that's what the Elite is. So as you can see here in the picture, you can see this one's the 2.5 inch, and then just over Melinda's shoulder is the 7 inch. So you can see same functionality for the most part, same process. However, with the 19X Elite, then we have the option of the nice bigger screen here. So that gives us some other things as well that we can work with.
Yes, and you know, Jana, I'm getting to that age where up close, any things that I'm looking at, trying to read up close or focus on is starting to get blurry. It's, I hate admitting that, but I'm noticing that change more and more. I think I would do great, you know, right now with that smaller screen.
Yeah.
But at some point, and I don't know how soon down the road, but I think I would love having that larger screen.
It does make a difference, right? So besides just having a larger screen for you to deal with, it has some new features that's available. So we have the edge warning, the same as before. It also has the option for your bobbin estimator. So you can put in how large your bobbin. Again, all our Unique machines take M-class bobbins, so you have that size. So about 90 yards or so.
Roughly.
So you can put that in and then estimate it on the screen as you're quilting. So you can be aware, oh, we're getting close. I've ended my section. I'm ready to start another one. You don't have to take it out to see how close am I on the bobbin. You can just see
or
where
just
it's gonna be.
run out, and you keep stitching, and then you don't realize you've run out, you know, for a few minutes, and you've already gone through all these different stitches, and then you have to go back, and it's just a pain. Again, I love easy. I love tools that will allow me to get the job done quicker. I like to work smarter, not harder. And you know, any machine in our lineup, I feel strongly you can accomplish anything with any of our machines.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you a couple other things on our screen because these special features. So we're going to have here that's a little bit different. We have this toolbox. That's where I went to go get that bobbin estimator, but it has some other things as well. You can see we have a measuring tool. So if I touch the measuring tool, it will take us to, let's see, get our measuring tool. I can reset it, right? So it always has that section, but I can line it up and it'll tell me on the bias, on the horizontal, and then on the vertical, the different measurements that way. If I go back to my toolbar, I also have a calculator because I don't know about you, but every time I need to
calculate
right,
something.
It's like my calculator. Where is it? It's under some fabric somewhere. So that is a wonderful option.
Or you left your phone in the other room so you wouldn't get disturbed.
So then there's our bobbin estimator again. Now you can set up with the bobbin estimator, you can add specific bobbins, so you can name it, right? Your green bobbin, your blue bobbin, so that you can know how many is on there each time. And then we also have, here's that edge warning. What I love about the edge warning is I can set it up right 1/2 inch or 1 inch all the way around whatever section I'm doing. That can be your quilting area, that can be your quilt block, that can be whatever you're setting it up as, and then it'll beep and flash lights at you as you're going along.
Yes, and what I love is you can set one or the other or both. Whether it's beeping, whether it's the flashing light, and you'll see the light just flashing right here in the needle area. It's a red light, so you know that's kind of your differentiator. I can't say that word this morning apparently, but that's indicating, hey, you're getting close to the edge, whatever parameter you had set that at.
And the nice thing about that light, if there's some people who are photosensitive and you don't want that light flashing, or you're hearing sensitive and don't want the beeping, you can turn either one off. And so that you're not having whichever one is most irritating, annoying, or damaging to you in some way.
Yes, yes. So again, phenomenal features. And there's one more, which is the project tool. I love the project tool because it's kind of like the measuring the odometer on our car. How many total miles have we driven? This will give you the lifetime of the machine, how many stitches, but you can also set it up for a project mode. So a lot of people finish quilts if you're charging, by the project, whether it's, how many stitches, how much thread you've used, how much time you've spent on that quilt. That's a great tool to help keep track of everything you're doing within that project.
And I think it's great too, even if you're not charging for it, you're just using your project, that you know how many stitches went into each quilt. You can keep track of that over time, not only for, sales purposes, but also for your own self to know, like, I've stitched this much stuff going on.
This means I need to go buy this much more thread.
Exactly. It's always what can we get after the fact, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it has that reset button, which I'm just going to reset it here so you can see it just goes back to 0 for that project, so it's easily done. The biggest thing for me on this new system is our help section.
Yes, I love the help section. I don't have time and I don't want to sit around and read a manual for hours. I don't want to be in the middle of a project and have something come up and have to go back to my manual and try to figure out where the information is to help me figure out what's going on. Everything's right at your fingertips in the help section.
I even love that we even have the using the touchscreen section. So even if you're not familiar with touchscreens, which you might not be, might be unaware of these things, you can go through step by step. It'll show you all the little places. This is how you go through, so it'll get you through. And if at any point you're like, well, I don't have time right now, you can always hit the back button or the exit. So it's not like you're stuck. Once you start, you can't stop the tutorial.
Yes.
The other thing that I love is preparing to quilt. And it's got a couple of different things: how to wind your bobbin, choosing your needle, and threading your machine. And it gives you a step-by-step guide for those sections so that you are set. Again, if you don't have the manual handy, if you looked it through and you were really excited about it, but then all of a sudden where is that manual? I put it in a safe place and I don't have it now.
I always put things in a safe place so I don't forget where it's at. I forget.
Yeah.
Every time, without fail, I forget where I put it.
Yeah. So and again, if I touch any of these and go to the next section and I've gotten to the part that I need, I can always push the back button and get a step back, or press the X button and get me back to the very beginning of the screen again.
Yes. Now, I see a comment. Would a mid-arm be a good starter machine for a beginner quilter? Without a doubt, I would absolutely say yes. As a newer quilter, and you know, I have a few projects under my belt, not a ton, not huge projects, but a few projects. When I've started with a domestic machine, I always wanted more. So whether it was more throat length, whether it was more features of the machine, whether it was, you know, the ability to do this or that with it, you know, fitting in the parameters of my quilting area. I always wanted more from a domestic machine that's just so much smaller than a mid or a long arm. So yes, absolutely, without a doubt, I would say a mid-arm would be a great starting point for a beginner quilter.
Well, and to go with that, we wanted to walk through some of these stitch modes so you can see this same system. So not the screen and the tutorials, but the stitch modes and how you would use the Qnique machines are the same for all our machines. So we wanted to walk through that a little bit and show you some sewing here on the Cutie with the 19X Elite. Now, we talked about the 19X, it's 2,000 stitches per minute. This one is 2,600 stitches per minute.
What? How does it go faster?
So you have just that little bit more power since you've got the bigger machine and you've got the bigger tutorial. So again, like we had talked about earlier, there's 4 stitch modes. So we're gonna start out here on precise. Now these handles we have here are the same on all our machines currently. They extend it out. So whether you're you have a preference of which direction your handles go, or like me, I want them a little bit extended because I just don't have that reach all the way to the back of my quilting frame.
Short people problem.
Exactly. I relate completely to that problem, right? So if I can adjust these, so if you just adjust them a little bit, we're going to pull them out here. And then I'm just going to angle it in just slightly because that's what's most comfortable for me. So on our, we have you can start here in the screen, or you can start on the handle itself is just your start. So you can have your pulling your bobbin up, your bobbin thread up. We've already done that already. So I'm just going to start quilting so you can see right away. Now this is precise mode, which means it's not going to quilt until I move the frame or the machine. But once I start moving it is when it starts quilting.
Yes.
So I can move this around, and you can see it's really easy. I'm not pushing very hard. I'm just doing it with one hand. You can hear that fun stitching sound.
Okay, go really fast now, Jana.
Okay. See, I'm going really fast. Then it starts beeping at me that I'm doing too fast. But I mean, I had to be moving it really fast. But if I'm just staying, now if I'm moving fast or slow, it's going to keep those even stitches because I'm doing it in with that regulation. Now my next mode is going to be cruise. So I just come here and come down to select my new mode. And instead of precise, I'm going to choose cruise. So I'm going to select my cruise mode. And now we have cruise, which means when it is sewing, it's going to continue. You can see that needle is just moving up and down whether I'm moving it or not. This one's great if you're trying to stitch in the ditch, or you're following, doing feathering or something where you're trying to keep even. It can also go fast. Again, it's free motion, so it's set with what you're doing. But if I'm trying to follow along or fill in a small section, I don't want it to start and stop. And because of that, then I have that option with that cruise mode. You can see here too that I have 10 stitches per inch is the size that we're doing, and you can adjust the percentages as well. So I'm going to go now to basting mode or manual. I have those options as well. We're not going to sew with those, but as you can see, the regular screen selection, anything that I'm choosing, you know, it can easily, it's a touch of your finger, you're going to be able to quilt. So saying like, oh, I'm a beginning quilter, using the machine is not the beginning quilter part that's the problem. It's just you getting ready for all those other things.
Yes, yes. And you know, there's so much room, I feel, with our product lineup for growth. So yes, coming into a mid-arm machine, fantastic move, in my opinion, because if you start smaller, you're just always going to want something a little bit bigger, a little bit more faster, a little bit more efficient, and I think funner to use overall.
Yeah, and just because you have a small footprint, right? Like you can use the cutie with your tabletop, your non-dedicated space. You decided, oh, I have a little bit of space and it's dedicated. I'm using the Q zone and it's got its own legs. Yes. You're not going to have to worry about, oh, I only can use this size machine. You can go up to that 19 inches and have a larger throat space in that area without having to worry about I have to have a 10-foot frame for that as well.
Right, right. And you know, Jana, our promotions this month, and again, extending with Sewing Parts Online, all of our machines come with a free frame. So either of these two frames that we see here, we have the Cutie and we have our Q-Zone hoop frame. We also have a Q-Zone queen frame. It's a rolling rail frame and it's an 8-foot frame. We don't have it on display today, but that could be a frame that somebody could choose with their machine purchase.
The other thing that comes specific, now that's where it's a fantastic special for September or December. But the other fantastic thing, and this is a Sewing Parts Online only exclusive just for this event, only for them, we're including a ruler base and a 9-piece hopping foot set.
Yes. And that's with all, you know, any of our machines. So we talked briefly about that yesterday with our 16X series. Again, whether you're looking at the 16X series or the wonderful 19X series, again, you get that wonderful bonus package included.
Mm-hmm. And on this quilt here, I want to show, we've used the couching foot on this quilt here in this section. And so with the couching foot, you get 3 different sizes. With the 9-piece pack, you can see you can do this fun Chanel minky kind of yarn. You can do ribbon, but it's another level of quilting that you may not have thought of, making it 3-dimensional, not just the quilting on the side, but then also quilting over the top. So that's included in that 9-piece, as well as the glide foot, which is great if you're going over a lot of seams that are very thick. That'll help you get over on that one too.
You know, as again, I've mentioned more like a beginner quilter. I've heard the term couching foot for a long time, especially here at Grace Company. I had never used the couching foot until maybe, I don't know, 2 months ago. I'm obsessed with the couching foot. It's so much fun. You know, for any of your projects, it adds so much character, so much dimension. It's amazing. I had never thought about, you know, adding that additional element.
And one thing I found out recently is that you can do the couching foot with automation.
Get out of here.
Yeah, you just put the couching foot on when you're quilting, attach your yarn, and then the designs are happening with that automation. You can do it at the same time, which was blowing my mind too.
Wow, wow. I mean, we have so many fun things, you know, to use here at Grace Company at our disposal, and I feel I only know this much of everything that there is to know here at Grace. But it's so much fun learning and above all teaching everybody about our phenomenal projects.
You know, and
products.
if you have some of our products, and please reach out to Sewing Parts Online or us and let us know other unique creative ways that you're using them. We'd love to see your quilts. Please send those into Sewing Parts Online or to us, and we can see the amazing products that you, or finished products you make with the tools that we give you.
Yes, yes. So again, fantastic machines, fantastic deals. I would say order now, you know, to get your product before Christmas.
It's time.
It's only, you know, Christmas. We're gonna blink, and Christmas will be, you know, tomorrow. But we still have time, you know, to get those orders out. You know, if you've been thinking about making or, you know, getting a machine purchase with the savings, with the deals, it really is, you know, now's the perfect time to do that.
Well, and we've got some amazing pricing going on, so we wanted to talk about that. And should we bring
Yeah,
Trisha back and we can talk about some pricing?
We'll definitely be interested in talking about all of that wonderful pricing. You guys surprised us with that yesterday about the hopping foot and the ruler base. So cool. So I will go over that in just a moment, but I just have to tell you, we love all of your products. We're super excited about the 19X. And I just have to say that if it's hard to choose between the manual or the mid or the elite, I'm kind of with Melinda on you always want more. So I feel like
You always want more.
at least
Go
start
big or
with the
go
middle
home,
one.
right?
Well, I always say go home and go quilting.
Yeah, with an elite.
Yeah, and just a reminder, we do offer financing, so it's totally an option. It's not out of the question, right?
Yes,
Well,
yes.
We
All right, now,
definitely love
Trisha,
it.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Did you see any questions in the comments that maybe we had missed, or do you have any questions?
One that I do have is, do you have to use a special needle when you're quilting with your 19X?
So we manufacture our MR needles. Really, you can use any quilting machine needle with the machine. Our MR needles come in 3 sizes, 14, 16, and 18. You can use any of those 3 sizes with any of our machines. Really, the difference is, what you're quilting, how dense your fabric is, how many layers of batting,
What type of thread you're using.
Right, the type of thread, yes. So, but those are the 3 needle options that we offer.
Wonderful. Well, I know that, Melinda, you're going to be coming back this afternoon to show us the TrueCut products along with, I believe, Allegra, correct?
Yes. Super excited for this afternoon. And, I love everything here at Grace, but I really love our TrueCut products. We can't begin quilting until, we've picked our fabric, cut our fabric, pieced our fabric, and TrueCut really just is that step above to help the beginning processes that much more easier, efficient, and safer. So we're super excited to talk about TrueCut later.
All right, well, we look forward to that, and I'm going to go over all this awesome pricing that we have, and thank you for the additional surprise from yesterday, and we'll show all the goodies. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks,
Bye,
Trisha.
thank you.
Bye, guys. All right, well, I'm not joking when I say we have such amazing deals right now. This is incredible. So I know Mark had said yesterday that people are saying, oh, it's a dream machine or a dream frame. You guys, now's the time. This is an incredible sale. So let's start with the, let's see, where are you? Right there, 19 long arm quilting machine. Now the normal price is $7,299. But we have the sale price of $6,499. But for SewCreative Live Christmas special event pricing, give us a call. We are going to get you even better pricing. It comes with that free Cutie or Q-Zone hoop frame. And as Melinda had mentioned, in addition to the free frame, any Qnique machine purchased during the SewCreative Live Christmas event will also get a free ruler base and a 9-piece hopping foot set. The 19X Elite, that normally is $8,499, sale price of $7,699, but we have our special event pricing. Make sure to give us a call, and we are very happy to help you with that. Jana had mentioned pairing it with automation. Just a heads up, right now the automation is on sale, 20% off. We've got the Quilters Creative Touch 5 Beginnings. That normally is $4,999, on sale for $3,999. And the Pro version is normally $7,499, on sale for $5,999. So that is a significant savings. The other thing that they had mentioned was the Cutie frame. So let's just touch on that again, because we've got a couple options. If you already have a domestic machine and you're just wanting to stick with that and you want to get a frame for it, now's the time to go ahead and get the Cutie frame, because we've got this option where you buy it at the sale price of the $689 and get the 4 bungees for free along with the free motion starter kit. if you don't want to do that, you can even get a better price on just the cutie frame. It says the sale price of $689. We can't display the special event pricing, but you can give our customer service a call, and we've got some awesome options. In addition to the cutie frame, we've got our other frames on sale as well. So again, if you're not needing a machine, just needing a frame, give us a call and we can go over some great prices on those. We've got the Q-Zone hoop frame. We have got the Q-Zone queen frame. And we also have the Continuum 2 frame. And that Continuum 2 frame is available in 8 feet, 10 feet, and 12 feet. So a couple of other things that I do want to touch on. We want to just touch on shipping. So our event ends tomorrow and all the sale pricing is going to end at 11:59 p.m. So you want to make sure that you get your goodies ordered, especially in time for Christmas, right? We tried doing our event early on in the month just to make sure that we have plenty of time to get that out. But the other thing too is I hope everybody's entering in that surprise Christmas word. You still have just a little bit of time. We're going to pull up that giveaway tool and do our giveaway. You want to pull up that overlay again, Brian, and just display what they're winning?
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that. That way we can see what the goodies are. We've got that TrueCut Quilters kit, and that values at $77. Let's go ahead and pick our winner.
Okay.
All right, let's see who it is today. See, the other thing I want to do is while we're waiting.
No,
yeah, I know. I was going to say, I want to give a shout out to somebody after this.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Oh my gosh, Sally, this is incredible. You need to buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah, and then share with us.
Yeah, no kidding. Pass that luck on to everybody else, right? Good job, Sally. That's awesome. All right, well, the one that I wanted to give a little shout out to, let me pull up my comments. This is my Facebook buddy, Michael Thomas. I also agree with your comment. We always chat on Facebook, but he says bobbin chicken is frustrating. So I just wanted to say hi to you. We appreciate you joining. All right, well, we are going to take a very quick break before we have our lovely guest Arrow coming on with us. By the way, Harley, if you're watching, I talked to my husband last night and he said he even put it in the comments that I could get the Aussie. So I think we might have to look at that. But we're going to take a really short break and we'll be right back with you.
Can you guys hear Harley? I think they can hear me, but we cannot hear you, Brian. You got it. Okay. I think it's because they were playing. Look at that. You guys switched seats on me. Oh, Brian, we still don't have audio from you guys. You guys can hear me? Audience hears me? We can't hear you guys, though. Today it's your turn. Hey now.
I guess so.
Oh, there you go. All right. Good morning. Tricia, we heard you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
And we hear Brian now.
We've taken enough of your time, so why don't we let you just go solo?
And Brian, just so you know, I think it's picking you up on somebody else's mic, not your mic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's picking up on Trisha's mic. Well, all right, that's going to be the introduction. I'm Harley Thomas with Arrow Sewing. We are the leading provider of sewing furniture in the United States. And I'm going to talk about some really cool products today. We are going to have, Ethan's pointing to me. Ethan pointed to me over here for some reason. So, what? I can't talk to you, Ethan? All right. So, go back to that one, please, sir. We're going to have camera. We're going to have camera there. That's better. All right. So, today we're going to talk about some really exciting products. We're going to start out with our Bandicoot sewing cabinet. We have sold so many of these this year, it's virtually crazy. And it is part of a bundle. Hello, Susan. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Renee. We are going to talk about the Bandicoot cabinet. We're going to talk about a Kiwi cabinet that you can buy it as a bundle. And then one of our 10 sewing chairs comes with it. You like this chair? This is a good chair today. I've got the, I think I've got the buttons right now. So we're going to talk about that. Then we're going to talk about the kookaburra table. Yesterday, Brian, because he's 6'2", he's very tall, he wants something to be able to quilt on. We're going to talk about the kookaburra table. It's our largest cutting surface table and would be great for him. And then we're going to talk about the Dixie cutting table, which is an adjustable height cutting table. Might also work for Brian. And then lastly, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about these cute chairs again. And if we have a little bit of time, we might talk about something that you can take to a retreat with you. But let's see what we can do. And as everyone heard, you may have heard earlier, Trisha finally got some approval. She's moving down the road toward a cabinet, so that's good. So next time we see a picture of her dining room, AKA sewing studio, hopefully it'll be exactly what we want. Rachel, thanks for putting all that stuff up. All right, Ethan, without further ado, why don't I get into the Bandicoot sewing cabinet?
Sounds great.
Yeah. All right. So what we're going to talk about is the Bandicoot sewing cabinet. Now, why do you need a sewing cabinet? I am curious. I asked this question yesterday. Someone needs a large cabinet for a Janome M7. Yes, we have those. This is not your cabinet for an M7, however, but there are cabinets available. If you call the friendly folks at Sewing Parts Online, they will be able to help you choose the right cabinet. So for the really, really large cabinets, we have those. For a dream cabinet like this, which solves a whole bunch of people and meets a lot of people's demands, this is a great cabinet. Yesterday, I started out by asking the question of how many people are sewing on their dining room table? Because that is what a sewing cabinet competes against, a dining room table. So if you currently sew on your dining room table, I want to see you put in a number 4 into the comments section. And just so you know, this is live. So if you ask questions, we will try to answer them in real time. I'll try to read them, but they fly by kind of fast. But we will see what we can do. So kitchen tables, dining room tables, see, I'm seeing some 4s pop up. It's what people do, right? And when you want to sew, you don't always have a lot of time to sew. So time is really important. We want you to sew in comfort and sew longer. 2 different things there. Sew for a long period of time and be comfortable so you can sew longer. Let me show you why a sewing cabinet is so great. This is the Kangaroo Sewing Furniture Bandicoot model. And we'll get into the cabinet itself. But what makes a sewing cabinet is this. It's called a hydraulic lift. The machine goes up, it goes down. So why is that important? If you're on your dining room table, your machine is like this. Ethan, can you push in a little by chance? We'll show them kind of why you don't want this. Because as you're sewing and you're sitting and you're sewing, your wrists are going up and over, right? Your wrists are going up as you're putting the fabric over the top of the sewing machine. You take the accessory tray off, you set it on the sewing machine table. So you're not doing this. This is called free arm. If we put it down to flatbed, now it's flat. It's completely flat. We have an optional acrylic insert that may be purchased for most of our cabinets. Now we have a completely flat surface that we can run fabric across without any problems whatsoever. It literally is from the front of the table across all the way to the back. How nice is that? It leaves your hands in a nice flat position. You get straighter stitches. Your seams are beautiful. It's just easy, right? And you don't have this up and over, so it's really easy on your hands. It's probably easier to see also, I would say. So yes, I do have a Skyline S7 in this cabinet. So as you go through and do that, this is what makes a sewing table or a sewing cabinet. The ability to have this flat bed position and be able to store it. A couple things to keep in mind. And Ethan, we're going to talk about the size. What fits in this Bandicoot cabinet? This is the Bandicoot cabinet. from Kangaroo Sewing Furniture. It has a lifetime warranty on this cabinet. We're going to talk about the opening. It's 20 3/4 inches wide and 11 inches from front to back. So, Ethan, if you want to throw that up, the visual. Cool, you got it right there. So 20 3/4 inches wide and 11 inches. You measure your machine from the edge and take into account the knob or any knobs that extend, and if you have a power cord, some cords come straight out, some come out and then bend at a 90-degree angle. Just make sure you have enough room to do that. And if your machine fits, you're all set. It can go down into storage. It can come back up. That's the #1 question we get is, will my machine fit? So when your machine fits, you're set. The next question that people ask is, will the cabinet fit in my space? So the Bandicoot cabinet here, when it is open, it's 5 feet wide and 1.5 feet deep. That's it. 5 feet. Dun, da, da. 5 feet. It's actually 61 inches, so close to 5 feet. And 1.5 feet from front to back. 17.5 inches. I call it 1.5 feet. So it fits almost everywhere. That's the nice part about this cabinet. Fits everywhere. It's 29.5 inches from the floor to the work surface, so it's a standard work surface height from the floor up. And this is a premier mid-size sewing cabinet for the ultra compact footprint. What a lot of people will want to do is take this Bandicoot cabinet. You can purchase it by itself for $699. Just the cabinet all by itself. Or you might decide, I want to get a studio. And a studio means you get a second piece of furniture. In this case, it's the Kiwi. So if I will just show you the Kiwi and then we'll show you how to set it up. The Kiwi is a great little cutting, pressing station with soft close drawers, has thread spools, so I can actually put spools of thread in here. I can take this piece out, set it on my work surface over here, or on my cutting mat, and easily get to my different threads. There are 2 of these included. The top 2 drawers have thread spools. Soft closing drawer, which is awesome. And then it's got a larger bottom drawer that you could put project boxes in, things like that. Soft close drawer. It does come with this pressing mat, and it includes a cutting mat. So with the pressing pad and cutting mat, you're absolutely set. The total size of this, the cutting mat is 17 by 21. So when I fold it up, it's about that size. It is, it's like a little sewing assistant, kind of a jack of all trades. And if I take it, I'm going to put it over here on the side. I'm going to grab my sewing chair again. Oh yeah, I'm feeling at home now. So here's my studio set. Ethan, I got to pull it back in, right? So I can set it up literally like this. And at this point, I can cut, I can press, and then I can sew. So cut, press, sew, right away, right at my Bandicoot. And I have a great chair. All this for a package price, and you do save when you buy the bundle package. So you've got the Bandicoot and the Kiwi. Before I show you chairs, I want to show you how easy it is to take the Bandicoot and fold it up. The Bandicoot's nice because it has doors, right? So doors that have storage on it. But it can be used in a multi-purpose room. That's the nice thing about it. You can use it in a multi-purpose room because it has doors. So to close this up, take the insert out. We will put the machine in storage position. I can actually do it with one hand. It's really, I mean, it's super nice. Put this over here. There are little hooks on the end that hold this in place. Unhook, unhook. Flip my little hook down. Close it up. Close it up. Done. I have heavy-duty casters on this product. So with the heavy-duty casters, it rolls. It's not even that loud on this luxury vinyl floor. It will roll on carpet. It'll roll on vinyl, roll on hardwood. It's a great cabinet. And the size, I don't want to get this wrong, it was 1.5 by 2.5. Does that sound right, Ethan? Yeah, 2.5 by 1.5. So, and the lift opening in is 20 3/4 by 11 for the lift. So the nice part is, now, I get home, drop the kids off, or I have a little bit of time before I actually have to start making dinner or whatever the case may be, go out to dinner, I can just open up my cabinet. I mean, before I used to have to go to the closet, open the closet, find my machine, find my project box, plug everything in, clear off the dining room table. You know, I had to do all that before I could even sew. Here, under a minute, you're sewing, just like that. Get that lined up. Boom. We're sewing, just like that. That easy. That's why you want a sewing cabinet. A little bit more about the Bandicoot. Lifetime warranty. Customer service, outstanding. Any of you that have called customer service. Easy. We'll take care of any issues you may have. We ship our product ready to assemble. We have great assembly manuals. Sarah, who could not join me today, but normally is my co-host on the show, has written the manuals, and she's put every cabinet together at least twice to make sure they're easy to put together. She can put them all together herself, from the really big ones to the really small ones. The machine fits. We talked about going to your, cleaning off your dining room table, grabbing your things, all that fun stuff. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to tell people about. Trisha, you're gonna like this one. When you're ready to store it away, there's another feature. Dun, da, da. The well cover. Look at that. Now I have a flat surface I could cut on, I could press on, I could piece on. I could use it as a writing desk if I wanted to. But the nice part is you've got a solid surface and it closes up great on top. Now, I told you this is part of a studio set. So let me show you what your options are with the studio. I'm going to back this up a little bit. I'm very used to having a co-host, so you guys are very patient with me today. Thank you. Does anybody like the studio set right now? Give me a 1 if you like the idea of a studio set where you can buy it all together. You don't have to worry about putting things together. It comes as a kit. Basically a kit with a chair. Oh, there's one other thing that comes with this. Edie, thank you. Karen, thank you. David, Becky, Jade. Wow, I almost can't keep up. Susan, this is part of the Kangaroo product line. So these cabinets come with our mascot pockets. He's super cute. Only way to get one, you buy a Kangaroo cabinet. You'll have to watch out because people will steal pockets from you. It happens. But pockets comes with every Kangaroo cabinet. Okay, stay there, buddy. Okay, let's show some chairs. We talked about the buttons chair. This is purple. I almost forgot the color. Ha! Then we have the So Now, So Wow chair. Oh, that's a great camera angle. That is our #1 selling chair pattern. And Ethan will put up some graphics here in a bit to show you a little closer the pattern colors. Here is a cat's meow chair. Meow. Hey, you know what cats like? They like to hide. There's underseat storage here. It's like a little hidden storage compartment. You can put things under here, which is great. Yes, Rachel, good point. Call in. The prices are so low, Sewing Parts Online cannot advertise some of these prices. Can't advertise. You can buy all these pieces separate or as a bundle. Here is a nice, beautiful navy chair. Okay, this next chair is super hot color, but people love it. People buy it. A gray chair. Because you want your room to stand out, maybe you've got other things that you want to pop in your room. Gray is very popular. I feel like I'm never going to run out of chairs, Ethan. I have sewing notions. I'm going to move a couple of these back, Ethan, just a little bit, and then we'll run through them. Sewing notions chair. Oh, yeah. 2 more. We have a limited edition chair. Limited edition chair. This is a cosplay kind of skull damask chair. So it's kind of got skulls on it. It's cool. And last but not least, Princess Hazel. So we got a ruby red, a Princess Hazel. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing ruby red. There's a ruby red one. We'll have to go get it. It's around. So Ethan, do you have close-ups of the fabrics that we can show folks? Mm-hmm. Why don't we put that up on the screen? I'll kind of talk through it. Okay, there they are. So, top left, Sew Now, Sew Wow. Buttons fabric, bright buttons. We've got Sewing Notions, the Cat Meow Chair, the Wicked Cosplay, Lady Gray, which is kind of a nice, it's a nice gray, it's kind of a gray heather, which you can kind of see in that picture. There is Duchess Blue, Princess Hazel, Crown Ruby, and Royal Purple. Now you might notice that some of those solid colors match some sewing machine manufacturer colors. So if you're really into and you want everything to be a certain color in your room, now you have a chair option. Pretty great, let me tell you. Let's see. Ethan, what else should I show folks, you think? Let's see, let's do, so here's the deal, and we'll throw it to Tricia for a second. You can buy the studio set. You get a chair, any one of these chairs, any chair. The Bandicoot, or the Kiwi, or you can buy them all individual. It's up to you. It's whatever you want to do. So we will make it easy, and it'll come to your house. Heavy-duty casters. The chairs. Let me go over the chairs a little bit, because I talked a little bit. There have been no questions on the chairs. Well, let me tell you before you ask. The chairs have a secret hidden storage compartment. I have candy, seam ripper, a couple instruction manuals. I don't read instructions, so we just kind of see what happens. It is adjustable in height from 18 to 22 inches. Has a lever on the side. Has this great lumbar support. It is the #1 selling chair in America. #1. So with this great lumbar support, it has a weight capacity of 300 pounds. It's really comfortable for folks, I'd say they're 5'2", 5'3", up to about 6'2". So covers a wide gamut for height. Height adjustable, the 10 fabrics, 300 pound, easy to assemble. You put some casters on, you screw the bottom mechanism to the bottom of the seat. Comes with a 1-year warranty. Did we talk about the lifetime warranty on the Kiwi and the Bandicoot? Lifetime warranty. All that can be yours today. 360 swivel base. And I drop things, so sometimes I've got to bend over and get them. Well, the chair's not going to fall over on me, which is great. Rolls well on carpet. But lumbar support is the thing. So many people are drawn in by the cute look, but they're sold on the comfort when they sit on it. There's a reason it's the best-selling sewing chair. And when it's at a consumer show, people that sit in it, they bring all their friends back to buy them. Or someone walks by and they go, I own that chair. And they bring all their lady friends over and they all sit in it and everybody buys a chair. everybody gets a chair. So it's kind of funny. And as a company that it warms my heart to see that friends are sharing with friends all the great things that they have to make their sewing experience better. Because the whole idea is that you want to do what you want to do for longer in comfort. And that's what this is all about. So to recap, go back to the beginning. Bandicoot, this is the Bandicoot bundle. You get one of these lovely 10 chairs. Which one will it be? I saw some comments on the skulls, on the Wicked Cosplay chair. Is it buttons? Do you do a purple? I mean, do you do cats? Do you do gray? I mean, if you did gray, the whole thing could be gray. Oh, you know what I forgot? One of the most important things, Ethan. Ethan's like my Brian, but I forgot all the great colors this comes in. I'm showing it in gray today. So the chair's 10 different fabrics to choose from. Now, as far as the cabinets go, the cabinets are available in this lovely gray color that you see on set with me. Also comes in teak, which is there in the middle, and white. It's an ash white, so it's got a wood grain. It's a heavy-duty laminate on it, but that's just a picture of the key with the 3 colors. So I think what we want to do is we're going to throw back to Brian and Tricia, let them tell you a little bit about this. It's been about a half hour of talking with you guys, so we'll let them tell you about the deal. There are call-in specials, right, Tricia?
That's right. I am happy to go over those. I just want to double check. Audio good?
Audio is spot on. And
Perfect.
Speaking of spot on, we have to fix your sewing spot. You know,
We have to fix my sewing spot.
we have to fix your sewing spot at home. I think,
I know, right?
you know,
If you were popping on earlier, it was so funny because I was sharing the story that I went home and told my man about everything. And he's like, I was in the comments. I was voting for the Aussie.
and
So
I think,
I think it's in writing now. I think I'm going to go with that Aussie.
yes, we want it in writing. That's even better yet. And next time we see your home sewing studio space, it'll be all decked out. So I look forward to it.
Well, Brian wanted to pop on here really quick and say something since we were
Great.
having those audio issues.
Harley, I am so sorry, but thank you so much for working with that on us. We were trying to do something special for you, but unfortunately it flopped. We learned make sure that your battery pack on your mic is completely full.
Oh, yeah.
Before you start, and it won't die halfway through the stream. So
Hey, you know what, though? Our audience is so great, they understand.
They're
Yeah.
wonderful.
They understand. It's a great audience. They're very interactive.
well, I appreciate they understand that we are all real people. So thank you everybody for being so patient.
Yes.
But I just wanted to pop on and say hi.
Well, hello, Brian. And Tricia, let's not forget, if people have questions, keep asking them. We're going to try to answer them as they fly by.
We sure will. And I'll go over that pricing.
Thank
I know
you.
you want to do a little swapperoonie and
You got
we'll
it.
Get you back on a bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, well, let's take a look
I'm
at
muted.
some of these amazing pieces that he was showing. As Harley said, you're able to get those individual pieces and then you have the bundle. So let's go through the individual pieces first. We will talk about that Bandicoot. Now, normal pricing is going to be your $1,399, on sale for $699, and that's not even as low as it's going to go. You can give us a call and we are going to get you an even better price. I mean, look at that savings. That is incredible. And we do have financing available, so just keep that in mind as we go through all these wonderful pieces of furniture. The next one, if you needed just a little pressing and cutting station all by its lonesome, that normally is $699, but it's on sale for $499. But for our SewCreative Live special event pricing, you can give us a call and we'll get you an even better deal. As Harley had mentioned, we are not able to advertise that online, so give us a call and we can help you out. And then the wonderful chair, obviously that chair is really, really cool. He showed us all those wonderful features, the heavy duty casters, lifting it up for storage, the hydraulic up and down, but he is correct. That lumbar support is amazing. Not just cute, very, very comfortable. We have a couple of those. We have the hydraulic one and we have the just the wooden base, and both are lovely, but the hydraulic is definitely my favorite, so you can adjust. That is normally $449, and then it has the sale price of $329. But again, SewCreative Live Christmas, we have special event pricing. Give us a call. You do not want to miss out. It is a great time to get some items for your studio. Now let's talk about the bundle. The bundle is awesome. This is so cool. You get the Bandicoot, you get the Kiwi, and you get the hydraulic chair. Look at that. Let's just take a peek. Again, you've got storage for your thread. You've got little shelves. You've got little drawers. Over on the right with the Kiwi, you've got storage with the drawers, and you have the little thread spools to keep everything nice and neat. Pressing station, cutting station, and of course your lovely chair. And that normal price is $2,547. A sale price of $1,399. But give us a call. You know the drill. We can help you out, get you an even better price. And financing is available. So if you're trying to get that perfect gift for your loved one, now's the time to do it. As I had mentioned, you know, my man was talking about the Aussie. So it's like, are we getting our loved one that perfect sewing studio? If not, got to give them a little nudge. Tell that loved one, I'm really looking forward to that. Now's the time. Great pricing. All right. Well, let's see if Harley's just about ready. Do we need a little bit more time, or are we looking good over there, Brian?
Check with them.
All right. Well, while he's talking about that, I want to double check and see if I have an overlay on the Aussie, because that was what I was speaking of yesterday. So let me just pull that up. I've got a little overlay with the Wallaby, the Kangaroo and Joey, and the Aussie. Now look at that Aussie down at the bottom. That is the one that I fell in love with. It is a full studio. So totally cool. And I know other people out there are going to love it just as much as I do. But the Wallaby, the Kangaroo and Joey, and the Aussie all come with the free quilt blocks for this SewCreative Live special too. So make sure to give us a call. But I think Harley is ready, so I'm going to bring him back up and let him continue with some awesome furniture.
I sure am ready. You know, you were talking about the quilt blocks.
Yes.
The quilt block has a bracket, and it just attaches to the edge of your sewing cabinet or your cutting table to keep things from falling off, pulling stitches. It's a great accessory. And you get it free with those big cabinets, or you can just buy it by itself. Great stocking stuffer, comes as a 2-pack. So it's not too late. You know, Tricia, what we forgot to mention. Arrow specializes in distribution. We've been a distribution company for 80 years. If people order from you today, the product's going to ship tomorrow. So
perfect for Christmas.
It will arrive in time for Christmas. So I know everyone was worried about that. Am I going to get my product? Am I not? You're going to get it. That's the best thing about it. So that's what we want to know. Very exciting. So quilt blocks. I have in front of me, so thank you. Other questions for me, Tricia?
Let me double check and see if we've got some questions from our viewers here. I don't have anything particular, but I know you've got the kookaburra in front of you, and I know Brian was very interested in that one.
Brian is salivating over kookaburra.
He is. We can always
He's
put
so
that
funny.
cutie frame on top.
Yes, yeah, and you could put a cutie frame on top of this. You can do all sorts of things on this kookaburra cutting table. So I can get into kind of some of the features of it, and we'll see what everybody thinks about it.
Sounds good. And if we see any questions, we'll let you know, Harley.
I can't even tell you all how many of these we've sold this year, but it far exceeded our expectations. It is quickly becoming one of our hottest cutting tables that we have. And it's not a cheap, flimsy cutting table. If you want a quality cutting table, this is it. So this is my little kettlebell. You know, they make me work out with this here at the studio. But nice part is, it just sits there. Nothing bows, nothing moves. It's great. You might notice it's rather large. So it's about 3 feet by 6 feet when it's fully open. And when it's closed, it's still 3 feet from front to back. But then it's only 2 feet wide, which is great. So the nice part is Make sure it fits in your room, right? So you measure it up. You're like, oh, it's 70 inches, almost 6 feet from side to side. And from front to back, it's 40 inches, so just over 3 feet. Has a cutting mat that you can buy, optional. Oh, but I think for the holidays, the cutting mat is free. It's a great value added with the Kookaburra cutting station. I'm gonna call it a station. It's kind of a cutting station. So it is ginormous, right? It comes in 2 colors. It comes in this teak color and an ash white color. So, oh, look at that. Someone got a damaged one and our customer service people took care of it. Boom. So yeah, bigger sewing room. I love it. Big cutting mat, goes from side to side. It does have markings on here, 66 inches by 36 inches is what's marked on it. And we're working on having this thing. I gotta get rid of this 25-pound kettlebell because it's just gonna be in the way. So cutting mat is great, comes included with it over the holiday. What else can I tell you about this? It is our premier cutting table or cutting station. So that's the best part about it. And it's got some bonus storage areas. So if you're a sewist, a quilter, a crafter, tired of chaos, tired of the mess and serious about getting organized, this is it. So in addition to this giant cutting mat, which I'm just gonna move out of the way for now, it is pinnable, which is great because we need pinnable cutting mats. Sorry about the noise. So the nice part about this is on the front side, we've got shelves. These are adjustable shelving units. I believe the top and bottom shelves are adjustable. Middle shelf is, they're all 3 adjustable. Great. So we actually have a little serger down there. We've got a project box, a little cutting mat. Got a quilt project that we're working on. Got some thread in there, little rotary cutter. You can put project boxes in there, adjust the shelves. Really great, right? And you're like, man, how deep are these shelves? These shelves are pretty deep. Look at that. Look at that, that's deep. They are, and I can answer this question because I have a tape measure. These shelves are 18 and 3/4 inches deep. And plenty big for a project box, right? From inside to inside, 17 inches. Plenty
Harley,
big for a
may I
project.
interject something really super quick?
Yes, ma'am.
I was just thinking, there are a lot of people right now doing the projector sewing where they mount the projector on the ceiling
Sure.
and then put it onto a designated space. And that kookaburra would be fabulous to have the whole cutting station, have your projector, putting your pattern directly on there. Yes.
You could.
I'm just wanting to add more and more things to my dining room sewing studio.
It is not your dining room anymore. You have no dining room anymore. It is
I have
gone.
to call it that, Harley.
I know. That is a great idea. As big as this is, and
I love that.
and we do have a sky mount camera, but it makes people dizzy, so we're going to move it. But
Well,
just the
envision
surface.
a projector putting that perfect pattern on that
You
kookaburra
could.
table.
Absolutely. And most people, projector sewer here. Okay. Yankee 5, projector sewer. There you go. So
There you are. Well, I'll
you
let
could
you
put
get
the-
back to it.
you could store the projector if you need to under there. Nice part about this. Okay, so we talked about the space. Do you see how nice? And these extensions don't move. There's actually a magnetic lock. Here, I'll try to make it so you can hear it. Oh, positive locking, so I can spin it. It's got heavy-duty casters on it, and here we go. The other side has drawers. Oh man, I can store things. It's great. Now, these are sizable drawers, soft close, quality, quality, quality all the way around. You put anything in here, it's great. Look at that. So you've got 4 drawers and the 4 shelves on the other side, which I think would take care of most people's needs. It's really big when it's open. When we fold it down, you could use half of it if you want a little You still want a large surface, but that's great. You could simply turn the table. You are correct, instead of moving your fabric. And it works really well on carpet. The casters do. There you go. That small. Pretty great. And you can move it around. You can store it, flip it around. Nice storage units on that side. Pretty nice unit. It's our best-selling cutting table. I was shocked how many we've sold. So great thing. Someone wants to know the price, or she's saying it's $5 signs. Kimberly, it is not $5 signs. I can tell you, it is a deal. And do I hear laughing? Is there laughing? Do I hear laughing? I hear laughing. I think Trisha's laughing at me. I'm going to cry now.
I was trying to interject, and I'm like, I don't know if I should. Or...
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Interject. Interject.
Right. Well, we do have a question. What is the weight limit for the top of that?
We don't really rate it with a weight limit. It does have 2 support pieces. 100 pounds, maybe a little more.
Perfect.
Now,
Perfect. And
Jerry Vors, who's the president of the company, he's got some hops. He's a lot taller than I am. He hops up here and sits up here. I just don't have the hops to get up here. Or I might get up, but I might not get down.
Well, if the hydraulic chairs can hold 300, I think we're pretty good on the Kookaburra table too, right?
It is solid, yes. We're good.
Well, we also had the question about the cutie frame, whether it would hold that. We covered that. I think we're good on the cutie frame popping up on the Kookaburra.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we also had another one that's wondering about the quilt brackets. Do they fit on other tables or specifically the Arrow?
They do fit on other tables. We have a couple different size clamps. So we ship them with one size, and we've got another one that'll fit even on our Tasmanian table, which is a ginormous table, comes on a freight truck. It's about this size, but it's very different. It folds up. Yes, we make them. They do fit on other tables. Will it fit on all kitchen tables? It fits on tables specifically for sewing. I can tell you that. And I wish we had Dave, the warehouse guy here. Dave would tell us exactly how many millimeters thick the bracket is. I think it goes over 20.
And that information might also be on our website. And if not, feel free to give our customer service a call.
Yes.
We can double check that, and then we can always get it added to the site too. So.
And Dave's not able to be helping me today, so he's not feeding me information, but he knows the answer to that.
We also have one more question asking how long the special pricing goes. Can you answer that, or would you like me to answer that?
Oh, I think that's totally up to you because you set the pricing. I mean.
Yes. Well, I'll cover that as soon as your segment is over, and we'll go over all the special pricing and how long it goes.
Sounds good. The trick is order it in stock, ready to ship tomorrow, today. We'll print labels, put them on here, and then it's yours to be out the door. Comes in white and teak, lifetime warranty against manufacturer defect on this table. Has great casters. Some of the casters lock, so your table will be nice and sturdy. Comes in a couple boxes, put it together. It's a great place to sew. It really is. So cut. And will Trisha get one of these, Ethan? Will Trisha get a Kookaburra? The Magic 8 Ball says, it decidedly so. It is decidedly so. So you have to have a Kookaburra also. The Magic 8 Ball.
I'm loving the 8 Ball.
The Magic 8 Ball has spoken. It has spoken. So with that, I'm going to show you a different cutting table now, because cutting is really important to what we do when we sew, right? So how much assembly is required? This cabinet's going to take you, because of the drawers, it's going to take a few hours. You probably want a helper at a couple points in putting it together. If Sarah was here, she would tell you exactly, but it's a few hours. Nothing too bad. The nice part is you can carry the boxes to the room where you're going to build it instead of trying to carry the entire thing. It weighs well over 100 pounds when it's all assembled. So sometimes that's even better. The Magic 8 Ball never lies is so true. There's a cutting mat for this one also. This is the Dixie cutting table. it is our longest standing cutting table in the line. So it's been around the longest, and it is tried and true, let me tell you. So it is an adjustable height. The way it works, lift that up, grab the metal bracket, and it snaps into place. So there you go. Now we have a cutting table. How great is that? So it has 2 shelves. The shelves are not movable, but you can adjust the height on this table. That's what's unique about it. And you can make the cutting height from, I need my cheat card on this one. It says, signature height adjustable cutting table. Okay, so this is for sewists, quilters, crafters, tired of moving between multiple stations during your workflow, right? So it is 4 feet by 3 feet when it's fully open, comes only in white, and when it's closed, it's 1 foot by 3 feet. So it's 3 feet, and it goes this wide, that's it. I actually think it's 14 inches. But, I mean, this is a great, you can store this one almost anywhere when it's down. As someone said, oh, it's 14 1/4. I was so right when I said 14 inches. So, this cutting table is great. You've got a couple storage places. You can put bins, project boxes. It folds into the nice footprint. So it's height adjustable. The work surface can be 32 inches all the way up to 38 inches. So just as a frame of reference, 38 inches is really tall. So 38 is going to take you up to here. Right now, this is set at 37 inches, so an inch taller than this. So between 32 and 38 inches, height adjustable. So it's a great, sturdy cutting table. You might find these, there are many, many knockoffs where people are trying to sell these things for $100. You're going to get, I'm just going to call it junk. I'm going to badmouth it and say it's garbage. This thing, I mean, I'm a big guy, and it doesn't move. The other ones, you push on the side, whole thing flips over. I've made videos of it. I'm just afraid to post them because I don't want to say bad things. But literally a bunch of them are not sturdy. This thing, super sturdy. We can roll it all around. Jerry jumps on this one too. So great, solid cutting table. This is called the Dixie. It's adjustable height cutting table. Has a 10-year warranty. It's part of our Arrow sewing furniture line. Has the cutting mat, which I believe comes free during the holidays, during this holiday sale. And I'll let Tricia talk about the price about that in a minute. But before I do so, do I have 2 minutes still, Tricia, to talk about chairs again? In case anybody missed chairs earlier.
You betcha.
Let me bring in some chairs. So we have the #1 selling sewing chair. There is the cat's meow. There is a gray. There is bright buttons. See how nicely they roll? We have a wicked cosplay chair. Oh, Ethan, beautiful work. There is beautiful purple. Then we have Hazel. There you go, Hazel. And I only have 3 more. I know, there's so many. #1 sewing fabric chair right here is the Sew Now, Sew Wow chair, H6880. Then I'll go over the features. Let me get the last 2. I see a lot of comments about the button, and the button by far and away, I hear that a lot. You know what? I'll feature the button one right now because the button has something special about it. At least it does today. The button chair and all the chairs have a hidden compartment underneath. We have a brand new Hershey's bar that may have expired 6 years ago. I don't know. It's been there since I started working here, so I'm not going to eat it. That's why we keep it. Otherwise, candy wanders off in the office. You know, does anyone else have that problem where candy wanders off at the office? So it has hidden storage. It adjusts from 18 to 22 inches in height. And the big secret of the Aero sewing chair, lumbar support right here. Super comfortable. It's great. 300-pound weight capacity limit. Has 360-degree swivel. So you can go from station, you can go from cutting, pressing, sewing, stacking stuff up, and you go back and you do it again. Yeah, you would eat the Hershey bar. Pam, I don't know, it's pretty lousy, I would think. More button chair lovers. So this chair has been, with the lumbar support, the 5-star base, it's super sturdy, right? I can bend over in the chair, it's not gonna fall over on me. 300-pound weight capacity, super easy to assemble, comes in 2 boxes. Put the casters on and screw the metal piece to the bottom. Has the 5-star base, lumbar support, which is number 1. And people come to it, and I've seen it here. People say, that fabric is so cute. Don't they, Ethan? Fabric is so cute. And then, oh.
They want all of them.
They want all of them. They're like, how do I choose? And when I do consumer shows or show these to people, or people come to the office, the showroom here, someone will say, I own that chair. I own the button chair. And then all their friends end up buying those, which is kind of fun. So it comes in 10 colors, as Ethan has put that up on the screen. So from left to right, you've got the Sew Now, Sew Wow chair. Bright buttons, something we call sewing notions. Cat Meow, Wicked Cosplay. And then we have the solid colors, Lady Gray, which is kind of a grayish heather. Duchess Blue's got some different shades of blue. Princess Hazel, it's got a little green, a little burgundy in it. It's a beautiful, beautiful tan color. Crown Ruby and Royal Purple. Again, most of those colors, if you order them today from Sewing Parts Online, they will ship tomorrow. And they'll be at your house. We ship out of the Midwest. We are located outside of Chicago. So we are in the middle of the country, and things go quickly. Yes, yes. So yes, you do need this chair. Desk chairs without arms, short-term solution. This is your long-term solution. So you can sew in comfort and sew longer. That's the key. That's the name of the game. So the wheels do not have locks. So thank you, Sewing Parts Online, for answering that question. And with that, I think, let me just do a quick recap. So we started out talking about the Bandicoot, the Kiwi storage cabinet. The Bandicoot's a full-featured sewing cabinet. Has a well lift, has a hydraulic lift, storage, flatbed position, free arm position. So the Bandicoot, great choice for sewists. Someone looking for maybe their first cabinet, folds up really compact, good in a multi-purpose room if you need to have, in a family room or a room that gets shared, or even a guest room, and you want to lock it up, close it up, and put it away so when people come to visit, right? Then there's a Kiwi along with that. You can buy the Kiwi by itself, or as part of a bundle, you can get the Bandicoot, the Kiwi, and a chair, one of the 10 chairs as a special bundle price, which Tricia went through earlier. Then we talked about chairs in general. Then we talked about the Kookaburra, the giant cutting table. It's huge. So the Kookaburra, great cutting table, comes in teak and white. The Bandicoot comes in teak, white, and gray. And then we talked about the Dixie cutting table. So the Dixie cutting table is an adjustable height cutting table. Has the 2 fixed shelves. Very, very sturdy. Will not tip over. Great cutting table. Both cutting tables come with a mat during this promotional period. So Sewing Parts Online can talk to you more about that. And then we ended with chairs again, because chairs, chairs, chairs. And that's all I've got. That's it, Tricia. I've got chairs galore. I'm going to be stuck here behind my chairs now, and I don't know how to get out. I need the magic
Well, it
eight
was
ball
a
to help
wonderful
me.
presentation. You've got some awesome stuff, Harley.
Thank you, thank you.
Wonderful. And I'll go over the pricing in just a moment, but we do have a couple of giveaways. You want to stick around while we do those
Sure.
crystal blocks?
Let's give some stuff away.
All right. Let's give a couple sets of those crystal blocks away. If you want to go ahead and let's
And the
draw,
set
Brian.
comes with 2 blocks in each one.
2, and they are wonderful. Save you from having your project fall over the edge of the table. Lena Lamb, congratulations. You win the first set.
Woo-hoo.
Let's see who wins the second set. And thank you very much, Harley, for donating these awesome Christmas
And then they have
blocks.
to pick a color, right? They've got to pick which color they want.
Will, and we'll definitely let you know what they select. So,
Sewing
it
Parts
was.
Online wins.
Let's pick again.
I was wondering when that was going to happen.
It happened
happens.
earlier. That just shows that you have a really good chance. Make sure you're doing the surprise Christmas word, everybody.
That's right.
Darlene Richards, congratulations. You are the winner of the second set.
Congratulations.
All right. Well, I will definitely go over that pricing. But Harley, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us during our SewCreative Live and for offering this wonderful pricing for us.
You are welcome. And thank you, everyone out there, for sharing your opinions and your options. And I look forward to seeing you guys on the next live stream with Sewing Parts Online.
We can't wait to have you back.
Sounds good.
Bye, Harley. All right. Well, let's go over that pricing really quick. And then we have our next guest, Stacy Lewey with Sew Steady, and she's going to show us some of those awesome acrylic tables. Just keep in mind that with this furniture, they offer the option to add that acrylic insert. So you would be able to pair a Sew Steady table with one of the Arrow furniture pieces. So let's go through on the Bandicoot. We've got our normal price is $1,399, sale price of $699, but our special event pricing is a call-in price. As Harley mentioned, we cannot advertise it online, so just give us a call and we'll get you an awesome, awesome price. You can also get the kiwi by itself. That is normally $699 on sale for $499, but with a call-in price, we can offer you something even better than the $499. Again, keep in mind that there is financing available on any of these pieces of furniture. We have the absolutely wonderful hydraulic chair, heavy-duty casters, great lumbar support, holds up to 300 pounds, holds Hershey bars, a normal price of $449 on sale for $329, and we can get you a super, super good price on that. The Bandicoot bundle, perfect if you're wanting to get started in a small studio. You've got the Bandicoot, the kiwi, and the chair, normally $2,547 on sale for $1,399. That is already a significant savings, but you can give us a call and we can offer you a special price on that as well, just for SewCreative Live Christmas. We also saw that wonderful cutting table, the Kookaburra, and that projection sewing would be so nice, have that big space, be able to easily cut your fabric directly on the top of that. It comes with that free cutting mat with the purchase of your Kookaburra. And that normally is $1,599, sale price $1,199, and it also would hold your cutie frame. So as Brian had mentioned, he's a tall man. He would be able to stand comfortably and be able to put that directly on the Kookaburra table. Make it nice and easy. We also have the Dixie. That comes with the free cutting mat too. So normal price is $7.99, sale price is $5.99, but we can offer even better pricing for our event. And then just a quick reminder regarding the ones we talked about yesterday. We have the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet. Sale price $17.99, but we have the special event pricing. You don't only get the special event pricing, you get the free $129 quilt blocks. Same thing with the Wallaby. Normal pricing is $2,199. Sale price is $1,599, and that comes with the free quilt blocks as well. And then the one that stole my heart is the Aussie. That is on sale for $17.99, but we have SewCreative Live special event pricing available for that. Remember, financing is available. Perfect time for Christmas. And that one also comes with the free quilt blocks. So we have our next guest waiting in the wings. Are we just about ready to pull Stacy up, Brian?
I think so.
Awesome. Now, just a reminder, the surprise Christmas word, we're going to be displaying that throughout the segment. Now, I believe Stacy has a few surprise giveaways. So I'm not going to display what she's giving away, but we'll talk about it during her segment. So if you want to go ahead and pull Stacy up, that would be wonderful.
Hi, everyone. It's Stacy with Sew Steady. Thanks for letting me come by again, Trisha.
Oh, we're so glad to have you. We are very excited to see more information on the acrylic tables that you offer.
Awesome. Well, let me go ahead and remind everyone that we have this amazing Sew Steady Table holiday package. We've actually got 2 of them. And with that, we have the opportunity, and I'm just going to bring you down a little bit here, to have you receive not just one of our awesome Sew Steady tables, but we have it coming with a travel bag and one of these polish kits. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of show you what you're going to get in your holiday package. This is our large holiday package. So this is comes with a basic large table. That means that you're getting 4 adjustable pop-off removable legs. And with that, we're going to go ahead and provide you with these amazing legs that you can keep inside of the pocket of the bag really easily, and be able to just pop them on and pop them off. So this table is ideal for being able to take to classes or keep stored maybe in your sewing room, or if you don't have a dedicated sewing space, being able to keep it stored somewhere in the home. And travel with it. So a lot of those folks that are snowbirds, they absolutely love our tables to be able to kind of take back and forth. Or maybe if you're traveling in a smaller vehicle like an RV, it's awesome for that. And so our large table is really ideal for those smaller spaces too, because it's 18 by 24, not too small and not too big. So it's really our best selling size of table. So I'm going to bring you down a little bit closer and kind of show you how we go about setting up our tables and putting our legs on them. So I think that that's a good view right there. But basically, we're going to just take this leg and we're just going to pop it right onto the acrylic surface there. So I've got that leg right there that I'm popping on, and then we do that a couple more times to go ahead and get this set up for use. And I've got my other table already on my machine here, and that's actually the other table package that we're offering. So this is our Sew Steady large table. The difference between our Sew Steady large table and our Sew Steady wish table is that the large table has a rounded beveled front, and I'll show you kind of the benefits of that here in a moment. It's got a rounded bevel front edge, along with the 18-inch metric ruler right on the front part. And I'm just going to set my travel bag aside now that we've got all of our goodies out of it. And then to be able to remove or put the table onto your machine, it's just super simple. All you're going to do is you're going to just kind of lift it up and out of the way, and you can put your other table onto the machine. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you how I would install this large Sew Steady table really quick. And it's just like that, guys. Literally, I'm just pulling it and pushing it onto that sewing surface. And now I've got a table that is ready to go for my amazing sewing machine that I have right here. We build all of our tables to be within 1/16 of an inch of the free arm area of your machine. Now this is a nice big flatbed, so you can see that I've got it really kind of pushed up against that really nicely. But what I'm getting is I'm getting the opportunity to really have a nice flowing fabric right up through the needle area. And a lot of machines are coming with extension tables now. And so sometimes you're questioning, like, why would I want to get maybe a Sew Steady versus what I already have? Well, I will say, you know, our Sew Steady does have that printed metric ruler. One of the things that people absolutely love about it is just how smooth it is. And then, of course, the adjustability of it, the pop-on, pop-off legs, and the ability to see through it. That's a huge one because people want to be able to store their little goodies right underneath the table area and be able to see them. Maybe you're doing quilt blocks, that sort of thing. You want to be able to see your goodies to be able to do that. So that's a huge reason why our Sew Steady tables are so popular. But some more reasons why you might want to get a Sew Steady is because some of our other tables have some really, really cool features. So this is our wish table. This is our second package that we have on sale. Again, it comes with the travel bag, but you're also going to get some really cool things with this table right here. What you're going to get is you're going to get this really neat drawer, and that allows you to store things right in your table area and be able to have them visually ready to go. Again, you're seeing through the sewing surface, so you can see right into what you're working on and be able to pull out goodies from your drawer. The other nice thing about this Sew Steady wish table is it has beveled edges on 3 sides. So while the first table package I just described is $149 for the large table travel bag and polish kit, the wish table is $249, but you're going to get the travel bag that is a little bit bigger. This bag is going to go ahead and fit this 22.5 by 25 sewing surface, where the other bag is fitting the 18 by 24 sewing surface. And then you're going to get the polish kit and, of course, all of the cool features that are built into this table, including the circle sewing feature, where we have the pin hole, where you can push the pin up through the actual through the table and be able to do circle sewing that way. So now that I've showed you these amazing table packages and told you all the reasons why you're going to want a Sew Steady, because again, our goal is to create a sewing surface for you that's going to keep your fabric moving smoothly through the needle area and not have anything keeping it from wanting to flow. Because we all know that when you're doing any kind of sewing or quilting project, keeping your fabric moving smoothly through the sewing surface and through the needle area is just so essential. So I'm going to go ahead and set this up now, and I'm going to show you how we're going to do a little bit of circle sewing, because we've got one of the tools that we're going to be maybe giving away today. We're going to go ahead and show you how we might do some circle sewing with that tool and potentially with our Sew Steady table to be able to create maybe a circular design or something similar to the project that I have right here. So I created this project. It's just using our Sew Steady Westerly Design quilting tools. This is using our Westerly Design circle wreath feather leaf template. And if there's time today, I'm going to show you how I did that. And then I used the Circles and Straights tool to create the outer ring around that wreath. And then I used my straight ruler to go ahead and do these awesome little lines that I'm going to turn into this chenille technique that you see right here, where you can kind of layer your fabric and then you get these fun little kind of fluffy layers that you can chenille a project. So this is the tool that I'm going to show off today. We do have some other fun things that we've got going on. So we can maybe have you guys decide what type of tools or templates you want to see us create. But let's start by showing you how we're going to do some circle sewing. First, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go set my machine up. So you see right here, we can go ahead and just do a straight stitch. But when you're doing circle sewing, you're able to go ahead and use different decorative stitches in your machine. So that's what kind of makes it fun, is that you can actually take advantage of some of the decorative stitches that maybe you haven't done a whole lot with or you haven't found a need for. But when you're doing any kind of circle sewing, you can really pull those out and add a little bit more character. Now, because I'm trying to kind of keep this a little bit fast today, just so I can show you lots of cool things, I'm probably not going to take advantage of that feature, being able to give you all of the extra decorative stitches. I'm going to go ahead and just keep it pretty simple with a straight stitch. But let's go ahead and bring you down and we'll show you how I'm going to set this up to do that. All right, so keep you down. Let me just tighten this a little bit. There we go. All right, so I've got the machine right here and I'm going to go ahead and pull out the project that I've kind of done halfway. So you see the project that I've almost finished there. Now I'm going to pull out the project that I'm going to keep working on. So this one I want to create that circular ring on. So I'm going to do that 2 ways. I'm going to either put this pen through my Sew Steady table, and first I need to identify what hole I want to use. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the project down, and then I'm going to go ahead and kind of put my hand underneath the table and identify, okay, it looks like this is going to be about center in my project. So now I'm just going to push the project down onto the pen solution I have there, and then it comes with a Penmore. So then we're going to go ahead and grab the Penmore out, and we're just going to put that on top of the pen solution that's popping through the table. So once you have that in place, then you're able to go ahead and just guide that fabric through the needle area and be able to easily do circle sewing that way. So the only thing with the SewCreative tables, which is a really cool feature to have that built right into your table, but we do actually have a solution now that you can also put a circles and straights tool on any existing SewCreative tabletop or really smooth sewing surface, and be able to do what we call our circles and straights tool. So I'm going to show you that method now as well, which is essentially the same thing. We're just putting the pen on this cool tool and setting it up that way. So let me go ahead and show you our circles and straights tool and mat here. This is the tool itself. And so first I'm going to put the mat onto my SewCreative table. So I'm just going to take this peel stick right here off of there. And again, this might be one of those things that you get to win today. And then I'm going to go ahead and lay that down onto my tabletop. And this glider surface is great for, again, kind of just keeping everything running smoothly through the needle area. And so when I'm lining this up, I'm going to line up those crosshair markings with the needle. So I've got that lined up with the needle, both horizontal and vertical. And so now that I've got that in place, I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to identify where do I want my circle on this. So I think I'm going to probably do it kind of closer to this because I want to create that chenille again, but I need to create a circle around my wreath to do that. So now I kind of have a general idea of where I want to place it. So I'm going to go ahead and find the crosshair markings that I already put into my project earlier. And I'm just finding that center on this project. You can find center a few different ways. Obviously, you can fold it in halves and find center in the project that way. Or you can go ahead and use a crosshair square, which I did earlier. And when you do the crosshair square, what you can do is you can lay down this awesome crosshair square onto your project, and then it gives you an idea. So right now I'm seeing that this is a 6 inches from the center of the design on each side is kind of where I'm doing it. So I look like, to me, I am dead on. I love it when I'm good like that. So I've got my needle hole. Looks like I could bring the needle hole just a little bit north there, but otherwise it looks pretty darn center. But I helped myself by, kind of doing those markings earlier. It's just that it's a Choco marker that we use for that, and sometimes that can rub off kind of quickly. Okay, so I've got my pen in place on my project. And the cool thing about this is that now I've got the tool attached to the project. So I could do multiple circles on this too, where I could start with maybe one size and then I could grow outward. And then all I have to do is just move the tool. I don't have to pull the pen out and replace the pen over and over again. So again, what I want to do is kind of identify, okay, I think I'm going to want a circle that is approximately, it looks like about 13 inches. I don't want to run into my project, so I think that that's the safe way to go. Is I think I'm going to go 13 and a half just in case. So you can see the markings on this mat. So this mat's really neat because it's actually a circle sewing mat and a straight mat. So the circle sewing sizes are on the left side. This is telling you how big of a circle you'll make where you place this tool. So what I'm going to do is I decided I want to go ahead and place the tool about 13 and a half inches. So there's, again, a vertical line that is running on the tool itself. And then I'm lining that up with the markings on the mat to make sure that I actually am kind of placing it right where I want it. And it is important that that tool is lined up with the needle. And so all of those markings on the mat and the tool allow me to do that nicely. All right, so I've gone ahead and placed that right down onto the mat there. So now I'm going to start sewing a circle, guys. And let's see here. I'm going to drop my needle and I'm going to go ahead and just let the project flow here. And so when I do this, I kind of just want to make sure that everything is just kind of smoothly going through that needle area. And you can do that a lot of times when you're doing a quilt block or something like that. It's got layers, so you don't have to worry about keeping the fabric super smooth. This is just layers of fabric that I was using to do that chenille technique I showed you a little bit ago. So I am actually smoothing this out a little bit more. You can also put stabilizer on this. The stabilizer will help keep that fabric nice and flat and kind of run smoothly through that needle area. But look how easy this is to make circles. And think about using like a decorative stitch to do that too. I just think that it makes such a fun little easy add to a project, and it's so simple to use. So this is, and then what I could do is, if I wanted to, I always slow down as I approach the connection point just to make sure we connect right where we want to. And so now I've added a circle. You can't see it super great, but it's kind of, you can see it right there. So we've got that circle added. So what I thought I would do next is I could go ahead and say, you know what, I want to make a little bigger circle and do one more, but I've got so much to show you that I think I'm going to jump into our ruler quilting now and show you how I did some of these cool designs. So what I did is I layered the fabric, and we call that template quilting. When you layer the fabric and you're basically giving yourself the opportunity to do cutaway. So you can see here that I have cut away most of my leaves. I've just got a couple more that I'm going to cut. And if we have time, I'll show you how I go about doing that too. But basically, I put that gorgeous red fabric on the base, and then I just added 2 layers of just kind of this thin poly cotton fabric to go ahead and kind of make my chenille. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually show you how I would add a fun little star into this project. So what I've done is I've showed you how I did my circle sewing. We have our ruler glider. I haven't showed you our grid glider yet. This is our grid glider. This is a really, really cool mat that I'm going to actually put on the machine now. You can use this when you're doing any kind of quilting with rulers. You could use your circles and straights mat, but to be honest with you, the circles and straights mat is kind of small. I mean, it's a nice skinny surface. It does the trick for what we needed to do, but I definitely would encourage using a little bigger mat if you can. So we have this grid glider, which is kind of our, I'm going to tell you, it's our best-selling accessory for our Sew Steady tables. And it comes in a nice little tube. I had it out from a previous live that I showed, but you just peel the back again, peeling the back, and then you place it same way onto that sewing surface. And what's nice is that this is, again, using it with the feed dogs up. So you can just kind of place it over the kind of needle area where the, kind of where your table connects to your machine, and gonna get everything lined up that way. But it's giving you a really nice smooth sewing surface. So this might be another one of our giveaways today, is this awesome grid glider, which again, when you're using this with your Sew Steady table, you're just going to get so many more markings right at that needle area. This became super popular when people were doing any kind of projects that require seam allowance, especially when we started making masks all over the country. We saw a lot of grid gliders kind of hitting a bunch of the YouTube videos for that. And because, again, it's just a really cool tool. So I'm going to show you how to use this cool thing called our our Starry Nights template. This is part of our new Starry Nights Club. And this is available, I believe, on the Sewing Parts Online website as well. But this club has actually got 30 different templates in it. It's a club that is going to take you from beginner level quilting all the way through intermediate with these tools. Over the next year, we have 20 different classes we're offering over the next 8 months. So you're really, if you're wanting to learn ruler quilting, this is a comprehensive club-based class that is going to teach you how to do all of that. You'll have the education for life, the tools for life. But this is just one of those tools, one of those 30 templates that you get in this package. So one of the things that we have as an essential for ruler work is our stable tape. And this might be another one of those things that we're going to have in a little gift package for one of you today. But the stable tape is essential because it's helping grip that fabric when you're doing any kind of ruler work. So I'm just going to throw a couple pieces of stable tape on this ruler. Why? Because I don't want to mess up. And I know that if I have stable tape on my ruler, it's going to keep that fabric from kind of the template from slipping on that fabric and just keep everything running smoothly through as I'm creating my design. So I'm just adding, what I like to do is I put the stable tape in the 4 corners of my template, and that allows me to make sure that I'm kind of putting it where I'm going to put pressure on the ruler itself. That's where I'm going to hold the ruler when I put my fingers down on it and create the design. So I'm just throwing the stable tape onto it in the 4 corners. You see it comes in strips. The package that we sell a 5-pack for $10 or a 12-pack for $20. So our 5-pack there, you can get, we always give out stable tape with every template set that we sell. But that is kind of an extra nice thing to have, is a little extra stable tape sometimes. So now I'm actually just going to change the foot on this machine over to the ruler foot. Now some machines come with a ruler foot, some don't. This is a machine that has a dedicated ruler foot for it. So I'm always going to use the dedicated ruler foot that comes with the machine. And this is one of those Janome M7 machines. So it does actually come with that ruler foot. So now I've got my machine in its setup for ruler quilting. I'm going to do that real quick here. I'm going to get my machine set up for ruler quilting. I just do that by going over to the settings there. And I've now officially changed it over to a ruler quilting status. And I'm just going to do a little drop in. I'm going to drop in a star into this design. I thought that would be kind of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of find my center. Again, I can find center really quick by using my crosshair square on this project. I can find my center. And again, we identified that it was about a 5.5 inch, 6 inch center point. So I'm just going to go ahead and make that point right there my starter point for my star drop in. And so I'm just going to go ahead and start right there and kind of use the markings that I already placed and drop the foot down. And then when I do any kind of ruler quilting, usually I'll use the hand wheel, and I will go ahead and pull that bobbin thread up. And so you can do that pretty easily just by moving that over and then get that bobbin thread pulled up. And now I'll get my tails out of the way. And again, that way I can bury my threads at the end of creating my project. So I'm going to drop that needle again, and I'm just going to drop this. I'm just going to drop it. Maybe we'll just do a couple inches. This ruler is one of our new rulers that was created by Leonie West. And it actually comes with this really cool option for being able to have these inches on the sides. So you can do a bunch of straight ruler quilting with it, as well as creating the design on the inside. And so now I'm creating that drop-in star. And so I'm just going to go ahead and go around the edges of the design, and I'm going to go slower as I approach a point to make sure that that point is not gets a full glory for being a point in the star. And then I've created my star, guys. So right now I could go ahead and stitch on, or because I'm done, I just wanted to create one star in the middle, I'm going to go ahead and pull that out. And then we could go ahead and cut that out. So we just have a cute little drop-in star right there in the middle of my wreath. So that is a really simple way of being able to create a star design. I wanted to see if I had enough time, I can go ahead and do one more, but I think I've already ran out of time. Is that right?
Unfortunately, it is. I guess that just means you're going to have to join us again in the future, right, Stacy?
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I looked.
Yeah, because we do want to go over some price overlays and do a couple of giveaways. Do you want to stick around for the giveaways?
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely.
Perfect. So we actually bundled them a little bit. So we did it as 2 bundles. So the winner can either keep all the goodies for themselves or share it with some Sewist loved ones. So the first one that we're going to do is the glider and the polish and the circle and straights tool. If you want to go ahead and pull that giveaway tool up, Brian.
Absolutely.
Let's see who the winner is. And thank you so much for donating those goodies. That's really fun for Christmas.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, Stacy. All right, Simone Hara, congratulations. You are the winner of the glider, polish, and circle and straights tool. The next little bundle that we're doing the suspension system. That's the 2-piece suspension system, stable tape, and the echo guides. So let's go ahead and pick that winner. That suspension system, is really cool. It holds your project up above your machine and helps take that pressure off. Cynthia Crafts, congratulations. You are the winner of that second bundle. Well, thank you. We appreciate everybody commenting, and we'll go over a few price overlays here in just a second. But Stacy, I just want to thank you again for coming on, and we look forward to working with you again in the future. But I hope you have a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much, Trisha. You too. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
All right, well, let's go over that price. We've got our next guest waiting in the wings, which is Rhonda Pierce with Schmetz. And we all heard yesterday that everybody loved that segment the last time around. So we're looking forward to that again. But let's take a look at the Sew Steady Holiday Large Bundle. That comes with the 18 by 24 acrylic table. Now, this is cut to size. So just so you're aware, it can take a couple of weeks to come in. However, I believe Stacy had mentioned that if we get it in by a certain time, it would make it before Christmas. So don't quote me, but go ahead and get that in. Actually, go ahead and quote me. I believe she said the 12th. So if you get that order, we'll get that order placed and get it out to you as soon as possible. But that large holiday package comes with the table, the bag, and the polish kit for an amazing price of the $149. We also have the wish table, which is 22.5 by 25.5. So you get more sewing surface. You get that awesome drawer with all the storage. You can see everything perfectly. Has the ruler on the front. That comes with the carrying bag as well as the polish. And normal price on that is $309. Sale price is $249. So super, super great. Also, just a quick reminder regarding claiming your prizes, guys. If you've been wondering how you do that, just go to our Linktree /Sewing Parts Online, click claim your prize, fill out the form, and we'll get that out to you as soon as we can. We will have to clarify some things next week, verify, and we'll make sure to get that all out. Just a quick one before we pull Rhonda up. I just want to remind everybody, stay tuned. I know that you might be getting busier in the afternoon, but you don't want to miss out this afternoon. We've got some fabulous educators. We've got some awesome prizes. We've got 2 machines for sure that we're giving away this afternoon. And we've got the wonderful TrueCut travel kit. If you had seen that on our other segment with Cyber Monday, it is an amazing, amazing kit. So yes, and tomorrow is our grand prize.
Well,
Today's the TrueCut, right?
Nope, we're doing TrueCut.
Oh, I wrote down the wrong thing. Thank you for showing that.
So we are giving away the TrueCut at the end of Christmas.
Yes, okay.
When we do our goodbyes, we're giving away over $600 worth of embroidery fun.
I am so glad Brian reminded me of that. I had it noted that we were doing the travel kit at the end, but yes, we are doing $600 worth of thread. $640 of Floriani embroidery thread. Beautiful 100 spools of embroidery thread. That is such a fun prize. So lots of good prizes this afternoon. We're going to have our surprise Christmas word every segment. So keep on commenting. We're going to have a whole lot of fun this afternoon. But Coming up next is Rhonda Pierce with Schmetz. We are looking forward to seeing you. Can you pull Rhonda up? Hi, Rhonda. How are you doing? We're so
I'm going
glad
to try
have
to get
you
through the
back.
next 30 minutes without coughing or sneezing.
Something is going around. We were just talking about that. People are getting sick here too. So I hope that you're going to feel okay.
It's a test.
Well, do your best. If you do need to take a little break and pop off for a moment, just let us know and we'll come back on and show some products.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be back again. And wow, let's talk Schmetz needles. And let's see, Brian, I'm looking on my screen here in order to share my screen, and I don't see a little icon. But you know what? I'm not going to let that stop me. I want to first talk about some needle basics, and then, of course, I want to talk about some gift ideas for maybe yourself or for some of your friends that love to sew. So let's first talk about the physical needle just a little bit. So one of the things that I've noticed that people really wonder about is the needle size. How is the size bedetermined? So Schmetz actually measures this area here of the physical needle. And being a German company, they use the metric system. So they'll measure this area here of the needle and they'll get a measurement like 0.70, 0.80, 0.90, etc. They take that measurement times 100 to come up with the sizes that we're familiar with. So sizes 70, 80, 90, etc. are based on an actual measurement of the needle. So now it helps you understand that a size 90 needle is going to be larger than a size 70 needle. So again, the needle size is based on an actual measurement. So a size 70 is going to be smaller than a size 90. So I just want to bring that up because I know there's always a question about that. Our home sewing machines also require a flat shank. A flat shank. This is referred to as needle system 13705. That's a flat shank needle, again, for perfect positioning into our sewing machine. The needle system 13705 also has an additional letter, which is H, which translates from a German word that means scarf. This little indentation on the back side of your needle that has a very important function. When your needle passes through your fabric and your throat plate, the bobbin hook has to come up and catch that top thread right here in this area here. So the bobbin hook needs passing room in order to catch that top thread in order to create the stitch. So needle system 13705H is a flat shank needle with a scarf that we use in 99% of all of our home sewing machines. So I hope that answers a little question that you have about needle system and also about the size. Now, the other thing I want to mention before I talk about gift ideas for you or your loved ones is the Schmetz color chart. So right here, I've got the Schmetz color chart on a handy little luggage tag. And I want to make sure that you're comfortable understanding how the Schmetz color chart works. So since 2014, your Schmetz needles have either 1 or 2 bands of color right here on the shoulder of the needle. So on this sample here, let me get my left and right, the column is labeled needle type. So many of the different Schmetz needle types are assigned a color. On the other side of this sample, the column is labeled needle size, and each needle size is assigned a color. Now, on your actual physical needle, there's either 1 or 2 bands of color. The top color band identifies your needle type. So on this sample here, which might be kind of hard to read, the top color band is yellow. So we look under needle type and we find yellow is a stretch needle. On back to our needle, the lower color band identifies the needle size. So this is kind of a rose color. So that is a size 7511. So this sample here is a stretch size 7511 needle. Now, I'll walk you through a couple other examples. My favorite go-to needle for all kinds of sewing, piecing, quilting, etc. is a Microtex size 8012. So what would the two color bands be? Well, we look off to the left and we find Microtex is purple. And for size 8012, we find orange. So Microtex size 8012 will have a top color band of purple and a lower color band of orange. One more example would be what needle type and size would you have if you have two bands of orange? Two bands of orange. So we look off to the left and we find orange is a jersey needle. And we already know that orange is the size 8012 needle. So two bands of orange is a jersey size 8012 needle. Now, the other thing I need to mention about the Schmetz color chart is the very first needle listed is universal, and there's no color assigned. In fact, the color box is actually X'd out. So what does that mean? Universal needles have only one band of color, and that's to identify your needle size. So if you have a universal size, let's say 9014, well, you have just a single band of blue. If you have a universal size 8012, well, you have just a single band of orange. So I hope that helps you identify your needles, especially after you've taken them out of your needle package. So just some needle information for you. And wow, I see Cynthia already has a luggage tag. I actually travel with my luggage tag. I taped my business card on the bag, but I also have luggage tags on all my totes, etc. So yeah, they're very handy. And of course, I have the luggage tag hanging right in my sewing room on my bulletin board. So, well, how can you get one of these handy little luggage tags? Well, I've been on the website, and I know that Trisha has some bundles, some Schmetz bundles already made up with the little luggage tag. So I'm just going to go over two of the bundles that I know that they have for you. So and this is a great gift idea, if you have someone that really loves to sew and they love to change out and explore different needle types, there is a bundle, an 8-piece bundle, and it includes all of our specialty packs, So it's got the 9 and 10 needle costume pack. It has the upholstery home deck pack, the felt and crafting needle pack, needles for piecing and quilting. And just to give you an example, in this needle pack here, you have both quilting and Microtex needles in assorted sizes. We have sewing with fleece, because how many of you like to sew cuddle fabric or minky? Because 'tis the season right now, right? To make those plush blankies and vests and coats out of minky. And you want to stretch size 90-14 when you're working with minky or cuddle fabric. There is also the knit and stretch needles. So this is jersey and stretch. So again, there's a stretch 90-14 in here. And then the last pack that I'm showing is referred to as the vinyl needles. Yes, you're going to use these on your vinyl projects, but you can use these for so many more things. This vinyl pack actually includes this Schmetz super nonstick needle, super nonstick needle. Now, normally those needles are available only in the single size packs, so sizes 70, 80, 90, and 100. But here in this vinyl pack, you've got assorted sizes. So it's a great way to sample and experiment with your needles. The vinyl needles or the super nonstick, well, how many of you like to do machine embroidery or machine applique? And when you're working with those sticky stabilizers, what happens? Yeah, those stabilizers get warm and then they have a tendency to gum up your needle. So the nonstick needle will resist the stabilizers from gumming up your needle. If you like to sew on splash fabric, oilcloth, or just like this name suggests, vinyl, what happens when you sew on vinyl? The vinyl gets warm and then the vinyl has a tendency to hug your needle. And now you can't see where you're sewing. So the super nonstick will resist the vinyl from hugging your needle. Also, the super nonstick is a great needle choice when you're working with hoop and loop tape or Velcro. So it'll just stitch beautifully through your Velcro. So these needles are all bundled up. They come with the handy little ABC pocket guide and the little Schmetz luggage tag with the color chart. This is laminated, and so it's really quite useful. So this is item SCHEXP that you'll find on the website. There's another little bundle that I'll just briefly mention that I'll bring to your attention. So it too includes the luggage tag and the handy little ABC pocket guide. And this is only a 3 needle pack. So if you are just receiving a sewing machine for Christmas or the holidays, or maybe you're getting a sewing machine and you don't want to spend a lot more money, you can give this little variety pack. So this is a great way to, like a little starter pack. So again, it's the 9 and 10 needle costume pack. So let me just read off what needles are first in this 9 needle pack. You've got universal needles in assorted sizes. You've got stretch and jeans, and you've got the twin needle. I know some advanced sewers haven't even experimented with the twin. So this is a great way to experiment with the twin or some of your other needle types. The 10 needle pack includes universal, stretch, jeans, microtex, and top stitch. So really between the two packs here, you have a wide range of needle types ready for all kinds of sewing. And this little sampler pack also includes the super nonstick in the vinyl packaging. Excuse me. So this little package here, this little 3 needle pack bundle is SCHBUN. So you'll find this on the website. And like I said, it's a nice, inexpensive package, starter package, a sampler pack for someone who's just learning to sew, or, wow, you just want to share your needles with people. Okay. Oh, okay, good. And I see Rachel just put the link up, so that is quite handy. Now, if you're looking for specific needles, of course, Sewing Parts Online has all the single needle packs. So I'll just, run through, there's, of course, the universal needles. There's jeans needle, which has that reinforced blade. The top stitch, which has an elongated eye. There is the quilting needles. And of course, the microtex. And then there's needles for sewing with knits too, like the jersey and stretch. And they've got the super nonstick in the different sizes. So you'll want to try all of those. Now, there's a couple other products that I just want to bring to your attention that really work beautifully with Schmetz needles. And that one is the Grab It My Pad. The Grab It My Pad. This is a great way to organize your slightly used needles, because oftentimes when we sew, let's say we're making a quilt And sometimes we have to interrupt and make an emergency gift using some other different type of fabric, which requires a different needle. So the Grab It My Pad is a great way to organize your slightly used needles that are still sewing worthy. So what is the Grab It My Pad? Well, it's an extra thick piece of felt, and then we imprint all of the different Schmetz needle types using the Schmetz color codes. So blue for jeans, red for embroidery, orange for jersey, etc. And then within each needle type, there's a cell for each of the different needle sizes. So Universal has the widest range of sizes, so you've got more cells here from the smallest needle size 60 up to a size 120, plus space for twin and twin needles. So you just slide your slightly used needle right into this little felt pad. Now the My Pad also comes with a little flower head pin. So if you have some older needles that don't have the color coding, don't worry. If you've taken care of those needles, they've not been exposed to moisture or dust or oil, they should be just fine to use in your sewing machine. I mean, after all, they're made of steel. So if you've got those older needles, once you've taken that needle out of the package and put it in your sewing machine, you can use this flower head pin to identify the needle currently in your machine. So now you don't have to remember what needle type and size is in your machine. So you just slide that little flower head pin right in. So I see that the link has been posted on the website, so you can just check this out. It's quite handy. I have one that I use at home. I have it standing right next to my sewing machine, leaning against my light source. So yeah, quite handy. All right, well, what are some other items that you might consider for Christmas? Well, we've got, of course, the bobbin savers. How many of you have bobbin savers? You know, this is the original donut-shaped bobbin saver. It is that nice pliable plastic. It comes in several different colors, lavender, red, or blue. And it will hold about 20-some bobbins. They can be plastic or metal, empty or full. So it's a nice way to organize your bobbins. It also comes in other sizes. So if you use an M-class bobbin, it's also available. You can see that the channel is deeper and wider, and it's also available in the jumbo size. So you can see that this one is even deeper. So be aware of the different sizes. There's the jumbo, there's the M class, and then there's this size here for your regular home sewing bobbins, which would be class L or class 15. But your home sewing machines, most of them are going to use the regular size. Now, speaking of the jumbo bobbin saver, there is also a square version. So this is the Bobbin Saver Square Jumbo. And you can see that the channels are deep and wide to accommodate the jumbo bobbins. So jumbo bobbins came onto the scene, I'm going to say 2 or 3 years ago. So be aware there are certain machines that use a jumbo. So make sure that if you use jumbo bobbin savers, that you get the jumbo bobbin saver square, because your regular bobbins will not fit in here, and the jumbo bobbins will not fit in here. So keep those. Oh, okay. So someone just said that she has 3 machines, and they all use different bobbins. They all use different bobbin sizes. So keep that in mind. So speaking of Grab It products, I just want to bring to your attention a couple other products. I know that many of you are familiar with the original Grab It's, the original Grab It magnetic pin cushions. And these come, this is the blue, Comes in other colors too. You know, you just can't go wrong with a Grab It magnetic pincushion. Or, well, if you're looking for a gift for someone who doesn't sew, just take the pins off and use it for yourself and put paper clips or nails or nuts and bolts, whatever. I use these in my office with paper clips and also at home too. But here's the thing I want to point out. When you get your package, the Grab It magnetic pincushion, this is the box that it comes in. And I want you to notice that there's a plastic dome over the Grab It magnetic pincushion. Don't throw this dome away. What you're going to do is snap it off, and it's going to be pretty stiff, and you're going to think, oh, I'm going to break it. But you're not. It's a hardy plastic. You're going to snap it off. And then I want you to keep this little dome so that when you're going to sewing retreats or you're traveling with your Grab It magnetic pincushion, you can just pop it right back on. And now the pins aren't going to flick off in your sewing tote or your sewing basket. So keep that little dome. And let me just, did you hear that click? It sounds like I'm going to break the plastic, but I didn't. It snaps right back. So keep that in mind. Now, there's one other product that I want to bring to your attention because, you know, I always love this little product here. This is the mini Grab-Its. And when I first came up with mini Grab-Its, I was thinking, well, one for your sewing machine, one for your ironing board, and one for your easy chair when you're doing your hand work. So now you don't have to travel with your Grab It magnetic pin cushions. You can just leave one at every sewing station that you've got. And this package here, you can also see that it's, you know, it has multiple uses. This one, the little mini Grab It, comes with nails. Of course, you could use straight pins, and this one here comes with the paper clips. So this is actually a set of 3. These are readily available. And don't you think they just look nice slipping down into a Christmas stocking? I think so. A Christmas stocking hanging on the mantle, or not. So keep these things in mind. So, well, we've just covered a lot of product, and I've got, looks like, less than 2 minutes. So I know that some of the links were provided. Oh, Christina says she has a Christmas stocking. Christina says that she'll take one of everything. Okay, and it looks like the hashtag is peanut butter. Just so happens I love peanut butter. And but I don't think I'll have any peanut butter today.
Well, we do have one question here for you, which says, what type of needle is best for unbleached cotton muslin?
You know, for unbleached cotton muslin, I'd probably just use a universal needle. A universal needle. It has a slightly rounded point. You know, depending on the weight of your muslin, I'd probably use either a size 70 or 80. So if you're making something with muslin, I'm just going to take a guess that it may be a sample or the foundation to a product, future project. So I would just use a universal size 80 or 70. Darlene is asking, do the minis have the dome also? Well, you know what? It's a triple dome. It's a triple dome. So on the mini Grab-Its, it's not single domes, but it's one continuous dome. But wow, that's a good idea. I like that idea.
I was completely unaware of the plastic dome. That is such a great little feature for traveling.
Well, you know, we do listen, and sometimes, well, let me say, I always listen, but between listening and actually going through the whole process and then manufacturing, you know, it takes a while. So I see you've got that lime green. I love that color.
Christmassy, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're perfect Christmas gifts, like you said. I love the minis and I love this. And The Grab It My Pad, I was unaware of that until the last time that you were on. I'm like, what a great item. So cool.
Yeah, it's an item for yourself and also a easy, useful gift for others. So, and you know, it's not going to deteriorate. So you just need one.
Yeah, well, thank you for giving us some great ideas for Christmas. Are you wanting to stick around for the giveaway?
Oh, sure, I'll stick around. Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Perfect. He said, sorry that he's covering your face. He was just letting everybody know what it is. It's going to include the Schmetz needles and have a notions bundle. So let's go ahead and pull it up and see who our winner is, since we know that keyword is peanut butter.
Peanut butter, yay.
All right, let's see who that winner is. Okay, so close. Elaine Gibson, congratulations. All
Well,
right.
congratulations, Elaine. And I want to say thank you, Tricia, for inviting me here today. And I want to say thank you to everyone for being here today. And wow, thanks for using Schmetz needles. You know, the needle really does make a difference in your sewing. So keep on sewing, everybody.
Well, thank you very much, Rhonda. We appreciate your segment and appreciate your knowledge. And hopefully we'll have you back on again in the future.
All righty. So Schmetz, everybody.
So Schmetz. Merry Christmas. All right, guys. Well, that was such a great segment. She shares so much great information. And Brian and I were talking about it earlier. It's like, we're going to cut that little segment out and use it, repurpose it for education here in the studio and, you know, share it with other people as well. Rhonda, thank you, thank you, thank you. Great knowledge. All right. I had mentioned earlier about some upcoming prizes. Just a reminder, the surprise Christmas word is going to be displayed. And our next giveaway after Sam Fung's segment is the SOAS 721S. That's a Janome machine. That is a great machine. It's a value of $450. Talk about a perfect prize for Christmas. You could keep it for yourself or give it to a loved one. Super cute machine. Love it. Well, we can double check and see if Sam is ready. Brian, are we ready to get Sam pulled up?
We are, let's get up.
All right, sounds good. Well, Sam, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Trish. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Just happy to be here and talk about this new Elna 780 Plus machine.
Well, we are ready to hear all about it. We enjoyed your segment yesterday on the Memory Craft 14,000. Now let's see all the goodies with your Elna.
Okay. So today we're talking about the Elna 780 Plus. This is a sewing only machine. It does not embroider and it does not have a capability to add on an embroidery unit. This is strictly for sewing and quilting, bag making, and all that kind of stuff. So to start off with, this machine has a 11-inch throat space right here. So there's plenty of room for you to sew or do free motion quilting or bag making and things like that. The machine does have an open up lid on the top. There's 350 decorative stitches on this machine. And as you can see, we have some decorative stitch. We have long stitches, pictographs. There are 6 different fonts available on this machine also. This machine also do include 3 different throat plates that comes with it. It also have right here on the top of the machine a highlight, or some people call it a stadium lighting. What this allows you to do is adjust the light where you want it. And what I love about it, the light shines directly in front of the needle because we can never have enough lights when we are sewing. The other cool thing I love about this machine is the side cover do open so that I can look into my machine. When I'm threading the machine or a thread break, a lot of times, you know, the thread comes up and it's inside this part right here. So if it's closed, you can't open it. I can't access the thread. With it being open, I can access it. That's what I love about this machine. This is a fully automatic foot up and down. I have your basic features like your scissors function. This is my foot button. The foot comes up and down automatically when I step on the foot control. Or if I use the start stop button right here on the front of the machine, the foot will come down automatically. I have a button to manually bring down the foot or put it up, a needle up, needle down button, a tie off key. When I finish my stitch, I can actually make a tie off. This way, the machine will take a few small stitches in place and kind of make a knot, so I don't have to back stitch. And I have a reverse button. I do have a snap on and off foot for this machine, so it's very nice that, you know, I don't have to change out the shank every time just to change out the foot of the machine. Okay, what else does the machine come with? Well, this nice big extension table that you're seeing right here comes with the machine. This acrylic table comes with it as standard accessories. Not only that, once you pull this table, they call this table too, that goes on the machine, this would actually go on it. This little machine table here, you have a storage compartment in the front that allows you to put all your feet that comes with it in the front. Up here, even places for your bobbins and the storage holder. In the back compartment also opens up, and that's where you find your buttonhole maker back there. The two slots down here in the front, it allows you to store those plates that comes with the machine. Like I said, you get 3 different plates. We have the standard plate on the machine. It comes with the single hole plate, which has a hole in the left, the center, and the right needle position. It can be stored here on the tray. And it also comes with the HP foot. The HP foot is what we call the high performance foot. If you notice it, our single hole is in the left needle position. And because it's in the left needle position, you get a much nicer straight stitch with this foot. And there's lots of different uses for it. We will come to that in a little bit, but I just want to show you that it can be stored nicely on this machine, and it can be all put in there and be taken with you if you need to take it to class. It is doable. The machine does weigh 29 pounds. For those of you who are wondering, that is the machine alone weighs 29 pounds. So it is doable for taking to class. What I want to point out is on this machine, you notice the throat plate has no screws on it. So in front of my machine, I'm just going to move this table out of the way. You can see I have a lever right here. So to change out my foot, I can simply do this. On the machine, I have a lockout key. I'm going to lock the machine out, press the foot up. And what that does is when I do that, it takes my foot to the highest level available to make it easier to pop the plate out. So I simply push the lever, take the zigzag plate out, and I can clean my bobbin case if I need to. And to change out the plate, I simply go, put it in here, and snap back into position, and I'm ready to go. And since I put the single hole plate on, the machine will give me a message telling me the straight stitch needle plate is on my machine. Okay, so I'm going to touch the X to get rid of that message, unlock the machine. The foot drops back to the normal level. As you can see, it's still up. So it's not as high. Yes, you can change the plate out without locking the machine. It's just that when you do lock it, it brings this up to the highest level, or you would have to use your hands and manually hold the take-up lever up to get to that highest level, like I'm showing you right now. So that's a nice feature to have. And when I change it to the single hole plate, you will notice all I have is my straight stitch. Because these plates have sensors to them, they don't want you to break a needle, so that's why they're on there. So let me lock the machine out. I'm going to put the other plate on and just show you. And again, I'm bringing the plate up and change this out to the high performance plate. That is the one with the hole in the left needle position. If you look right now, our needle is in the center needle position on the machine. When I change the plate out, put this plate on, watch what happens to the needle. Okay, let me clear the message. Do you see that? It just jumped over to the left needle position. I had to unlock the machine. Once the machine is unlocked, the foot comes down to the normal height position and the needle jumps over to the left. This is what we call the left needle position. Once you have this plate on, you don't ever have to worry about, moving your needle over. Now with this plate, because it only has one hole to the left, once you have this on, the machine's not going to let you stitch in the center needle position, so that way you don't end up breaking a needle. With the HP plate, we do have a special foot that goes with it. Okay, let me get over to the accessory area and I'll show you the HP foot that's made for this particular plate.
Sam, so we have someone named Bridget who bought this machine after you did it last year. She's very happy with it.
Okay. With this foot right here, this is our HP foot. Okay. This is actually a scant 1/4 inch foot. So you can use a scant 1/4 inch foot in the left or the right needle position. Not only that, this foot right here has markings on it, and they are spaced a 1/4 inch apart. The marking on the back of the foot is exactly where your needle drop is. So a 1/4 inch, the line in front of it, that is your 1/4 inch marking. So if you want to stop and pivot, you do have a marking. So when your edge of your fabric comes to that first line, you know you're 1/4 inch from the needle. Isn't that a great feature to have? Not only that, our feet does have letters on the back of them to let you know which foot to use. On the machine itself, if we go to the screen, it will show you every time we select a stitch to use the HP foot. Okay, so let me give you a little information about when you would use this HP foot. HP foot is a personal preference. A lot of quilters that I know who does quilting exclusively have gone to this 1/4 inch piecing foot. Okay, that's because they tell me by using this foot, if you're doing anything with the curve, okay, you only have a 1/4 inch of fabric being pulled underneath the foot, as opposed to having it pulled almost a 1/2 inch before where the needle comes down. So if you look at this foot right here, this is my HP foot. When I install this onto the machine, okay, the ankle would come out. It would actually sit directly on top of this hole right here. Okay, it would be like that. And so if you're looking at it, this foot only used the 2 left feet dogs to pull your fabric through, which means when you're doing curve, you're not fighting these other feet dogs. If we're using the standard foot, which the needle will be in the right hand side, and with all these extra feet dogs here, you're fighting the bias of your bottom piece of fabric that you're trying to sew the curve onto. So with it just having the 2 left feet dogs, you're not fighting that bias. And by doing this way, what I did at the show was I had them cut some drunkard's path using the AccuGo cutter, the drunkard's path die, and I was able to drop the needle on the top using no pins, start stitching slowly, and when I come to the bottom of that curve, it eases in perfectly with no pin tucks. So anything you're doing with any curves on it, like your double wedding rings, stuff like that, this is a wonderful foot to use. Now, I know I'm talking about quilting, but for garment construction, because yes, I do make garments too. For garments construction, what I use it for is when I have to set in a sleeve. You know, when we set on a sleeve, we have to do that, ease in that seam along the sleeve cap. And if you've ever done in sleeves or you have to ease in any type of a seam before, you notice that trying to stitch on top of that basting stitch using your normal foot, this is a pretty wide foot, on the left-hand side, if I'm stitching on the basting stitch on the left-hand side, I get little pin tucks, little pleats when I'm trying to stitch down the basting stitch. This one, because it's so narrow, it's easier to control that little ease stitch that you're doing. So that's another way to use that HP foot. Now, this machine comes with 20 9 different feet. Okay, and let's talk about this feet that you come with. We already talked about the HP foot that's on the bed of the machine. You have an overcast foot right here. We have an F foot. This is your decorative stitch foot. We have a blind hem foot. We have a zipper foot right here. This is a skinny skipper foot. And what's what I love about the zipper foot also is that they have a single hole right in the center of the foot. So what that means is if you put this foot on and you're going to make a zipper, put in the zipper and you forget to move your needle position, when you hit that, when you step on that foot control, it's not going to break your needle because it's going to come down right through that hole. And this foot can double as a single hole foot if you want to. Some of the vision is a little bit blocked, but you can use it as that. You have a rolled hem foot right here, an open toe decorative stitch foot. A lot of people like to use this foot for doing applique work because they like to see where they're going. You also get 2 of the standard 1/4 inch foot. This one right here with the black flange on it on the side has a flange. The other one next to it is the one that without the flange, because a lot of people have asked us for a 1/4 inch foot without the flange. So this is included with the machine. Not only that, we give you a ruler work foot for doing ruler work. And if you notice our ruler work foot in the front, there's a little dip in the center, like a little cutout. So you can see where the needle is when you're doing ruler work and your markings. You want to see what the needle drop is. It makes it easier to see. You also get a automatic buttonhole foot with the stabilizer plate. The stabilizer plate allows you to sandwich the fabric in between, so that way when you do a bar tack, it doesn't bar tack too early or too late. Okay, so your fabric is sandwiched between the 2 layers of fabric. You also get 2 different mending foot. There's a closed toe right here. It's a closed toe, and you get an open toe. Now, some machines, they call this your quilting foot. This is the old-fashioned free motion quilting foot. Some of you may be used to this foot, but this is one of the 2 feet that you can use for free motion quilting. This is a hopping foot. You get 3 different snap-on free motion quilting foot. You get the one right here with the red lines, that's your echo quilting. This one right here is your open toe and your closed toe. And these are non-hopping, so they just snap onto the ankle of the machine. You get a button sewing foot. And the blue area right here in front of it holds your button still. So when you drop your foot, your button won't go flying off and you're looking all over the place for it. Okay, coming down here on this side, you get a dual feed foot. This is what we call an AccuFeed foot or dual feed foot. What you notice on the dual feed foot is there's 2 fingers in it. The 2 fingers right now that I'm moving up and down, those 2 fingers actually ride on the 2 outside feeding system on the machine. The hook right here actually hooks up to the back of the machine onto the shaft, so it is in real time. It is machine driven. Okay, the other kinds that we have that's included with some of the other machines that doesn't have the dual feed system or the even feed system, those are run off the needle bar. The difference is this is machine driven, it's more precise, whereas the one that works off your needle bar, and the one that you guys know what I'm talking about, it makes that click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, real noisy when they call it a walking foot. Okay, that one works off the needle bar, and you do get a slight delay. It's better than nothing, but you do get a slight delay with that particular foot. The next thing it's included is a quilting bar guide. The quilting bar guide can be installed into the side of your dual feed foot, or you can also put it on. This is your HP2 foot. This is the dual feed 1/4 inch high performance foot. Same thing as the regular foot. You have markings on the front. I don't know if you noticed that, or I know I didn't point it out on your standard 1/4 inch foot up here. You guys can see that it has the markings also. Not only that, on these 2 foot, the normal 1/4 inch foot, there's a marking that tells you a 1/4 inch behind the needle. So this way, if you want to start a 1/4 inch from the needle, if you're starting piecing or something, you're doing Y seams and you want to start a 1/4 inch from the edge of the fabric, you can just by looking at those lines. So that's what those are. They're built into the machine. Now, this machine also have your secondary spool pen for doing twin needle work. It has your button shank for doing buttons. Okay. With the Elna machine, you get this little pin. It's a little tack for doing circular sewing. And I'll show you that in a little bit later, how we can do circular sewing. You get your spool cap and what they call a special spool cap with that. Not only that, with this machine, you get a Stitch Composer software. This is for your PC. What the Stitch Composer software allows you to do is create your own decorative stitch. It comes with 350 built-in stitches. If that's not enough for you, you can go in and create your own stitches. Not only that, if we look up here, it also comes with this nice plastic case where you can put all your feet right here. There's a little tray on top. The two other standard you can put here in the tray. You can have another compartment up here. So it makes it wonderful for taking to class or storing your feet and stuff like that. We do want to point out that the machine comes with a printed instruction manual. As you can see, it is very intuitive. It takes you step by step how to use your machine. It even has steps for doing putting in a zipper, stuff like that. So it is a very intuitive manual. Okay. The machine also does come with a knee lift, and this is an adjustable knee lift. So when you put it on the machine, you can adjust the knee lift to where it can come over a little bit more so it's closer to your knee when you're sitting there using it. The machine also comes with this extra large foot control right here and this little guy next to it. This is a foot cutter or a foot trimmer. And what this does is on the side of the machine, there's a little plug that you would plug this into. And when you get through sewing, instead of going and hitting the scissors button, you simply step on this foot control right here and it will cut the thread for you. There is a big black plate that you would need to install this foot control and the cutter to it onto the plate, and it becomes one. And the cool thing about it, you can put this on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. This is a personal preference on you. Depends on if you're a left-handed or right-handed person, I guess. Okay, so those are standard accessories. Another thing this machine comes with is your cloth guide. This is a manual cloth guide. And how this works is, I have the table here on the machine. Right here in the back of the table is made especially for this machine and the cloth guide. There's a notch that comes out. I put my cloth guide in, I pull it forward, and it snaps into the position. Now what I can do is to slide it back and forth, and I can move it where I want to. So, which means that if I have the cloth guide on, and I was going to be sewing, I know the needle's in the left, I would have this, so as I'm sewing, this will pull the fabric through, okay? Just like that. That's how a cloth guide works. So I can manually adjust it to where I want it and have the perfect seam allowance that I want to, okay? The machine do have a sliding bar on the top. You can stitch up to 1,060 stitches a minute on the strike stitch. Just because you can doesn't mean that you will necessarily want to. I hate to say, and I've seen people stitch that fast piecing a quilt. I hate to see what their finished quilt top look like when they're stitching that fast. Okay. So, and then to take that off, you simply pull it up and it just comes off that simple. Now, you see these holes right here? We're going to come back to those a little bit. This is where the pin would go into for doing circular attachment. I'll cover that a little bit more in just a bit. Okay. One more thing I want to share with you is on our throat plates, there is markings on the front of the throat plate. I put this on the copier to make it easier to see because on the throat plates itself, sometimes the reflection makes it difficult for you guys to see. On the plate itself, you have 3 markings. The one closest to the needle, it's a 1/4 inch marking. Keep in mind, the 1/4 inch marking is in the center needle position. Next to that, you have a 3/8 and a 5/8 marking on the front of the throat plate. You also have a 5/8 marking on the throat plate here. Plus you have a bunch of different markings on the side of the throat plate also. And this is all laid out on the instruction manual. On the side right here, if you on our throat plates, these are angle markings. There's 45, 60, 90, and 120. And these, we don't talk about it that much because these, we as educators, we're so used to doing this. We just think that everybody knows about these, but we forget that we have a lot of new people to Elna, Janome, and they don't think about that. What these markings are for is for doing your Y seams. So let's say I'm doing something with a Y seam, like let's say a tumbling block, okay? The tumbling block has a point to it. I would put my 1/4 inch foot on the machine. I would line up that angle to the 45-degree angle, because when you're cutting tumbling blocks, they're cut on a 45-degree angle. I would take that block, I have my 1/4 inch foot on the plate, line up that angle and push the block all the way up against the fence of the machine if I'm using the foot with the fence, or on the edge of the foot if you're using with the one without the guide. What happens is when the needle comes down, it drops down exactly a 1/4 inch from the point. So that way, when you're doing that, you don't have to go back and rip out the seam, the first couple of stitches. And not only that, because you're stitching away from the point, you don't have to worry about it getting pulled down into the feeding system. Isn't that great? But those of you who quilt and do, I know a lot of people hate doing tumbling blocks. The first thing they try to do is avoid it. But I've seen quilt tops that's done without the Y seam. I just don't like it. It doesn't look as nice to me. But like I said, that's personal preference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this plate back out. And again, I'm going to lock the machine out, bring the foot up to the highest position, press the lever, and just change this plate out. Okay, and as you can see, the menu will tell me that I've got the different plate on the machine. I'm locked in, and all my regular stitches come back onto the machine. Now, this machine has a horizontal spool stand. I, for one, is not crazy about a horizontal spool stand. I prefer a vertical one. That's because if I'm doing something, I'm doing a lot of thread changes, to me, this is not that convenient. I do have this machine at home, I'll let you guys know that. And on my machine at home, I have the optional spool stand. And this is what the optional spool stand looks like. This right here. This optional spool stand allows me to use the bigger cones of spool that you would use when you're just like the quilting thread. They're bigger spools. I'm showing you the decorative thread, but the same thing. This retracts up and down. So if I was using this, okay, what this does is in the back of the machine, there are 2 screws. And I'm just going to attach this onto the back of the machine, as you can see right here. I'll put this back on. It's going to take just a minute to screw these 2 screws back onto the machine. These 2 screws on the back of the machine, Okay, don't worry about it and take them all out. They're not going to do anything to the machine. They were put there just for the spool stand. So you're not, by taking these 2 screws out, you're not causing anything to your machine. The cover's not going to fall off or anything like that. I'm just trying to quickly put these screws back on to hold this thread stand in place. And it's a pretty deep screw. And not only that, some of the issues is I don't have a Phillips screwdriver, so it takes me a little bit longer to make sure this is screwed in. Okay, it's on there somewhat. Okay, so you guys can see how this is go. This is how I have it on my machine at home. On the side of the machine right here, just want to point out, this is where you would drop your feed dogs. This would drop it, push it to the back of the machine, it raises the feed dogs up. You have a USB port right here. So this machine is fully updatable. So where Janome ever comes out with an update for the machine, you would download it from the website and from the Elna website, and you can go and update the machine right here. On the side, this little hole is where you would put in the foot cutter, the foot trimmers right there. This particular knob, we don't talk about it that much. In this knob right here, this is your differential for using the dual feed foot. And most of the times I have never had to touch this button on the machine itself. There is a plus and a minus and a 0 marking. The 0 is a default position. What this does is, if you're using the dual feed foot, it's supposed to feed your fabric through flat and evenly. If you're getting it a little bit ruffling or a little bit of puckering, you will come over to here to the side and adjust 1 notch at a time, so that way your fabric will be laying flat. The instruction manual does tell you how to adjust it if you need to. And like I said, this is a temporary fix. I always suggest people, if you have to do this, take it to your dealer and have them adjust it professionally for you. This is just a quick fix, so that way you can go on with your work without having to spend a lot of time and be able to finish your project. Okay, so we talked about the spool stand. Another thing I want to point out on this machine is we have 9mm stitching. So on the machine, I have 91 needle position. I'm on the utility straight stitch. If I want to move my needle to the left, I touch the minus key and you can see it moving on the screen. Also, you can see it moving on the needle. I'm going to touch it this time again, and you can see the needle moving over to the right. The screen right here shows it to you. You see it on the screen and you see it on the machine itself. The other thing is the second line down here, this is always going to be your stitch length. So if I want to lengthen my stitches, let's say I want to do a basting stitch, I can plus it up to 5.0. And that is my maximum stitch length. That is a basting stitch. If you look at your screen, this is how big my basting stitch would be. So this is a nice long basting stitch. Now on the machine itself, I have this little foot with a needle right here. This is my pivoting function. We call it a pivoting function. Some people call it a hovering function. Whatever you want to call it, this is what it does. Okay. So I have it on a straight stitch. I have my machine, the needle is threaded. So I'm going to start sewing and watch what happens. When I start sewing and I stop, the foot comes up automatically. I am free to pivot. I'm still on the basting stitch. As you notice, it's very long. I hit the start button. See how easy it is? This is perfect for doing applique. If you're not used to using the knee lift, you don't need to, because you have that hovering feature. So when you turn it on, it turns yellow. When you turn it off, it goes back to the normal color. The other thing you have on this machine is this. You have a twin needle guard. When I select the twin needle guard, I'm looking at this sideways, so it's a little bit difficult. When I have the twin needle guard selected, you notice the machine shows 2 different colors, letting me know I have a twin needle function in here. Also, there's twin needles on top. Down here is showing me that these are the stitches I can use for the twin needle guard. If I touch the M, means my needle's in the center needle position, and that tells you what my zigzag stitch would look like. Up here, it tells me there's only 2 pages of stitches that I can use with the twin needle. So if I go to the next page, right there, it shows me what some of these stitches would look like using the twin needle. So let's take it off the twin needle guard. And you always get a safety message telling you that it was canceled. Just hit OK. And that's, so now I'm back to the regular, all my regular stitches shows up again. So I just want to show you guys that again. Okay. Now, for decorative stitches, I come up to the scrolls right here, and I have a category. The category here is the same thing as what's on top of the screen. And you look on the screen, you'll see there's utility buttonholes. The first thing that starts on there is applique, then heirloom, then quilt, satin, and so forth, just like right here on the screen. And on the top, it shows me there's 2 pages, one of 2, because it ends on a decorative stitch section. To page over, I simply touch it, and a page over to the second page. Now, with the decorative stitch, if I want to look at pictographs, I simply touch the screen, and on my top of my machine right here, I can look at these stitches and know what the pictograph, the numbers right here underneath the picture, coincides with the machine. I can just go and select, find what I want up here, come down to the machine, and select the picture. Just like if I want the bow, it's just that simple to select the stitches. On top of the screen, if you look, we have shade box. The box, some of the stitches are shaded in the box. That means if we come over here to the right, you will see there's a icon right there telling you that those designs can be mirror imaged horizontally. So all of them can be mirror imaged left to right. Those other ones can be mirror imaged upside down or horizontal. Okay. Now, I want to show you this. This is what our 9mm stitches look like. Aren't they beautiful? These stitches are from, some of these are from the heirloom selection, because like 23, this one here, it's a heavy stitch. So that's why I selected some of the heavier stitches, because it shows up real nice, as you can see. Okay, here's a spool of thread, some scissors. That's right here on the machine. I believe it's under play stitches. Okay, there's your scissors, and the spool of thread is somewhere. Okay. But anyway, we have a lot of decorative stitches, 350 built into the machine. Now, we talked about all these different stitches. Excuse me. On the machine, we have some fonts available to us. If I touch ABC, you have 4 different type font available to you. You have block, script, Broadway, and 9mm block. Okay. To choose a font, I simply select the font and I start typing. So if I want to put the name Sam, I simply touch S. And if I want to go to a lowercase up here on the top, right now all my letters is in uppercase. I select the lowercase a. All my lowercase letters are available, so I continue selecting the letters for my name. And there it is. How you're looking on it on the screen is how it's going to stitch out. If I want to add something like some letters, some designs to it, I simply come over here, select something from play section, and I can add the dress form, a shoe, anything I want to. I can come back to here, go back to the previous page. I can add some quilt stitches if I want to. It's just that simple. Now, probably not those, but there's a nice serpentine stitch we give you on this machine. You know, so you have some really nice different stitches. Now, if I want to see what I combined on the screen, all I have to simply do is touch the window, and it shows me everything that I have combined in the order it was stitched out. This is my preview window. If I had filled this whole screen up, it will continue. I could turn the page to the next page and see it. It will actually stitch out about 400 different characters on here. So several pages is available. Okay, so I'll go back to the preview. Whoops. Close out. These buttons on here, the two arrows here, this will move a cursor. Okay, like right here, I can move the cursor up or down. And this particular stitch, if you look on the top of the machine right here, screen right here on the top row, I can mirror this design left to right and upside down. See it turning? And left to right. Oops, touched the wrong thing. That's okay. So you guys get the picture. So that's how you combine stuff. And if I want to combine without the letters, I simply come over here, the two rows of heart icon, I get a blank screen. I can come and start adding designs, just like I would if I had selected the letters. If I didn't want the letters, I can come up here and just continue. If I want more than one of these, I just keep selecting them. It's that simple. Okay, these little arrows right here, let me see if I can do that, erasing them. See how I can move the cursor up and the cursor turns the design next to it in blue? That means those are the ones I'm editing. For example, this particular design, and I can only mirror image it from left to right. So I can just touch the icon and you can see it's turned upside down. It's just that simple. Let's say I decide to change my mind. I don't want it anymore. I can come up here, touch the trash can, and simply delete it. Okay. So another function we have on the machine is right here, the t-shirt. The t-shirt is what we call sewing application. In sewing application, when you go into any of these type stitches, it automatically sets the tension for that particular thing you're doing. So we have this right here for regular sewing. Go to the second page. In the second page, this you have your quilting function, like you're basing, sewing on button, still sewing, but we have a tacking function for doing applique, doing ruler work. So right here on this third one, quilting, variable zigzag, and RW. RW stands for ruler work. So if I was going to do ruler work, what I would do is touch this, and it gives me all the other category available. You have hand look stitches available on this machine. So ruler work's not showing up yet, but if you look on the top, I have 2 pages. So I'm going to forward over to the next page, and I get my ruler work icon. Okay. And what's so nice about it, once I get to ruler work, I just come here and drop my feed dogs on the side. Once I drop it, the message has gone away. Okay. What the machine does is automatically set up my ruler work foot for ruler quilting. I have a choice of medium and light. What the difference is, on the medium is talking about the height of your foot. The medium thickness is 2.5. If I change it to light, you will see the foot is now closer to your quilt sandwich at 1.5. This little icon is telling me the foot height. I can still make it smaller, get it closer to the fabric, or further up. Okay, that's what that's for. The top one is for your tension. I find when I'm doing ruler work, I'm going to show you guys this right here. This is a ruler work. All this is ruler work. It's from a ruler work set that we sell. It's the 6-piece ruler work kit. You actually get 6 all the different rulers with it. I'll just show you real quick. In the kit, you get a DVD. It's over 2.5 hours long. The DVD shows you how to use every single ruler that's included in the kit. Not only that, you have a instruction booklet right here that shows you how to make this ruler holder. The ruler holder will hold the 6 quilting rulers, the template ruler for ruler quilting, and also the marker that you would need to mark your crosshair. It's called the crosshair ruler. It marks the crosshairs for doing your ruler work. For example, I put this up here and you can see where the points are exactly on that for marking. So this is what this is. All this is laid out in the instruction, and on the DVD she shows you how to do it. This is your heart template right here. This heart template is doing that roll of heart that's on the very top. Great for doing borders and things. The one underneath that, this is a Spiniflex ruler. Depending on how you turn this ruler. If I turn it this way, I get the points facing out. If I turn it this way, I get my points facing in. This way, I'm alternating it to get that look. I can always use this ruler to make borders. This center part is done with this ruler. The straight part here is done with your straight edge ruler. Okay, this is done with that. This one right here. Okay, for those of you who want to tempt it, and let me tell you, once you get started, there is no turning back. What you are doing on this ruler, there's a little hole right here, and you have 2 thumbtacks that's included in the ruler set. And once you start stitching, it will only let you turn it a little bit at a time. So what you do is you're going around the entire template at little increments like this until you get this finished design. And when I say there's no point in stopping, is because when I first started it, halfway through, I thought, this is taking forever. And because I already done it halfway, like 3/4 away, I didn't want to just leave it like that. I had to finish doing it. So it took me about 45 minutes to do this entire stitch out. But it's pretty cool, don't you think? It kind of reminds me of a spiral graph. This is another one done with that ruler. This is done with the straight edge ruler. This is all straight edge quilting, all 3 of these. Okay, done with the straight edge. This down here, it's called clamshell. It's another good ruler for doing borders and such. These right here, this right here in the center, is done with this what's called the pointed oval. And you simply spin it around after you do your markings to do this. The outside was done with the straight edge ruler. This one right here on the bottom, this is done with the pointed oval. The curves are done with the 6-inch arc ruler right here. And there's lots of different shapes and things you can do with it. Like this. This is all done with the arcing ruler. And as you get further out, you get more like a circle look to it. Okay. And so this is the 6-piece ruler work kit. Okay. Now, for those of you who's asking this question, this machine comes with a ruler work foot for doing ruler work. Our rulers are high shank. If you have a Janome machine, doesn't matter if you have a high shank or low shank machine, we sell this as a ruler work foot for all our machine. This comes in high shank or low shank. This is for the machine that doesn't come with a ruler work foot. You would need to use this particular foot and not like the one I showed you earlier. That's because your machine, if you use that foot, you have no way of adjusting the height of this foot to the quilt. This particular one, after you put it onto your screw, you take the ankle off, it goes on here. This right here is a screw. When you turn this screw, it will actually adjust the height of this foot to come up or down on your quilt. Because what happened is, if you have this too high off when you're doing free motion quilting, what it will do is you will get skip stitches and thread breakage. If that happens, that means you're getting too much flagging and you need to lower the foot. On our machine, it's automatic. You can just do it on light or heavy. But on the machine that don't have that, you need to use this foot. Because our foot, it's about a 1/4 inch thick right here. These are high shank rulers. I have plenty of room for the ruler to go all the way around the foot. So for any machine that Janome machine that you have, or Elna machine that you have, you can use this foot, okay? So people ask us all the time, and yes, you can use a low shank templates with our foot, okay? Because our foot has a deep enough sides all the way around, so that way you can use the high shank rulers with it, okay? While we're here, I want to show you this. This is our optic magnifiers, one of the most popular thing that we get a lot of people ask for when they see me at the show, because none of our eyes are getting younger. This magnifier comes with 3 different strengths. You get a 20, a 40, and a 60 magnification. It's right here on the side. And as you can see how much the magnification changes between normal and this. Or if I put the 40 magnification, you can see it's much stronger, and 60. Now, one thing I want to let you know about these magnifiers, I didn't even know this until I was doing an event. And I have a lady there. She was I believe you call them optician, the lady who does glasses for you. Let's put it that way, okay? The name is kind of hard to say. And how this works is, if you have a Janome or Elna machine and the side opens up, look and see if you have this little metal guide right here. If you do, you can use the optic magnifier. It just goes into the cover like this. You close it, and now I can start sewing, and I can see what I'm doing. You see the difference? Here it is, the stitch underneath the magnifier. If I don't want to use it, I can simply swing it out of position. I don't have it on there, but it really does help when I'm doing applique. Okay, so that's the optic magnifier. It comes in 3 different strengths. Okay? Now, like I told you earlier, next thing I want to show you is the circular sewing. This little pin we talked about earlier, okay, it looks like a thumbtack with a big head to it, is for doing circular sewing. And this is how it works. You notice on the bed of the machine, we have 2 little dots right here. The little dot is where the pin would actually go into. I'm trying to do this without blocking you guys' view, okay? The pin will go into that. What you would do is take a piece of fabric, mark the fabric to the center position, or where you would want it. Then what you would do is take the pin, put it in the center position where you find the center position of fabric where you want it. On your fabric, you want to use a stabilizer underneath it. On the stabilizer, either use a fusible stabilizer or use temporary spray adhesive and stick the fabric to the stabilizer, because what happens is, if it's not stuck, you only have feed dogs pulling the fabric from the top. And what I'm doing is I'm inserting this pin into the hole. You guys see right here, into the hole, like so. I'm going to change the foot from a regular sewing foot to my decorative stitch foot. And I'm also going to go get a decorative thread and put it on my spool stand. And this is why I like the spool stand. To me, that is so much faster threading the machine than to have to pull it through here every time, especially if you're going to be changing thread a lot. Okay. I'm going to lock the machine out. When you lock the machine out, it brings the foot down, closes the tension disc. I have a built-in needle threader. This is a semi-automatic one. Take your hands, pull it down, and your needle is threaded. Just that simple. One-handed needle threader, okay? I'm gonna unlock the machine. I'm gonna come over here and select a decorative stitch, okay? And I bring my feed ducts back up because I had lowered it earlier. I'm gonna simply select the decorative stitch. Something's not gonna take too long because I want you guys to see what this looks like. Let's do, they all kind of, this one's a little bit fast, like this little flower. So what I'm gonna do is, you do kind of, sometimes it depends on how thick your fabric is. If this fabric hits the side, it could push the knob to come out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start this. And you see how the fabric is turning? I'm putting my thumb here so that way the fabric don't push the knob up. You see how it's coming up kind of a little bit? I don't want to cause the fabric to pop out, the hole to pop out. And what it's doing is stitching all the way around. The feed dogs are pulling the bottom fabric. That's why if you don't have your stabilizer stuck to the fabric, it will start to separate when you're doing this. So by sticking on it, you can see it. It's starting to come around now. As you can see, this is a big circle it's doing. Now, the nice thing about it is they include this. However, you only have 2 positions, so you can only do 2 sides of the circle, okay? But what I want to show you is this. While that is stitching, this is done with the circular stitcher, okay? This is done with a different circular stitcher because what comes with the machine only allows you to do 2 sizes of circle. This, we sell a circular sewing attachment that you can attach to the machine, and it allows you to do different sizes of circle attachment. Okay. And what I'm going to do is stop this. It's almost done. And I want to show you what that attachment looks like. That is different than what's on the machine right there. The circular attachment that is optional, that's not included. Oh, see how it just popped out and stop it? You see when I let go, it popped out of the thing? This is why when you're using this, you need to hold it down, or else when the fabric hit the arm, on the side arm, it just pushed that pin up. So that's why when you're doing something like that, you do kind of need to hold it with this pin. And again, with the pin here, it only gives me 2 radius for 2 circles. Okay. As you can see, it almost finished the circle right here. Okay. Now, the other optional accessory on that sample I showed you, we have these, and there's 3 different ones. And when you order it, it depends on your throat plate on your machine. On your throat plate that's smaller, you will have in the back of the package, it will show you your plate cover. What you would need to do is change out, you would take the plate cover off. This particular one's for easy set bobbin plate. This is what we call an easy set. This would simply slide on top of it. It has a screw. The screw goes onto your throat plate right here. And for the easy set, they're all the same. Not going to screw it in. Okay. What happens is this little lever right here allows this to slide back and forth up to a 5-inch circumference. So you get a 10-inch diameter circle. What it allows you to. The pin, I'll move this over. The pin is actually right here underneath this. So it works like this pin that we just showed you earlier, except it's upside down. Instead of pushing it in, you put the fabric through the pin here, take the cap, put it on top, and your fabric will turn on this pin. So this way you can control the circumference of your circular sewing attachment. And that's how this is done. Okay. I know my time is about up. Trish, are you there?
I am. Thank you again, Sam, for another great demonstration. We have a bunch of comments coming in. We love Sam. Great job. Thank you.
Well,
Do
thank
you
you.
have a couple of minutes just to answer a couple of questions?
Sure.
All right. We have one from Sharon here. Sharon Ward. What is the difference between the 770 Excellence and the 780 Pro?
Okay, the other one, you don't get much accessories. You don't have the 1/4 inch foot without the guide. You don't have a ruler work mode. So on the machine, it comes up and down automatically. You do need to have that installed on your machine, because if you just bought a ruler foot like the one I showed you, and it comes down and hit that template, you could do two things. You could crack the template, or you could jam up the shaft of the machine. So for a machine that has the automatic pressure foot, this one, it's included in it. You can upgrade that machine by buying an upgrade package.
Awesome. Yeah, and we have a lot of details on our website about each machine. So if you're looking for something specific, viewers, if you want to head to our website, you can definitely find some answers there as well. But thank you for answering that, Sam. Another question that we have is from Cynthia's Crafts, and she's asking, does Janome make Elna now?
Yes, they do. They've been making it for about 10 years.
That's awesome. Yeah, they're a really good machine. Love them. All right.
Yeah,
Well, we really appreciate you, Sam. And we were just talking before that we have the cookie theme going on today, but we have a question for you. Do you put cookies in your little accessory box like you do your M&Ms? We're like, I bet he does.
Not in the accessory box, but I put it in here. In this little tray right here. Because I have the accessory box for my accessories. So I put it in here. And then my backup is here. So when I'm really stressed out, I have extras back here.
That's right. All the chocolates. Fill both sides.
Yes.
Well, thank you
One
so
can be
much
plain,
for
one can
joining
be
us,
M&M,
Sam. We
one
really, really
peanuts.
appreciate it. And we hope to
Thank
see you next
You have a
year.
Merry
We get to
Christmas.
say that now, 2023.
Okay. Okay.
Bye-bye, Sam.
Bye.
All right, that was wonderful. Well, we'll go ahead and look at a couple of things here. We've got the price overlay. Let me get that pulled up on that wonderful Elna machine. Now, the MSRP on that machine is $5,499, and the normal sale price is $4,099. But we have special event pricing on that, so please give our customer service a call. There's financing available. You've got a great deal on that. He definitely showed some awesome features. There are so many things that you can do, plus the amount of accessories that you get, and that one button needle plate conversion. I know there are so many other fancy features, but that one always sticks out to me. It just saves you so much headache when you actually put the correct needle plate on your machine for the project that you're using and the fabric that you're using. So I love that. Super quick, don't have to mess with screws. But we also want to go over a couple of other things. I've got to pull up my comments here. I just want to give a little shout out to one of our viewers, So Sassy Styles. She follows us on TikTok. So I just wanted to say hello, So Sassy Styles. We appreciate you coming over to our live stream, and hopefully we'll see you more tomorrow. And speaking of TikTok, oh, nope. Before I invite, I almost forgot, Kelsey, I'm going to make you wait just a little bit longer. We have a giveaway to do. We are all excited about this giveaway, right? We're going to do a machine. So I hope everybody's been putting the surprise Christmas word in. You want to go ahead and get the giveaway tool pulled up, Brian? We are doing, let's make sure I have the right one, the Sewist 721S. And speaking of TikTok, if you're following us, then you'll also see Spo. He was into our 721S. So Don Shoemake, you win the Sewist 721S. Congratulations, Don. That is awesome. So cool. All right, and I wanted to touch on a couple of other things coming up. We've got LuAnn from JUKI will be back with an explanation of the difference between a cover stitch and a serger a little bit later. Babylock expert Richard Tharp will come back and show us the Sashiko machine, and we are going to be giving away another sewing machine. That's going to be the JUKI HZL 355Z. So make sure to stick around and we'll continue having our surprise Christmas word on every segment so you guys can win something awesome. All right, now I think I can bring Kelsey up. Brian, am I good to bring Kelsey up this time?
You are, but I just want to make sure they know that this next segment we're doing a prize. So keep what you're going to do. So we're doing a Sewing Parts Online gift card, right?
We are. We're going to do a $50 Sewing Parts Online gift card. And Kelsey's going to make us some goodies, and she has volunteered to include that in the gift. So we really appreciate that. So now we will go ahead and get Kelsey pulled up. Hello, Kelsey.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm sorry to keep thinking you're going to be coming up and then taking you off.
You're good.
we totally appreciate you joining us. And today you're going to show us a couple of fun Christmas projects, right?
Yes. So I'm going to show you how to make a kitchen scrubby sponge that is reusable. You can just throw it in the washer when it gets gross. And then a key fob wristlet keychain. So this is really nice. It's like a lanyard, but smaller. So it fits in my purse or my pocket a little easier, but I can stick my hand through it and keep my keys easy to find. So we're going to make these two things.
Gift ideas. I love them.
Yeah.
Can you tell Chelsea for me that I loved her TikTok on how to make reusable? It was like food wrap. She like put them in beeswax.
Yes.
It was really cool.
Can you hear Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those reusable beeswax covers are so cool. Maybe we'll have to have you talk about those at the end as well.
I could do that. I have some stashed right over there.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you take it away and show us how to make some projects.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to make, I think, is going to be the kitchen sponges. Let me grab my stuff here. So they're really easy. All you need is two pieces. Let me get them separated here. Two pieces of cotton fabric, quilting fabric, whatever you want to use. And then I use 3 layers of batting, like quilt batting, for the inside to give it a little bit of strength and I can't think of the word, just strengthen it up a little bit. And then you're going to use this netting, this is like a super strong tulle. I get it from Joann's, and it is called Specialty Mesh, if I remember right. It's near the other tools. If you can't find it, I know you can get it online at joanns.com. So you need 2 pieces of fabric cut 5 inches by 5 inches, 3 pieces of cotton batting, also 5 inches by 5 inches. And then I like to cut my mesh a little bit bigger because it makes it a lot easier when you turn it right side out to keep it in place. So let me tilt this down a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to take my 3 pieces of batting and just kind of stack them on top of each other. And then I take one of my pieces of fabric, stack it right side up, and then I take the mesh and put it on top, and then the other piece of fabric. And I like to pin it down so that it doesn't move around on me when I'm sewing. And usually I will just put one on each side. Come on. It's not wanting to go through that. Just a second. Okay. We're going to try a different pin. There we go. So it should look something like this. And And then when you sew all the way around it, I use between a 3/8 inch and a 1/2 inch seam allowance usually. You're going to leave a little opening like right here. So I would start here, go down, around, over, up, and stop here. Leave that little opening, back stitch at both of these sides so that when you turn it right side out, your stitches don't come apart. And then you can turn it right side out. So I will try and keep that so you can kind of see what I'm doing. So I'm just going to take it on my machine and start on this corner here. I don't know if you can see that very well. Let me turn. No, I don't know if that's any better. Okay. So we're going to lower the presser foot and back stitch and then go off there. And then you're going to pick it up and you're going to start on this other side and sew down and back stitch there as well, just to make sure your stitches don't come out. And then this other side. And the last side. Okay. So now take these out. This is what you should get. You should have the opening right here. I'm trying to turn that down a little. Okay. You have the opening right here and all 4 sides sewn. Now what you're going to do is take your scissors and you're going to trim this corner piece just a little bit. Don't cut the seam there because then it will make a hole and that would not be fun. But you just take it and trim it just a little bit like that so that you don't have as much fabric bulked up in the corner when you turn it right side out. So do that to all the sides. And then we are also going to trim off some of this extra netting. Now I like to leave the netting at the top where that opening is. I like to leave that on because if it's a little bit longer, it makes it easier to turn it right side out and keep it where it needs to be when you sew it down. So I'm just going to trim these other sides so that they match up with the fabric and leave that one side up. Now you're just going to turn it right side out. And I like to turn it so that I have the scrubby and the fabric on one side and let me rephrase that. When I turn it, I like to hold on to the scrubby fabric and like the netting and the outer fabric so that you have a little bit more than just the one piece of fabric that you're pulling on. But you just turn it right side out and it can be a little tricky sometimes, but just do your best. So get it turned right side out and it looks something like that. The corners are not pushed out very well. I like to use this turning tool that I also got at Joann's. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's Dritz brand, but if you go to the Notions section of Joann's, you can find a lot of these. And I like to just take it and I put it through that opening and I push it through. You can also get that here on sewingpartsonline.com, can't you, Trish?
I was just about to say, it's called a point turner, and we do offer them if you need one.
Awesome. Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was called.
It's okay. I'll let you get back to it.
Okay. So you push out the corners. And then it should look something like this. Here's your opening. And now you just need to sew that closed. So I personally like to hand sew it closed because I like the look of it better because it looks seamless with the rest of the outside edges of the sponge. But a lot of people like to just do a really close stitch there as well. And that is totally fine. However you want to do it is fine. But to hand stitch it, this is how I do it. So I take my needle and thread, and a little trick I learned is get an Altoids can and put a little sticky magnet in it and store all of your needles in, and they don't fall out. It's been so nice to not lose all of my needles. So anyway, just a little trick I learned. And then I take my sewing clips and I just make sure that the fabric is folded in and pin that in place. So something like this. And then I just pin or clip it in place so that it stays where I need it to be while I am sewing it down. So now you have something like that. And I like to take my needle and thread and put the thread all the way through it so that I have 2 strands of it. And then I just tie the 2 ends together, and that helps so that I don't lose my needle, and it makes the thread just a little bit stronger, which is nice. So I tie a little knot in the back of it at the end, and then I just trim off the little tail. And then you just take the needle and I like to grab just a little bit of this fabric on the inside and pull it through, but not all the way. You want to leave just a little bit of a tail like this, and then put your needle through that opening and then pull it, and that knots it in place so that you don't have to worry about your thread being pulled out as you are sewing it closed. So once you get the little knot in there, I like to just take a little bit of fabric from each side. So I use my needle and grab a little bit on this side and a little bit on this side and just kind of wiggle it back and forth, if that makes sense. And that helps, that just closes off both sides of the fabric. And because you have your sponge or your scrubby fabric there, it will sew all of that down and you won't have to worry about it coming apart or having a hole. So you just go back and forth and back and forth and back.
Kelsey,
and
we've
forth.
got some viewers asking what type of thread you're using.
I am using just regular cotton thread. So
what brand are you using?
It is, let me look at this other one. Babylock by Gutermann. I don't know if you can see that with the light there.
Oh, I love some Gutermann.
Yeah. So I like to use the serger cones because I go through thread a lot faster. So
Smart. Gotcha.
I buy it in bulk.
There you go. We offer a big variety of thread on our website, including Gutermann. So
yeah.
Once again, I'll let you get back to it, Kelsey.
Okay. Yeah, I love the Gutermann brand. It has never failed me. So, so you just keep sewing across. And once you get to the end, you can call it good there if you think you got your thing closed up. I have a few holes in mine that really wouldn't make a big difference, but I like to go back across just to make sure that that opening is nice and strong. So I just do the same thing, and I try to grab parts where I haven't grabbed it on the first run. So on the first way over, I might miss a little bit or whatever. So I just like to go back and fill in those little gaps. And then as I'm going, I just pull it a little bit tight, and it kind of, you can see it kind of squeezes it and scrunches it up. And then you just pull it out a little bit to flatten it back out, and you are good to go. Then just like I said, keep going till you get all the way across. Okay, so now you're all the way across. I just tie off my thread, and I like to just take a little loop with my thread. Don't pull it all the way through, leave that little loop. Stick my needle through it once and twice. Not get it caught on the corner. There we go. Pull it tight. And then to hide my tail, I just take it and I poke it down through here and then out like right here. And I pull it tight and then trim it. And then your tail is hidden inside and you don't see it. You don't have to worry about it. Now, the last step for this is you can leave it like this, but I like to top stitch it. So I take my machine and I just I move my needle all the way over to the left side of my presser foot and just have the edge of my presser foot lined up with the edge of the sponge, sew it down all the way around, and then you're good to go. And I do like to backstitch a little bit at the beginning and end as well. And on this one, I don't go all the way off the fabric. I stop a little bit in so that I can just turn it and keep going. So it's one continuous square. Oops. Forgot to move my needle over. Okay. Now we sew. Back stitch. And then lift your presser foot and oops. There we go. And I like to just make sure that when I turn it that the edge of my sponge lines up with the edge of my presser foot again. All right, and then I just trim my little threads. And you have a cute kitchen sponge that is ready to use. I like to use these for any kind of cleaning with my dishes. And they last a long time. I usually wash mine definitely once a week. Sometimes more. It just depends on how gross it gets. But I just throw it in the washer in a garment bag with the other ones and with my normal laundry and wash on cold water. And then I have put them in the dryer and they've been fine, but you can also let them air dry. So that is the kitchen sponge. Is there any other questions, Trish, for kitchen sponges?
Let me take a peek at the comments here and see if we've got specific questions.
Okay.
Let's see here. I've already answered that. What needle do you use when you're doing that project?
Oh, I use a, let me pull it up. It is a size 16 needle. So the heavyweight needle to woven needle, not ballpoint, regular point. Needle, because you are going through a few layers of stuff. So I like to just use the heavyweight needle to make sure it will go through it all.
Cool. Do you have a brand preference on your needles?
Not really.
No. Do you use, I can never say Schmetz. I don't know why. I get tongue-tied. But Rhonda was on earlier and she was showing some Schmetz needles, and those are my go-to, but I know a lot of people do like Oregon, which we offer too. So
I think it's well, these ones are Singer needles.
Yep, we offer Singer too.
So
and that would be a 2020 needle or S2020 probably if it's the regular.
Yeah.
And we also have somebody else asking, is the mesh similar to like a body exfoliating type of mesh?
Yes. It feels pretty similar to that. And I get it on the bolt at Joann's or wherever you can find specialty mesh. You just don't want to use regular tulle. I did try that and it came apart really, really easily. So you just want something a little bit stronger. I've also seen people use the netting that like vegetables or fruits come in sometimes. But you want to make sure it's the welded plastic, not the papery plastic mesh there. But I found that the specialty mesh from works better.
Do you happen to know what the mesh is called? That was one that Diane had asked.
If I am remembering correctly, it's called specialty mesh. I do have a video on my TikTok. It's kind of far down, but my kitchen sponge tutorial on TikTok, I'm pretty sure has in the comments, you can find the video where I show you what the bolt looks like.
Okay. Speaking of that, we were going to ask you at the end how people can find you. Do you want to plug your TikTok in and let them know where they can see these?
I am on TikTok as Kelsey Crafts. My handle is right here. So if you, I had to make sure I was pointing at that right.
You're pointing at the right one.
Yeah. If you just type in Kelsey Crafts on TikTok, I should come up pretty easily.
Cool. And it's really funny because when we point, it's actually the opposite. So the side that you just pointed on is opposite. So it's the other direction.
I had to go in and change it.
Wait, which way is it?
Yeah, I had to go in and change it so it was mirrored because otherwise I was going to be way confused.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go into the tutorial on the wristlet. These are so adorable. I'm excited to watch you make these.
Yes, and these are super easy. I love making these, and you do have to be careful though because they are a little bit addicting because they go so fast and you can do so many at once. So let me grab the stuff that you need for a wristlet. So cotton fabric, again, any cotton fabric. You can use fat quarters, you can use quilting cotton, whatever floats your boat, you can use. And then fusible fleece. This is the packaging. So this is what it looks like. That's probably backwards for all of you, sorry. But fusible fleece from Pellon. It is, I don't know if it has the, I'm not seeing a number for it, but type in fusible fleece and a lot will come up. And then you need key fob wristlet hardware, which you can get lots of places. I'm not sure if they have it here at sewingpartsonline.com, but you can also get them on Amazon. And then you don't need these, but they come in way handy. These are pliers for this hardware. So it just fits right inside here and will fold this down really nicely and evenly, and it doesn't leave little teeth marks like needle nose pliers would or something like that because it's got a rubbery cover on it to protect it.
Those are super cool, and we do offer them, and maybe I can have Rachel put in a link for those pliers because they are definitely handy for a project like this.
Oh yeah, I tried to do it with my needle nose ones and it was horrible. So I got these. It's so much better. Awesome. So you need hardware, pliers, and then you're going to cut your fusible fleece 2 inches wide by 13 inches long. And then you are also going to cut your fabric 4 inches wide by 13 inches long. So let me grab my ironing board really quick to put over here so you can see what I'm doing, let me tilt this down. Okay.
And I'm making notes here, Kelsey. I've got my little notebook over here taking notes of the measurements.
It's so fun. Seriously, I love making these.
They're so adorable.
So you take your fabric and you lay it so that the wrong side of the fabric is up, right side is down. And then you're going to take your fusible fleece, and you can tell which side has the little glue dots because it's a little bit more rough. So this is the side with the glue dots. This is soft. So you want to lay down the rough side onto your fabric, right? Kind of in the middle. You don't have to be super precise. It's not that important because we're going to take care of making it even in the next step. But you lay it down, and then you take your iron and just press it on there. And usually I'm going to turn this over so that it doesn't try and eat the foam. But you just iron this on. And then you have your fleece attached to your fabric. Now the next step is to just take the edges and fold them over into on top of the fleece. And you're just going to line it up with the edge of that fleece. And that is going to give you your nice even edge. So like I said, it doesn't matter if it's not perfectly centered on your piece of fabric, because once you fold it over, it'll be the right size. So fold over the sides and then iron them down so that it stays nicely. And then the other side as well. So I'm going to let this cool down a little bit because it does get hot. The next step is to take the whole thing. So this is your folded over side, and you're going to fold it in half again, and you're going to iron that down. So, and I like to just make sure that those edges are lined up nicely because it will show when you sew the rest of it together. But just iron it down all the way. And then you'll get something that looks like that. Now, the next step is not necessary, but I like to clip it down so that it stays where I want it as it cools. That helps. And then when you sew it down, that also helps just keep things where they should be. So I'm going to grab my sewing clips again. And you sell sewing clips, don't you, Trish?
Sorry, I couldn't get my mute there.
Oh,
yes,
good.
we do. We have a whole bunch of them. My favorite are definitely the Wonder Clips.
Yes, these are so nice. I still like pins for some things, but I am quickly becoming a convert to the clips because they are so handy, especially for something that's a little bit thicker like this. It is so nice to have them. So if you don't have some, you definitely need some.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan with the clips, especially if I'm doing bag making, like with the
Yeah.
bulk. It is
Yeah.
so nice. I don't even know if I would be able to do it with pins very well, honestly.
I know. I've tried. It does not work well. Just take my word for it.
Scratch that idea, right?
Yeah. So the next step for this, once you have it clipped, is you're going to sew down this side to close it off. And then I like to sew down this other side as well to make it look a little bit more finished. And you can do this with a regular presser foot. That's totally fine. But my favorite presser foot for stuff like this is the G presser foot. It's an overcast foot, but we're not going to use it as an overcast foot. Because the reason I like this is it's got a little, let me see if I can get this closer.
One of my favorite feet. I'm excited for you to show everybody this.
Yes, it's it's great for an overcast foot, but I really love it for top stitching. So this is what it looks like. I don't know if I can get it to show up super clear, but it's got a little guide right here. So right on this inside part right here, here, let me see if a pin will show that better. So right here, there's a little guide that helps it sits next to the fabric. So when you use your presser foot to sew this down, you would put it on your machine and you just nudge up the edge of your fabric with that guide there. And you want to make sure that your needle is pushed over a little bit. I like to put mine in the 3.0, 2.5, 3.0 position, because otherwise it can hit, if it's in the middle position, it can hit that bar right there and break it. I've done it. It's not fun. So
I think we've all done that a time or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to throw in, doing that same concept, really, you can also do that with the edge joining foot or the stitch in the ditch foot, where it doesn't have the bar, but it has the guide. So you can move your needle over. So I'm looking at your brother, you probably have that foot as well.
I do somewhere. I don't think I've ever used it because I found this one and just
that one. Yep.
This is my go-to now, but I definitely want to try any of them that have a little guide. Really will be fantastic for this. But okay, let me see if I can get this to show a little bit easier here next to my machine. So I just put the foot on and I'm going to move my needle over. I'm going to put mine in 3.0 and that gives me room next to that little bar in the middle. And then it's really easy. You just take that first clip out, lower your presser foot on the end there, making sure that the edge of your fabric is right next to that guide. And then you just sew it down, taking the clips out as you go. And then you have your stitch right along the edge and it's nice and even. That's my favorite part about this, is it makes nice even stitches because I'm not the best at that otherwise. So I like to do that. And then you just do the same thing to the other side. And like I said, that's not necessary, but I think it just kind of finishes it off. So, and this one goes really fast because there's no clips to take out. So I like to just put my fingers here as a guide and let it feed through. And it keeps it right next to that presser, next to that guide on the presser foot. And now you have your two sides, and you can move your needle over a little bit more and do it again to get like the double needle look if you want to, or you can leave it just like this. I've done both ways. Both ways are good. Let me put this back up here so that you can see me a little better. Now you take your, I'm going to trim this little excess thread and stuff off just to clean that up a little bit. And now you just take it and you fold it in half, lining up those ends there. And then I like to clip it again, but I clip it back here a little bit. And then you're just going to sew across right here, just at the end, just so that it stays together, because the little hardware does have teeth. I don't know if you can see them, but it doesn't bite through all of the layers. So I like to just sew down that little bit to make sure that it stays put. So, and I change back to my regular J presser foot for that. And move my needle back to the middle. And then I go over it a couple of times just to make sure it's strong. It won't come undone. Now just trim off that little bit of fabric, or not fabric, sorry, thread, so that you don't have little thread tails showing where they shouldn't be. Now you just, let me turn this down so you can see, take your hardware and your pliers, and I like to get my hardware lined up in the pliers evenly, and then just kind of clamp them just a little bit. And then you just take your wristlet, stick it down in there, get it even with how you want it, like that. And then you just clamp it down and push hard, and you can kind of feel the teeth bite into the fabric. And then I also like to just go on the, turn it over and do the same thing on the other side. And then you're done. And you can attach it to your keys. You can put it, I've seen people put, if they have a little connector piece for their phone case, they put it on their phone so they can hold their phone easy. Like, there's so many applications for this. Anything you don't want to lose, these are great for. You can attach it to a wallet. Like, there's lots of options. So that is how you make those. And like I said, they're very addicting. So be careful, because you can just sew a bunch of them at a time and really get going. So that's how you make that.
Well, my question to you now is, how many of these do you make for your craft fairs?
So I went through a phase where I made a lot of them, and I still have a lot of them. So it's been a while since I've made any more, because I told myself I cannot make any more until I sell these ones. I probably made 100 or more.
Oh, well, they are so cute. I love them so much. But for those that are just joining, can you let everybody know where they can find you?
Yes, I am on TikTok as Kelsey Crafts. Right here is my TikTok handle. I'm also on Instagram as Kelsey Crafts 2412. So you can find me there as well.
Well, we do have our giveaway. You so graciously donated some of the sponges and a key fob, and we are throwing in a $50 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate. So you could maybe use this to get some back quarters or something like that. That would work perfect for a project like this. So if you want to go ahead and get the giveaway tool pulled up, Brian.
Oh, yeah. I have to reset my share screen.
Okay. He's resetting something on the computer, and then we'll... Technical difficulties today, I guess. We appreciate everybody's patience. Oh, it's the reality of it, right?
There we go.
Okay. Well, let's pick the winner of these awesome prizes. Let's see. Who is it going to be? Ollie, congratulations.
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody, continue commenting so we can get these awesome prizes. Well, Kelsey, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you coming on and inspiring everybody to make some really cool Christmas gifts. And Brian and I were talking about how this is such a great project if you're not only just wanting to have fun, but also great for a beginner. And he's on the beginning side of it, he said, and he's like, this is a great project that would inspire him as well. So
My mic is off, so I'll have to shout this. But
he's shouting.
When we're done with this event and we're taking January to just get to sewing, I am making your key fob.
Yep. He said he's totally making your key fob. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will hopefully see you again.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll see you on TikTok. All right. Well, that was a fun one. I love projects, and I love projects that you can knock out quickly too, especially when it comes to gifts or stocking stuffers. So just a reminder, we are going to be doing another giveaway. We're going to be sharing our surprise keyword during the next segment. That is going to be the HZL355Z, and that retails for $4.99. So I just want to tell a really quick story about the last winner, Dawn Shoemake of the Janome 721S. So my husband rides motorcycle. We go to a motorcycle track, and Dawn Shoemake, the winner of that machine, is who we refer to as Ma. She's the Ma of the track. She loves all her boys, and she and I sit there and talk about sewing all the time. So I was so thrilled when I saw her name pop up, and I was just like, Mom, what a machine. So it was pretty fun, and I'm excited for her. Whether she keeps it or gives it to her granddaughter, I'm not sure, but I'm sure I'll find out at the next track day. But I'm not the only one that has a story. Brian said he wanted to share a little story, and since his mic wasn't working, do you want to pop over here and share it?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was for the next segment, but that's okay.
Okay.
Because I'm going to tell it anyway.
All right.
And it involves you, so it works. Okay. So when I first got hired at Sewing Parts Online, I got hired in customer service in the middle of the pandemic, and there was no time to train me to be on the phones. So they just threw me onto the emails, and that's what I did for like a month. And so that gave me a really good opportunity to get really familiar with the product. So I felt really confident. Then they put me on the phones. That's when it started to go awry. And one day I get a phone call from somebody who purchased a serger from us. But of course, it's the pandemic. And if any of you remember, if you were sewing during the pandemic, how hard it was to get your hands on a sewing machine, it was near impossible. So the serger that she had ordered was out of stock. So she had asked me to make a recommendation on another serger that would be comparable and in the same price point. And as the natural born salesman that I am, I just went for it and I made a recommendation and I was as confident as possible. And I sent her something that we had in stock. And about a week and a half later, Trisha got a phone call from a very upset customer who was not happy about the COVERSTITCH machine that they had received. So needless to say, we had to sit down and have a little training on what the difference between a COVERSTITCH and a serger is. And to be honest with you, I'm still not completely sure what the difference is. So I think I'm going to benefit from this next segment most of all. So.
Our next segment is going to be from LuAnn Hartley with JUKI, and she's going to explain the difference between a COVERSTITCH and a serger machine. So Brian will learn from it. We'll all learn from it.
We're all going to learn from it.
We're all going to learn from it. But she'll be on in a little bit. Looks like we are still waiting for her to come on. So in the meantime, we can go over a few things. Let's talk about how to claim our prizes. We've been giving away a lot of awesome prizes. So if you want to know how to get a hold of it, just go to our link tree and then you'll have /Sewing Parts Online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form and submit the form. Now, you can also go to our website, Sewing Parts Online /SewCreative Live. That's our event page. You can hit the giveaway tab and that same form is there. So either way works to claim your prize. We were talking about some upcoming segments going on. We have LuAnn, like we said, coming up here shortly. And we still have Richard yet showing the Babylock Sashiko machine. That is going to be really cool. It's a unique machine. It gives you almost like a hand-stitched appearance. Very, very cool. And Diana Li Fitzgerald showed us that Patchwork Sashiko method. So it's really cool to see it done by hand and then also a similar way on a machine. So that's going to be very cool. And then lastly, today we're going to have Melinda Romero back and Allegra is going to be joining her and they're going to show that TrueCut products. Those are really, really great rotary cutters and they're great for wrist issues. If you, they're just ergonomically really sound and I'm just going to let her show you because they're really cool. We'll just go with that. So I do see that LuAnn is getting ready. So when she's ready to pop on, we'll probably do that. But in the meantime, we do want to go ahead and just remind you about the surprise Christmas word. Brian will pop that up on the screen at some point during LuAnn's segment. Make sure that you put that in the comment. And then at the end, we will select the winner of that JUKI HZL355Z. So Brian motioned to me that LuAnn is ready to go. So LuAnn, we're just going to pop you up again. Hello, hello. Welcome back.
Glad to be back today.
Well, we enjoyed your segment yesterday, and I went home last night, and I was like, that TL 2010 I love so much, and I just wanted to bring in my little project, and I sewed this recently on the TL 2010 Q. And all that bulk, it was sewn through like butter with that JUKI.
It does. I've experienced the same thing. And I'm not a bag maker, but I made a bag and when it went over those layers, I was just like, oh, I'm in love, just like everybody else. It's a wonderful, they're wonderful machines, all the TL
They
series.
definitely are. I loved it with your quilting demonstration, and then now bag making and garment making. You can use it for so many things. But we are super
Everything.
excited for this segment to have the difference between a cover stitch and a serger explained, as Brian was just saying.
A lot of people have that question. It surprises me in the sewing world how people will come up to us and go, I don't know what a cover stitch machine is. So I thought we'd take this opportunity and we'll talk about those.
Sounds good. If you need me, I'll be in the background, but otherwise, we'll let you take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. So I am LuAnn Hartley, and you're joining me from my home in North Carolina today. And I am the National Education Manager for JUKI America. And today we're going to talk about the differences between the cover stitch machine and a serger. So this is the JUKI. It's the MCS 1700 QVP model. And then we're going to be talking about the new MO 2800 Easy Threader serger. And we're going to compare the two. Excuse me, I got that wonderful virus about a month ago, so I still have the cough. So forgive me for clearing my throat every once in a while. So a lot of people ask, what's the difference between a cover stitch machine and a serger? So basically the difference is, and we're going to go into it a little bit more, a cover hem machine has 3 needles and 1 looper, and it does not have a knife to cut your fabric. So it's basically not an over edger. It is something to use for hems, for top stitching, and for decorative stitching. It has 3 needle options and 1 looper. The serger has 2 needle options and 2 loopers, and it does have the knife, and you can actually cut the edges of your fabric off. So a serger could be used entirely to sew a garment together, or to quilt. You could use the serger, or as we're going to talk, you could combine the two to put a quilt together with. So that's kind of the basic differences in them. And then people ask, can I use my cover stitch to sew my garments together? Well, typically no, because the cover stitch is going to have a chain stitch, which is a straight stitch. But if you pull that, it comes undone, and it's really not a secure stitch. So I wouldn't suggest using it as a straight stitch to put a garment together, or to put something together that has to stay together. I would recommend the sewing machine or the serger for that. So where do I use a cover hem or a cover stitch machine? You hear it called both. We're going to call it a cover stitch machine. So let's go over to the cover stitch and let's look at it first. I'm just going to switch my cameras. Okay, so this is the JUKI MCS 1700 QVP model. And as a cover stitch machine, you have 3 tension knobs here. These tension knobs work for your needles. You have the option on this machine to use 1 needle, 2 needles, or all 3 needles. So we have our needle tensions, and a cover stitch machine only has 1 looper, and that's located down here. It's easy to get to. The looper has an easy threader. You hit this button, the looper falls down. It makes it very easy to thread that lower looper, and that's all you have to worry with down there. You'll notice that this is a flat bed. It doesn't have a knife to cut. So we're not going to be putting our stitch on the edge of any fabric because of that. So basically you can do a few stitches, and let me just show you what those stitches are. So this first one here is a narrow cover hem stitch. You get these sizes by where you put your needle in the machine. There's 3 options for needle placement. This has the 2 needles close together, so we have 2 needle threads and 1 looper thread. Then this is the 2 needle thread wide stitch. This is the one people typically use when they're doing hems. And then we have the 3 needle wide stitch here. Now, it doesn't really matter which one you use. There's really no basic advantages to the 2 or the 3 needle. It's just for look. So depending on the look you want, if you're doing a hem or decorative, that's how you're going to decide, do I want to use 2 needles or 3 needles? And I stitched this with a 30 weight thread. I wanted to be able to see my stitching. So I used a heavier thread, and I did use it in the needles and in the looper area. Now this one, it's hard to see, but this is done the 3 needle with a 50 weight thread. If you want the look where the thread just kind of disappears into what you're sewing, use a 50 weight thread. Serger threads can come in 50 weight, 40 weight, but this was just a regular thread that I was using on my sewing machine, a 50 weight thread, and I used it on my serger. The telescoping comes with the serger, so you can use, I actually have 3 different kind of threads on here. That's a bobbin. I didn't have another spool of red thread, so I just wound thread for a bobbin because I was just going to do a small little seam. And then I have regular thread, and then I have a cone thread on here. So you can use any kind of threads on your serger. It doesn't have to be a serger specified thread. So that's your cover hem stitches that the Cover Stitch machine gives you. Now the other stitch that you can do is a chain stitch, and that's a straight stitch. But remember, I said it's a chain. If you grab the bottom of one of these and start to pull, it's just got, the loops are just going to come undone. So it's not something you really want to be using like to put a pair of pants together or to put a garment together. It's not going to be secure enough, but it's great for decorative stitching or top stitching. So this is the chain, and I used that 30 weight thread in the top, in the needle and the looper. So I just have the 1 needle in, and I have my looper threaded, and that's what I got with a 30 weight. Now this is a decor thread. It actually is a serger thread, and it has that soft feel to it. It's got a lot of shine to it. I did that in the looper only. You don't use that in the needle. It's really too thick to go in a needle. So it just goes into your looper only. And then this is a 12 weight thread. There's 8 weight threads out there. There's a lot of different types of threads you can use. And this one happens to be a Wonderfeel brand. And this thread has a glittery shine to it. So it would be good to use it for the holidays, but a nice top stitch that you can see on there. So that's using the chain stitch. So when you are stitching, because the decorative threads are typically in the looper, you're going to be stitching from the wrong side of the fabric. So this is my needle thread. So as you're stitching, your fabric's going to be upside down. And then you're going to see the decorative thread over here. But we can also look at the back of the cover stitch. These could also be decorative stitches that we use. A few years ago, I noticed there was some color blocking going on, especially in children's clothing, where the sleeves had 2 or 3 different color fabrics on them. And they actually used this stitch as the seam on the outside. So it gave a little decorative, playful look and a nice transition from the different colors. So you can use the back side as your right side. So you actually have another stitch that you can use on here. And this is the two needle, 3 needle, and then the 2 needle narrow, the 2 needle wide, and then the 3 needles. So those are the stitches that you get. So you see, I haven't shown you many stitches where we have a knife cutting and we have an edge stitch. So that's what a cover hem stitch is for. Now looking at the JUKI machine, one thing nice about ours is at the front of the foot, right in the front, there are 3 little indentions. And this is showing you where those needles are going to go into the fabric. So if I'm trying to follow a line, or if I'm trying to follow the edge of a hem, I can actually look at the beginning here to see where those needles are going to go into the fabric. And I don't have to worry about looking back here at the needles. It's much easier to watch the guide up here in the front. We also have lines on our plate. And this is a solid surface. This is not something that you pull out and put another piece to. This is a solid surface here. So we do have those lines there. And we also have a hem guide accessory. And you can purchase this in addition. And you can attach this to your machine. And now I can slide this and set my hem guide to, if I want a 1 inch, maybe I'm doing curtains and I want a 2-inch hem. I can actually set this guide to 2 inches, run the edge of my fabric up against that, and I'm going to get that 2-inch hem guide. So this is an accessory that's really nice with the cover hem machine. So typically what people do with this machine is they put hems in, and it's really wonderful for doing that with your knits. So we're gonna work with the machine. I have it set up as a 2-thread wide stitch, and we're gonna do that to show you how to do the hem on a knit. And then I actually have a t-shirt up here I made. So here is your 2-thread wide, or your 2 needle. Let me say it's 3 threads in there because you got your looper thread. So there's your 2 needle wide, and here's your 2 needle narrow. It's up to you which one you use if you're using it for a hem. These make great top stitches as well, and I even did a little quilt with this I'm going to show you. So let's talk about putting a hem in a knit. This is also a hem with the three needles. And you see I use that 50 weight thread, so you really can't even see that. It just kind of disappears into the fabric. So when you're putting a hem in a knit, or if you're working, anytime you're working with knits, you always get that stretch that you can get. Well, this also has your differential feed. So if you're getting stretch on your knit, you can adjust the differential feed to a higher number, and that will help with that stretch. And your stitch length is over here too. I have my stitch length set all the way at 4 because I want to be able to see those stitches. I don't want them to look like little tiny stitches. So the other thing, if I'm going to do a hem in a t-shirt, is I recently took a class, and you know that hem just wants to stretch because even if you're using a really good quality knit. So there's a product that I use, and I've used this for many years. It's a double-sided fusible tape. It's a thin tape. I think this is like 1/4 inch. And one side is fusible, and it has the paper on the other side. So you cut your strip. I cut a strip and ironed it down to the wrong side of the fabric. And then I peeled the paper away, and then I turned the hem up and ironed it down because this is a double-sided. And now this is stuck. It has really secured that, so I'm not going to get that stretch. So I'm going to put this under. You don't have to lift the presser foot. I just like to lift the presser foot and get that fabric up towards those needles. And I'm going to use the line on my cover hem machine. And now you can run off. A lot of cover stitch machines say, oh, don't run a chain. It'll cut, it'll knot up. With ours, you can run off the edge. We do have the thread trimmer here. I typically use the scissors. And there's our 2 needle wide cover hem stitch, and there's the reverse. So it's super, super easy when you're doing a knit. And I'm going to show you a t-shirt in a minute when we switch cameras back, and you can get the full view of a t-shirt. So some other things that you can do. This is the chain stitch, and this is that Wonderfield 12 weight thread that I used. And I used a product that's called, this product I used is called Texture Magic. There are a lot of different brand products out. It is a fabric that you iron or put to the back of your fabric, and you stitch on it, and then when you steam it, it shrinks up. So we used to use the elastic threads in the sewing machine to get that, and now there's a fabric that gets that. So this is what I used. So I just took my swatch of fabric, and you could use this to create your own fabric to do whatever you wanted to with. Or you could use this if you're making a little girl's top and you wanted the front to look like this, or the sleeves to have this kind of texture. Or maybe this is a pocket that you're going to put on a bag. So I started with a square of fabric, and I took that Texture Magic and just laid it behind here, went to the machine, took out and just used the one needle. You use the left needle when you're doing a chain stitch. And then I just ran some straight stitches here. So just kind of free formed those stitches on there. I could have crossed them over. I could have done a pattern design, whatever I wanted. And then I went to the iron and steamed this. And this is what happened. It actually shrinks your fabric. So that's a great way to decorate fabric. And then with that Texture Magic, you could create your own fabric. So another thing that I did is I did those bowls that you put in the microwave. I'm going to switch cameras a couple of times.
I do have a quick question for you, LuAnn.
Sure.
We've got a viewer asking, if the chain stitches pull out, how do you secure them?
They would need to go into another seam somewhere. You wouldn't want to put it on the edge of fabric.
Perfect.
You could tie a knot in them and put fray check on it if you wanted to. You could pull the threads to the back and tie a knot. That would be another option for you too.
Marie Sanders is also asking, can you use embroidery thread with your cover stitch machine?
Yes, you can. I actually did one of these projects I think that I'm going to show you was an embroidery thread because I had that thread in that color and that's what I used. With these machines, you can basically use or test any thread from the 8 weight, the 12 weight, the serger threads. There's one out there called Candlelight and the Decor. You don't find them as much anymore, but of course I had a lot of those because I've been doing this for a long time. So I had those in my stash. Basically, you can put any kind of thread in the looper. It's the needles you want to stick with the basic threads, or a 30 weight works really good in the needles too.
Neat. Thank you very much for answering that.
Okay. So a little project I did, these are those bowls that you use for or the little bowl holders that you use in the microwave, you know. Well, and this is a great time of the year for soup and things like that where those bowls get hot, but it also could be a candy dish. So the first step that you do is you sew an X on your fabric. And yeah, I could go to the sewing machine, but I was already sitting at the sergers and doing this. So I thought, well, let me just use that chain stitch. I already had it set up for a sample. So I used my chain stitch and put that X in that fabric. And I think you can see it on here. So it just gives it a little bit more definition. Get a little closer, you can see that. So it just shows up better than just having a hidden stitch. So I also made just a small little 9-patch quilt top. I wanted something to sit this on, so when I set it on my table and I put candy in it, it'll have something nice to sit under it. And I thought, well, you know what, why can't I quilt this on my cover stitch? I don't see there's a reason why I can't. So this has been quilted with the 2 needle wide cover stitch. All of these seams have that. I'll show you a close-up in just a minute. So that's completely quilted with that 2 needle wide stitch. And that was a real quick way to get this quilted and get it done. And now it's ready to use. You can also use the chain stitch and quilt in the ditch with the chain stitch. I did that on a baby's flannel quilt, and I just wanted to get it done quickly. So I just used my chain stitch and quilted. It was a quilt sort of like this. It just had like 6-inch squares sewn together. And I just sewed right down there with my chain stitch. And that was really nice because that gave it some definition because those threads really stick up there. So let me show you a close-up of that quilting. So here, if you want to get a better picture of the chain stitch on that bottom piece. And then here is a close-up, if you can see it, of the two needles. Yeah, I used red, but there's a red, so it's red here and here. So the two needle wide, I just, remember we said we had these marks on our foot, and all I had to do was keep that middle mark in the ditch, and my seam, my needles were perfectly on the other side, on both sides of there. But look at the back. I could have easily made this the stitch that I wanted to see on the top. This would have looked really nice. You could have seen it more, and it would have given it more definition on the top. So this was kind of an afterthought, and I thought, oh, I believe I'd rather have had that on the top. So it gave it just some dimension on there. So I used my cover hem as a little quilter. So it's amazing what all you can do when you stop and think about it. So before we move on, let me show you the t-shirt. Oh, I got too many cameras in my room. So this is just a little t-shirt I made. Yeah, it's completely done on the serger, but there is the cover hem for the sleeves. And here is the cover hem for the hem at the bottom of the t-shirt. And look how nice that lays. I used that double-sided tape that I showed you. Got no puckers, no ripples at all. So very nice way to make those t-shirts. And you know, I've always known, oh, I can make a t-shirt, it's not a problem. But as cheap as t-shirts are now, it's like, why do I want to do that? This took no time at all. You just put the sleeves on, you put the neckband on, and you do the hems, and you're ready to go. And this is much better quality fabric that you can buy, or a t-shirt at those other stores. So, and I did, when we talk about the serger, I did put this totally together on the serger. There's your 4-thread stitch on the neckbands and your 4-thread stitch on here. Now, one of the things that I do when you have that tail, we're getting into the serger now, but I won't come back to this t-shirt, but you stitch and you have that long thread that you've got to do something with. I take a large eye needle or a bodkin and thread it, and thread my thread back up through the seam up into here, and that will hold that and secure. That way I don't have to put any fray check or anything like that on here and have a stiff part. So that's how I vary those seams when I'm doing a t-shirt. All right, so we're going to go over to the serger. So while I am moving this camera over to the serger, are there any other questions about the cover stitch machine before we move on?
Yes, we do have a little bit of a question right here. We kind of take it for granted, but you had mentioned the looper. Karen is asking, what is a looper?
Okay, great question. So a looper is sort of like a bobbin on your sewing machine. There's got to be something underneath that you can put thread in that's going to connect with your needles. So in a serger, you have 2 of those in there, like your bobbin, and in a cover stitch machine, you only have 1 looper. So we have a bobbin thread, a looper thread, which is kind of like your bobbin on your sewing machine, and that's the thread you see winding through here. So the needles are on the top, and that looper is this thread. So it's, if you were doing a zigzag on your sewing machine, this would be your bobbin thread, and this would be your needle thread. That's a great question. We do get that question, and I forget about that. So,
well, I have to share a funny story about that. When I first started here at Sewing Parts Online, I had a customer call me asking for a bobbin for their serger. And I was looking through the parts list and looking through the parts list. And finally I was like, you know what? I'm going to go talk to the technician. So I went and talked to our technician. He's like, Trish, there's no bobbin. And I was like, wait, what? So now it sticks in my brain. There's not a bobbin.
Nope, but there's a looper, and it
There's a
basically does
looper.
the same thing as a bobbin does.
Yep. We also have another question regarding threading the cover stitch machine. Is it difficult to thread the cover stitch machine?
It is not. Those needle threads, and I've already switched the camera over, but the needles are on top. So the thread goes around those tension dials and then into the needles. So the needles, everything's right there on top. It's very easy threading for that. The looper is underneath. I think I can swing this around. You can see it. So these are your needles. They basically just come down and your needles are threaded. Your looper is in here. The threading is all on the side here. There's a guide back here. It just threads through here. And this looper, I'm at an awkward angle here. When we push on that button, can you see that looper falls down? So that looper has fallen. I don't know if you can see it on camera or not, but that looper fell down. And now all I have to do is thread the thread through here and here. And those are really big eyes on those loopers. They're not like needles where you've got to go specifically in there. There's a lot of room in there. And that's for the different weights of thread. And then it just pops back up into the area. You don't have to worry about going in here and going in here. If you've had a serger for years ago, it was kind of like you stood on your head when you tried to get that thread through there. They're much simpler now.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say for anybody that joined Chelsea's segment, she was using the JUKI MCS 1500, and we do have a YouTube video on how to thread that machine. And the 1700 QVP is very, very similar to that. So if you want to check out that YouTube video, that would help you out too.
All right, so let's go over now. If there's no more questions about a cover stitch, let's talk about our new MO2800 Easy Threader Serger. This is one of the newest ones that we've come out with on the market. It is a 2-thread, 3-thread, 4-thread. So a 2-thread is going to be used for decorative. If you're doing a narrow edge something and you just want to use 2 spools of thread, you can do that with this serger. You don't want to use it as a seam because it's really just threads wrapping, but it's 2 threads. It'll save you on having to buy 3 spools of some of those expensive threads. And that's usually for decorative. A 3-thread can be used for your knits, your really stretchy dance wear costume material. And you can completely put those knits together with a 3-thread. The 4-thread has a securing, like a straight stitch incorporated in it. And you can actually put a 4-thread, there's what that 4-thread looks like. This could actually make a garment. It could be a linen, a natural fabric, a woven, a knit. It has a securing seam in there. So you could use a 4-thread for that. You can also use a 4-thread on your knits. It has enough stretch that sometimes I'll just use it on my knits for my t-shirts. But if you're going to use like a dance wear fabric or something that's really stretchy, you need to use the 3-thread. So right off, you'll notice if you've seen any of our other sergers, this is our new body style. It's more sleek, it's more modern, and we've made some really nice changes to this serger. We do have the waist tray that comes off, nice large waist tray, and I'm going to take that off for the rest of the presentation so that you can see better. This serger has something new to JUKI sergers. It has the knee lifter. I know you know what this is with the sewing machines. Well, this serger now has the knee lifter. So you just put that in, and now you can use your knee to raise and lower your presser foot. And I can't tell you how many times that has really been needed. You're working with a particular fabric, and if you move your hands, everything's going to move, but you need to lift that presser foot to shift the fabric. This is wonderful. You can see that presser foot raising and lowering when you're using the knee lifter, and that's new to the JUKI sergers. All right. Another thing we added, it's very small, but I love it. We have 2 magnetic strips up here, and I actually knocked the needle off and it fell on the floor. But these are great for your needle holders. You just take your needle out of your machine, and you know, most of the time we're sticking it back here into the foam pads, or we're laying it down or doing what I did and knocking it on the floor. So you can lay your needle up here and it'll be ready for you when you're ready to put it back in the machine. You can also pop your scissors up here just to show you that's magnetic. And there's one on both sides. So if you want it to hold your scissors or to hold anything else, the 2 magnetic strips are new on our sergers. We have onboard tools. So we have our dust brush, which also this part is your needle inserter. You put your needle in and it'll hold it, so your needle's not falling down into the area like I'm sure we've all experienced. We have our little screwdriver, our little Allen wrench to change those needles. And then we have our tweezers, which are right here and handy for us. So let's talk about another feature on this machine. This is a JUKI exclusive. You're not going to see this on any other brand or model. It's called a tweak width adjustment. And what that's going to do is stop that tunneling that you get on the fabric and stop that loops that you get. You know, you stitch and you're either getting something that looks like this, which is really not a pretty stitch, or you're getting the fabric being rolled underneath. And we immediately look at that and go, oh, that's my tensions, I've got a problem. It's not typically a tension issue. It's the fact that your knives are either cutting not enough fabric, or you've got too much fabric in there and it's tunneling. So this is our knife adjustment. And if you can see on camera, this is moving my knife away so I can get more fabric out there and get a wider stitch width. I'm going to put this back to normal. But sometimes when we do that, we still get that tunneling. We've got our knife all the way out. We've got the appropriate fabric that we're cutting, but it's still tunneling. And what's happening is you've got fabric that extends beyond those stitch fingers. So if you look at your serger, there's 2 stitch fingers. There's a narrow little finger, and that's what you use when you're doing a roll hem. And then there's the wider stitch finger, and that's what you use when you're doing the stitches. And your threads roll around those stitch fingers. Well, when I move my cutting width way out here, I've got fabric extending beyond that stitch finger. So it's sort of like the fabric's there, but there's nothing supporting it, so it can still fold and tunnel under here. So this knob here is called our tweak width adjuster. And when I turn this, and there was no way for me to actually get this on camera without having a 4th camera up here, but that stitch finger is now moving, and no other serger that I know, this is a JUKI exclusive, so no other serger has the ability for that stitch finger to move right or left. Yes, it'll go up or down and get out of the way, but now when I move that, now I actually have something supporting that fabric under there, and it's going, those threads are going to wrap completely around, there's support under there, and I'm not going to get that tunneling. So this is really nice if you are doing lightweight fabrics like these silky type fabrics. This is a knit, but if you're going to sew some of these fabrics that are these real flimsy fabrics, you know, they're going to tunnel real easily. And if there's nothing under that extra over here to support the stitches, those stitches are just going to cause that fabric to curl under. Now that stitch finger is supporting right on the edge of that. So this is a really nice, it's only on this model. We call it the tweak width stitch adjustment. So that's something we have added that is a JUKI exclusive. Another thing on here while we're we're talking about stitches is a roll hem. The stitches people typically buy a serger for, of course, are your 3-thread, 4-thread, and then they want to do a roll hem. We have added a roll hem lever. So to do a roll hem, you're going to take out, and we're going to do a roll hem in just a little bit. You take out your left needle, because we're going to do a narrow stitch. You're going to release that wide stitch finger, and with this one, this is the knob, and I simply turn it, and the stitch finger has fallen down. I'm going to put that back up because we're going to do some regular sewing. And then we have to start setting our tensions, and this is where people panic. Oh, I don't know where to set my tension. Where do I set my lower tension to get that fabric to roll under? Well, we solved that. You don't have to touch those tensions at all. You know, the less we have to mess with those tensions, the happier we are. We're going to flip this up, and we're going to set our stitch length, take out our needle, change our stitch finger, and our roll hem is going to be perfect. And I'm going to show you that in just a little bit. Wonderful. Every time I have used this, I've had this serger for a few months, and I have used the roll hem quite a lot on here. I have never had to go back and adjust my tensions. Now, if you're going to use a heavier thread, you might want to tweak those tensions a little bit. I haven't worked with those, but just by flipping that lever up, you're ready to do your roll hem. We do have our differential feed knob on the side over here, and we do have our stitch length over here as well. Does everybody know what differential feed is? I've been in the business a long time, and I demo machines, and a lot of people come up, and differential feed is just like a common word anymore. But a lot of people look at you like, I don't know what you're talking about. Does anybody have that question, or do we all know what a differential feed is now that
we would love it if you explained it, LuAnn?
I was waiting on somebody to give me that prompt. So what a differential feed is your feed dogs are split in half. And that knob over here can tell your feed dogs independently how fast or how slow to go. And most sergers do have differential feed, but there are still some out there that don't. So when you're sewing a knit, you know, that knit tends to stretch. Well, you can set your differential to a higher number. And what that's doing is those front feed dogs are going faster than the back ones. So it's kind of pushing your knit together before it's stitching it. And that keeps your knit from being stretched. You can also put it to the highest number, and it's really pushing that fabric through in the front faster than it's pulling it out in the back. And that's how you can get your gathering without having to purchase a gathering foot on the serger. We do have a gathering foot if you want to get some really tight gathers, but that's a good way to get gathers, or to ease a sleeve if you're putting a sleeve in. The lower number, when you're stitching a fabric such as something like this, real flimsy, you're in the sewing machine, you're holding it down like this so that when it goes through, it can't pucker. So you're putting a little tautness on that fabric. That lower number is doing the same thing. It is sending that fabric in slow, but trying to pull it out in the back faster. So it's not stretching it. It won't stretch it. It'll keep it laying flat. And that's the beauty of differential feed. You can adjust it to the different types of fabrics so that now we can use all those different types of fabrics today. So that's our roll hem on there. All right, so I mentioned this was an easy threading with our brochure will tell you with a strong swoosh of air, it will automatically thread. And I know I heard Chelsea say the other day about air threaders. If air threading is within your budget, I would suggest that you go that, because this is so easy to thread. You're just going to be amazed. Before that, let me just tell you the stitches that you can get with this machine. So this machine will do a 4-thread overlock, a 3-thread. Actually have, so there's your 4-thread stitch. Showed you that earlier. It will do a 3-thread. So if you want to do a really narrow stitch, this is a 3-thread. You can do a 3-thread wide or narrow. That depends on which needle you take out. So there's your 3-thread stitch that you can get. You can do a 2-thread overcast. You can do a 3-thread roll hem. And here is a roll hem. And again, we're going to do that in a minute. But here's a roll hem on a knit. You can do a 3-thread narrow on a knit. And you can also do they call it a lettuce edge. It's a 3-thread edge. You use your differential feed. And when you put your differential feed up really high, you can actually get it and get that lettuce edge. So that's a 3-thread with that stretchy edge. And then you can also do a 3-thread flat lock with this machine as well.
Doreen is asking if it can do a wave stitch.
No, that is exclusive with someone else, but no, we do not do a wave stitch on here.
Oh.
So let me show you how, let me show you how easy this is to thread. You know, it used to be when I would demo sergers and people would come up at shows and say, show me how you thread this. Well, sometimes I just didn't, it's not as easy. Now when they come up and say it, I'm like, sure, I'll be glad to show you how to thread this. It is super, super easy for you to thread. So I just took the threads out of the loopers. They're still in the needles, and I was just pulling those excess threads out. Now to thread, your thread comes up from the thread stand, which is up here at the top. And you have these, it just lays in this slot. There's just a slot right up here on top. All sergers have this, but sergers have guides back there. And you have to hook that thread in a guide. And sometimes I have to stand, because I'm short, I have to actually stand up and look behind the machine to see if that thread needs to go on the left or the right of that guide. With this serger, that guide is incorporated inside here. So all I have to do is lay that thread down in there and it's done. I don't have to worry about clipping a guide. We pull it down through the tension, and then it just comes straight down here and through that thread guide. And now we're going to thread our loopers. So these two, your left and your on the end, are your 2 loopers underneath here. First thing you're going to do is flip this up and then turn your hand wheel, and there are marks on the hand wheel until those chambers close. And you can hear it. It's a very loud click that I think you probably heard. Make sure you have plenty of thread coming out. And I like to take, now we can thread both of these at the same time. That is something that you can't do with a lot of other brands. You have to do them independent. So I just like to take my tweezers, and you're going to put this thread down in here about 1 inch. I just like to push it down, and you're going to push that button. And my lower looper's threaded. Now I can thread a serger really quick. Like I said, I've been doing this a long time. But why would I want to do that when this is doing it automatically? Now with ours, we don't have to do anything else. With other sergers, you have to flip this button and flip this button to tell it to work with this air threader over here. Not ours. Ours, I could have put both these threads in at the same time, and it would have threaded right through there. So let me just grab a hold of the thread, put it down in there. I like it about 1 inch, and my upper thread is now threaded. How quick and simple and aggravation-free is that? That is wonderful. I love air threaders, especially ours that both could be done at the same time, and I don't have that extra step of switching to tell it which threader I'm going to use. Now, I don't have to pull these threads up. This serger is going to allow me to just leave that thread there, and when I'm ready to stitch, it's going to pick it up and go. We also don't have to thread this serger in any particular order. Some will tell you you have to start with a particular looper and don't thread your needles until your loopers are threaded. That's not true with this one. You can thread this in any order, and if a thread breaks, you don't have to unthread something. You can just thread that one back up and continue to go. And that's different with this serger than some others out there. All of our JUKI sergers work that way, with the exception of maybe a couple of models. So we're just going to flip this back down. I'm going to leave that thread in there so you can see we'll pick it up. And I do like to get the other thread under the foot And I just like my threads neat. Now, I have left my needles threaded, but we do have an automatic needle threader on here as well. It's right here. So your needle threads, again, come down the same way. There is a threading path here, and they go over and they go in one of these little slots. There is a green square symbol right here that tells me that thread goes in that groove above the green square symbol here. So you can't get your threads twisted. And then there's a gray symbol here that tells me when I pull my thread up, it goes behind the gray symbol area up here. Super, super easy to thread this machine. You don't have to get out your book every time you want to rethread the machine. And then there's just two guides here, and I like to put the presser foot down. You pull this to the left to thread the left needle, and then you push it to the right to thread the right needle, and you're ready to go. It does have the thread cutter here too. So let's sew a seam now that we rethreaded this. This machine got to put your settings back. I left that stitch finger down. This machine also has the notches on the foot to let me know where my needles are going in. Can you see that seam? So that's a 4 thread, and we left that thread down under there. It just picked it up and went. There's no thread nest under there or anything. It just picked it up and went. So that's how easy it is to thread this serger, our new easy thread serger, air thread serger. So let's talk about a roll hem. Oh, this serger also has an extra wide area here. This is wider than our other sergers. So we got more room here to play with this. So let's talk about a roll hem. How easy is it to go from a roll hem or from a 4 thread to a roll hem? So I'm just going to get the needles up. I am going to take out the left needle because I want to narrow. It is marked L and R here. I do have a needle holder to hold those needles, and I'll show you that because that's a great thing. I like to go ahead and cut these threads. Now you want to take this completely out. You don't want to leave this dangling. You want to take it completely out and roll it back on the thread. There's a lot of suction when you are sewing, and something could pick that thread up and try to incorporate it and cause you a problem. So just go ahead and take that thread completely out of your serger. This comes with the machine, the needle holder. You just slide that up into the needle. It's going to hold it for you. I'm going to loosen that screw on the left needle, and it's just going to fall out for me without falling out into the machine. So there's how easy I took the needle out, and I'm going to pop that needle up there so I can find it again. I do like to tighten this back up. Don't want that screw to vibrate out. That is a tiny screw. You'll never see it again if it vibrates out. And I'm just going to put these right back so I can find them next time I need to use them. So the other thing we need to do, now that we've taken the needle out, we're going to set it up for roll hem. We're going to take our cutting width all the way down to the 2.5. We want that nice end because we're doing a very narrow edge. We're going to have to release that stitch finger and get rid of the larger one. So we're just going to pop this up, and that big stitch finger has gone down into its place, and now I just have the narrow stitch finger. I'm going to put my stitch length. This is going to depend on the thread you're using. Between 0.7 and 1, if you're using a thicker thread, you might want to go to a little bit higher stitch length. Depends on the look you want, the thread you're using, and everything. And I just flip that lever up. Remember, flip that up. I didn't touch any of my tensions. And we are going to do a roll hem. And look at that roll hem. That is beautiful. Let's get it. I didn't touch the first tension. That's the back of it. Look how nice it has pulled that over. And I've done roll hems a lot, and you do have to, on other sergers, play with that lower looper because it has to be a certain tightness. This machine set it up for me. That is a gorgeous roll hem, no matter what fabric you're going to put it on. And it was that easy. I flip this back, and I don't have to mess with those tensions. Have you noticed during the whole presentation, I didn't touch my tensions at all? I am using regular weight thread, but I haven't had to adjust my tensions for any of the different sewing that I did. Even when I did the roll, the lettuce edge roll hem, you don't have to adjust anything. Here is a 4-thread stitch on that real slinky stuff. So that's how easy. It's our new MO 2800 Easy Threader Serger. And that's pretty much basic. And on my needles up here, I can go put that back in and I'll be set up and ready again to do a 4-thread stitch.
Awesome. Well, we've got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind answering those.
Sure.
All right. We've got Fern asking, can a serger also do a cover stitch?
There are sergers out there that do both. Let me just say there are out there that do both. The price is usually a little bit higher up there. What happens is the conversion. Now, yeah, they've gotten easier to convert, but you still have to convert. You know, a lot of us are afraid of our sergers anyway. We don't want to touch that tension. We don't want to touch anything. Well, if you're setting on a 4-thread stitch and you have to convert to a cover hem, there's a lot of different changes in there. And like I said, it's gotten easier over the years. There's not 7 different things you have to touch. There might be 1 or 2, but there's still that conversion process that you have to do. So most people will go with a cover hem that can be set up by itself just to do a cover hem. You never have to do anything or change anything unless you're wanting to change threads. And then they'll go with a nice serger so that they don't have to worry about switching it. I know I date myself to say how long. I've been in this business over 40 years. And I used to have one that did both 20 some years ago. I never used that other feature because I just didn't have the time to figure out how to do it again. So most people will go for the 2. And when you price them, it's about the same price buying the 2 versus buying the 1 that's got everything together. And it's a whole lot less frustration than having to figure out how to set it up. But there are those out there that do both.
Perfect. We also have Marie asking, does this model require routine oiling like other sergers, or is it used anymore for like newer JUKI sergers?
Well, any serger that has like a metal rubbing a metal, you're going to put a little oil in. It's just normally on like the needle bar area, or where this is a metal bar going in between, I don't know what this is called. You put a little drop of oil in there, but there's only like 2 or 3 oiling points. That's pretty much true on most sergers, that they have to be oiled, maybe in 1 or 2 oil points in here and on the needle bar, but not a lot of oiling, not necessary.
Perfect. Also, Brenda is asking, what accessories does this machine come with?
Okay, it comes with the regular foot, and then there's also a foot, and I don't have it. I got one of the first sergers that came out, but there's also a foot that comes with, I think it comes with it. Don't hold me to that. It's called a curve foot. This is a new foot. When you go around curves, the toe of this foot's really wide, and the new foot's called the curve foot. So the distance between the knife and the foot, it's the smallest in the industry. So your foot's way up here, which is where your knife is. So once you start to turn your fabric, you've already hit your knife. A lot of times you're out here with your foot, you've turned your fabric, and the knife, you hadn't even got close to it, so you're not getting a good curved edge. And that is a new foot that we have. It's called a curved foot. I was going to look and see. Let me just, the other nice thing about our sergers are the fact that we have so many extra feet that you can get. You don't have to have them all. The curved foot comes with it. Okay, so that is,
Yeah,
so
and
it
I
comes with
know
the
that
regular foot
Brian-
and the curved foot.
Nice. Yeah, I know Brian was looking at some of the optional accessories, and he said that we have quite a few available. So if you're looking for any additional feet for this awesome machine, we can help you out with that.
Yeah, since we have a little extra time, we have a blind stitch foot. We have an elasticator if you want to put elastic on. Cording foot. We have a beading foot if you want to add beads. And there's a curved beading foot, which will allow you to get around those curves. The one I really like is the piping foot. You can make your own piping, but we use that for putting zippers in bags and everything. And that zipper just lays right under that piping foot. There's a gathering foot. And we have a tractor presser foot that I haven't had a chance to play with. And it's sort of like a foot that pulls your fabric through. It's something new for us, and I just haven't gotten one. I'm not even sure if they're in stock yet. So maybe we can talk about that at a different date. And then a clear presser foot for this machine as well. So a lot of options if you're going to use it, especially for clothing, with those cording and gathering and blind stitch foot. A lot of optional feet for you.
Very nice. We got a question here from Bridget. She's asking, how often do you need to change the cutting blade?
The serger will kind of let you know. When it's not making a good, clean cut, it kind of will let you know that, hey, it's time to change that. If you're sewing regular fabrics and you don't run over a pin, the minute you run over that pin, you're probably going to want to change your knife. But if you're just sewing regular fabrics, even if you sew all day long, that knife is going to last you a long time. I can't really say exactly if it's going to last 6 months or a year. That depends on what you're sewing and how much you're sewing. I'm going to tell you, I don't think out of any of the sergers I've ever had, I've ever changed the knife. But I don't sew every day, but I do sew quite a lot. So those knives are very strong. And if you don't abuse them by sewing over a pin, it's going to last you a long time.
Wonderful. Well, I think that covers the questions. I know you are coming back tomorrow to show us a pretty special machine. Are you excited for that one? I think it's at
yeah. That is
1
another
o'clock.
sweet machine. Yeah, that is our DX4000. It's our 12-inch bed machine with a full color touch screen and a lot of interesting things like Wi-Fi connection. And just as a fun little thing, sometimes we do at shows, we go on the YouTube channel and select some nice music, and we can listen through music through our sewing machine. We don't have to use our phone and kill our phone battery. We can watch videos and listen to music. So we'll talk about that tomorrow with the DX4000.
Well, we are very excited to see that, and we've enjoyed your 2 segments already, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it too.
Thank you, LuAnn. Well, I know I learned a lot from that segment. How about you, Brian?
I think so. I think I could confidently sell a serger without sending out a cover stitch at this point.
Now we know the difference. All right, well, let's go over some pricing on those awesome machines. So we'll touch on the MCS 1700 QVP first. Normal price on that is $1,099, and it is on sale for $799. And you can give us a call. We've got an even better special event pricing on that. We can get you that cover stitch machine. And we also have the the MO2800 serger, and that normal price is $2,000. I guess I'm squinting here. That's $2,099, I believe, and sale price of $1,599. And you can get that on sale as well for special event pricing. I just love that it has a knee lifter. That is pretty darn cool with a serger. Very, very neat. And I know that people are ready for the giveaway. Are you about ready for the giveaway, Brian?
I think we are. Let's do it.
All right. And super quick before we go to this one, just a reminder on the next segment, we are going to be giving away, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. Oh, the 30-piece Floriani thread kit.
The TrueCut travel kit.
And that's the next one. Yep.
So we'll do the TrueCut travel kit after Grace presents, and then at the end of the day, we're doing $640 worth of embroidery thread from Floriani.
That's amazing. Yeah, $640 worth of embroidery thread at the end of the day. Super, super cool.
And, we can't say much yet, but we have a surprise.
We do have a surprise at the end of the day, though.
That's all we can say.
That's all we can say. All right, so let's do the giveaway right now for that JUKI HZL 355Z. We're giving away another sewing machine, you guys. This is awesome. Perfect timing for Christmas.
That we say is perfect for quilt retreats.
Yes, quilt retreats, easy to take with you. It's also got a lot of different functions. You know, you're able to do quite a bit with some basic.
6PSG.
Oh, he won yesterday.
They've won twice, and I'm pretty sure that 6PSG, whoever that profile is, hi, by the way, we're happy.
Thank you for coming back.
They won something in September as well, so they have been a dedicated viewer. So
Thank you. We appreciate you. And isn't this fun though? I love doing like starting over each segment because you get a really good chance of winning. This is so fun. We are enjoying it. All the comments. If you guys have any questions, keep them coming. We'll try to start. Actually, let's take a peek at the comments and see what everybody's up to. Shoot us a 1 in the comment if you're enjoying our SewCreative Live Christmas, right? Hope we see a whole bunch of 1s. All right. Well, up next, we have another fun segment. Richard Tharp with Babylock Educator. He is going to join us again, this time showing us the Sashiko machine. You want to go ahead and bring up Richard?
Bring him up.
All right. Hello again, Richard.
Hi, Tricia. Hi, Brian. How are y'all today?
We are doing wonderful. I don't see the hat. I was going to put mine on because you inspired me yesterday afternoon.
It's back on it's right up here on the rack behind the array.
Brian wants me to put the Santa hat on this one. I don't know about that.
Okay.
You're going to do it
Put
together?
your Santa hat on. Here we go.
I don't know if this one fits. We'll see.
Oh, that's adorable. I love that. There we go.
Perfect.
Yes.
Well, now that we look really intelligent, right, Richard? We're ready to hear
absolutely.
About
you know, I'm old. I remember when people used to put these little fuzzy balls around the windshield in their cars back in the 60s and 70s.
Well, I'm excited to hear about this particular segment because back at Babylock Tech, you were showing the Sashiko machine, showing all the cool things that you could do with it.
Yes.
Did you happen to bring your vest this time around?
The fiber vest?
Yeah.
It's here somewhere.
I guess next time we're going to have to make sure that you bring it because that's a pretty awesome project. So
yes. Trying to think what nook and cranny I have that in. I don't see it here handy. I'm sorry. We'll do that on a future segment.
I guess so. All right, Richard. Well, let's go ahead and let you show us that Sashiko machine.
Yeah. So hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to day 2 of this most awesome event. And today I want to talk to you about I'm a 4th generation quilt maker, and this machine right here, and I'm going to switch to another camera here in just a moment, but this is the Babylock Sashiko right here. And what this machine does, it does a stitch that looks like hand quilting. But it's called the Sashiko, and I'm going to go into all the details about it here in just a moment. But I have a wonderful story about this machine. Quite a few years ago, I was watching Nancy Zeman on her PBS show, and she was demoing and talking about the Babylock Sashiko. And since I came from a hand quilting background and hand sewing background, I decided, watching that one segment on her show, that I had to have this machine. And I went and tracked down the nearest Babylock retailer I could find and purchased my very first Babylock sewing machine. And today I have 14, I think. Only 14. There's always room for more, right?
That's awesome.
But oh my God, and I'm actually going to do some stitching on this machine. And if you are into embellishing, you can do so much more than quilt with this machine. Anything you can do with a straight stitch sewing machine, you can do with the Babylock Sashiko and get the heirloom effect at the same time. Let's swap back to our other camera. There we go. And the only adjustments on this machine are right here. This adjusts the stitch length. The stitches can be from 2 millimeters to 5 millimeters in length, and at just a sliding little scale right here. But also you can adjust the spacing in between those stitches from 2 millimeters to 5 millimeters. So I've got it set for 3 and 3. That's where we're going to start. 30 weight threads or smaller. You cannot put anything heavier than a 30 weight thread in this machine, according to the manufacturer. Now, what I have in it right now is Aurifil. And we're going to wind a bobbin here in a minute and switch to some King Tut quilting thread. But what I have already got made up is a small quilt sandwich right here. And we're going to stitch on top of this machine. Now, I've already got it set up to do quilting. And all we do is we put this underneath it, we lower the presser foot, and now we have a blue, when it's blue like this, as long as you hold down the foot control, it will continuously form a stitch. So here we go. We're going to do our first stitch on this. Check it out. And that's all there is to it. Wait till if you've never seen the type of stitches that this machine makes, oh my gosh, are you going to be completely amazed. So I'm going to stop it right there. Now all I have to do, there is no back stitching. Each stitch that this machine forms creates a knot that is buried in between the layers of fabric. So that means this is the most secure stitches any sewing machine makes. There's a slot in the bed of the machine right here. Here's my thread. I put it through the slot and pull it towards me. It cuts the thread. And check out, let that camera focus on that, and you'll be able to see those beautiful hand look quilt stitches. Oh my gosh, Cynthia, yes, it only makes this one stitch, but there is so many things and techniques you can do with it, and you're about to see all of those fun techniques. Check this out. So that's awesome. That is a 3 millimeter stitch and a 3 millimeter spacing. The smallest it will make, we'll set it to 2 and 2. Check it out. We'll do us another line, lower the presser foot, and we're going to stitch that down, and you'll see the smallest stitch that this stitch will make. This is akin to what you would see someone doing hand quilting with, is this very small stitch. And it's quite beautiful. I do have variegated thread loaded in the machine. Now check it out, everybody. There is no upper thread. There is only bobbin thread in this machine. So that means all you ever have to do to thread it is wind a bobbin, put it in the bobbin case, which is under here, and pull up your thread, and you're ready to go. How easy is that? Let's take this out so you can see the difference between those two stitches. And boy, that was all in white. That may not be the easiest to see. Let's see here. But if you can see those little tiny stitches right here, there's the first one, the dark ones. Those light ones are actually the tiny, tiny hand stitches. So yes, there is no top thread in this machine, only bobbin thread. I have a spool of King Tut back here already on the spindle, but that's only to wind bobbins with, everybody. Only to wind bobbins. Now, how easy is it to wind a bobbin on this machine? Well, let's wind one and find out. It is super easy to do. So I have my thread back here on this spool stand, and I'm going to go switch to my handheld camera for just a moment and get you a closer look at this. Check it out right up here. There it is. That's the only place all this thread here is for, is to wind bobbins with, everybody. That's all it's for. There we go. And now I'm just going to put it through its thread path. Super easy to do. Click, click, a little place there to click it into spot. Right through this. And we're going to wind a bobbin. Class 15 bobbins. This takes, in Babylock land, this takes the same bobbin from everything from an Altair Meridian all the way through a Solaris. And now I'm just going to press on the foot control, push it back. And after it goes a little bit, you can just take your foot off the foot control and it will wind. I'm going to get some thread on it, tap the foot control to stop it, snip my excess thread, and finish winding that bobbin. Super easy to do. And of course, if you have other Babylock machines, you can just, if you have leftover thread in a bobbin, here's where you can use up. All of your leftover bobbin thread, everybody, is in this machine right here. Makes it super easy to do. So let's stop that, and I'm just going to snip it, pull it off. Now I have, this is 40 weight King Tut all cotton thread. I'm going to swap this over and just show you how easy it is to put in a bobbin, because really this is the only thing different that you have to learn with this machine is getting the bobbin cases in. So I'm going to take out my bobbin case, but first, I just made a boo-boo. You see these buttons, right? This one button right here. We'll see how there's a light beside the bobbin case. Hold it in. And when the green light comes on beside the bobbin case, you can then open the door to remove the bobbin. If you try to remove it without that, it will get jammed. That's just the one little thing that's specific to the Sashiko. The bobbin case has a little fuzzy on top and has these two little metal flanges on the bottom. You can see that. And then there is the bobbin. As you can see, that's Aurifil 50 weight thread. Here is King Tut. We're just going to load the bobbin. Put it through its little deal there. And then we're going to go through both of the holes from bobbin side to the front side in one threading scenario. Has to go through both holes. Come on, you. Both holes, there we go. Pull out about 10 inches of thread. Then we're going to reinsert our bobbin with a little fuzzy side up. And it's clicked. Then we're going to hold on to that thread. Let me back this up some. There we go. I'm going to hold on to the thread, and with my hand wheel, let's go to that other camera because then you can see that. Now, with my hand wheel, I'm going to turn it towards me once and twice. It has just pulled up the thread on the needle. So this is not a regular needle. It takes a special needle, and it's like a latch hook. It has two parts to the needle system. And then I'm just going to slide it across and pull all my thread to the top, shut the door. I'm going to put my thread through this cutting mechanism right here and pull it towards me. And we're ready to go. That's all there is to it, everybody. That's how easy that is to thread. Now we're going to put our sandwich back in. This time I'm going to set the stitch length to 5. This will be the longest stitch. And we're just going to start sewing. That easy to do. Oh my gosh. If I can do it, anybody can do it. And listen, everybody, I have a YouTube channel with over 200 how-to videos on operating all these different Babylock machines. And there are several videos on what you just saw to do the Sashiko as well. Plus, you'll be able to review this video on Sewing Parts Online's website. Now, this is one of my favorite size stitches, is this 5. Let's get it up here to the camera, and you'll be able to see the difference, in the size of these stitches. There's the 5. That first one right there was the 3. And then right there beside that 5 is the actual 2 millimeter. Pretty cool.
So neat. Oh, I'm so sorry, Richard. I was going to say that looks so neat. And Sharon Ward is asking, can you show the bottom as well?
Absolutely. How it looks on the bottom, it just looks like a straight stitch. Okay.
Interesting.
Yes. And just remember, every single stitch, it forms a knot that is pulled up in between the layers of your fabric. So you don't have to backstitch or anything. It's not going to come undone. Because you'll see that here on my next little segment, is just how strong these stitches are. I really love the 5 millimeter because remember, this is quilting, but guess what? You can quilt and embellish at the same time with this machine. Check this out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this under my needle. Now with this machine, you always have to have fabric underneath the needle. Otherwise, the thread is going to break and it's going to jam up the machine. If that happens to you, don't worry. All you have to do is open the side door here and remove all the thread, blah, blah, blah. It's all good. So what I'm going to do though now, I'm going to touch this button here twice, lower my presser foot. I'm going to touch it twice and put it into specialty stitch mode. Let me see if that did it. Yes, so what it does now, it makes one complete stitch and a space, and then it stops in needle down. Why do you want to do that? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because this is one thing I absolutely love about this machine. Here I have some gold metallic braiding, okay? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to fold this piece in half. It's a long piece. It's okay. I'm going to fold it in half. There's a loop. And I'm going to put this loop in behind the needle. Underneath the foot and bring it right up to the back of the needle. Come here, you. There you go. And then I'm going to cross it in front of the needle and take one stitch. I'm just going to tap the foot control and it automatically stops. And now I can keep crossing it in front of that needle. Check it out. This is how easy. You're going to be amazed when you see what this is doing here, everybody. Think of decorative top stitch embellishment around a garment, a hem, even the hem on draperies or table runners. I mean, oh my gosh, there's so much you can use this for. Now, when you're ready to stop, all we're going to do is hit this button again. It just made a stitch and made a knot. Now it's back up to the blue light. Now I can raise my foot, always pull out from the back, bring it over here and slide it in the slot to cut the thread. Are you ready? Here it comes. Check it out. As it focuses, I have autofocus on my big camera. There we go. Check that out. Isn't
that is beautiful?
Amazing? It is so amazing. Oh my gosh. I would buy personally, if I didn't own this machine, I would buy it just to be able to do this. Because not only can you use something fancy like this, but, and I'm just going to cut this off even with the top of the fabric. There we go. I'm also a weaver and a spinner, and I've made up some yarn out of alpaca and silk, And I'm going to use this to embellish with. So I'm just going, I'm still going to make a loop on the back to tie it in. Check it out. I'm going to get the end of my yarn. I mean, if you're a crafter, who doesn't like yarn, everybody? Oh my goodness. Let's get that under there. Okay. Twice. And then I'm going to knot it off. So you'd want to start this out close to an edge. There we go. And now what I'm going to do, a different method to do this, I'm just going to take a single piece and I'm going to move it from left to right as it makes a stitch. You can also do this with regular yarn, with ribbon, think of that beautiful silk embroidery floss ribbon for hand embroidery. Anything you can think of, you can use to do this creative embellishment with. I'm just going to let that little slub there stay right to that side, make a poofy part. Then we'll go back. You can change the angle of it. Yes.
I was just going to say, while you're doing that, we do have a question from Patrice. How easy or hard is it to unpick those stitches since they, knot on every individual one?
It's not. You would just cut the top stitch and pull them right out. It's not that hard to do because once it gets started, it just comes right out. Perfect. So, because I also piece quilt tops with this, and it gives that hand look to hand piecing. Let's have a look at this one. I'm just going to snip this off down here. Now then, here we go. So what I did, I made a little bubble there just to add some texture to it. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
And you can do that also with like regular yarn. You can do it with silk ribbon. I have some silk ribbon here. Check it out. You can do that whole weaving thing with it. So much fun to do. But guess what? There's more. There's always more, isn't there? So if you're into doing heirloom sewing, I mean, the quilting part, we've pretty much covered how to do the quilting because there that is. There is one more thing, though. Let me do this one thing before we move on. I won't have to come back. So on the side of the machine over here is a dial that adjusts how much pressure is put down with the presser foot. And I have it on 3, so it's the loosest. But check this out. With that like that, I can almost do free motion type of work. So I can really just kind of move it while it's stitching and make circles. So if you had a printed guideline on the fabric, you could totally follow it with this machine and do all kinds of curves and beautiful designs. Pretty awesome. Okay. Let's have a look at that. You can see that right there. That was all just free motion done. It's an amazing machine. Oh my gosh. This is one you would never, ever get bored with because if you're into this type of stuff, this is the machine for you. Very powerful machine, very powerful needles, but there is more. You see this presser foot? Let me swap to my close-up camera. That's the only foot available for this machine. It's this clear plastic foot. Notice the markings on the needle plate. Those are all in inches. And the edge of this presser foot, either whether it's on the left or the right side, is exactly a 1/4 inch from the needle. Now, if you're into quilting, we all know what that means, right? yes, you can piece quilt tops on this and get a perfect 1/4 inch seam. And we're going to do that. We're going to piece 1 block. These are 4-inch squares of fabric. I'm going to set it to 3 inches with a 2-inch spacing, 3 millimeters, I mean. And all I'm going to do, I have right sides together. I'm going to let this run right along the edge of the presser foot on this machine. Check it out. And there we go. We are making a perfect 1/4 inch seam with the Sashiko. And what's really cool about this, you're going to see exactly how strong this seam is. Now, you might be wondering, well, can you chain piece with it? Absolutely, you can chain piece with this machine. The thing is, you just don't want the needle going down in the air. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to line up the fabric and butt this up, butt this raw edge right up to this raw edge and keep on going. And we're good to go. I'm sure you're wondering, well, how does it go over bulk? Well, let me tell you, this is an extremely powerful motor and needle. It can go through some heavy stuff. If you're into bag making, this is an embellishing machine for you as well. So there we go. I'm going to cut those apart. And as you can see here, there is the stitching side right here that come into focus. Come into focus there, little camera. Hello. Hello. There we go. You just gotta love that autofocus, right?
There you go.
And the back of it, straight stitch. When you open it up, check it out. No back stitching, and it's not coming apart at the edges. How awesome is that? So a scant 1/4 inch, everybody. Let me tell you something. I don't believe in scant 1/4 inches. So all you would have to do if you really wanted to do a scant 1/4 inch with this, you'd have to just move the fabric over a little bit closer to the needle to get that scant 1/4 inch. I personally don't believe in scant 1/4 inches because there is no accurate measurement for that. It's always, some people say it's a needle worth away. I could talk about that a lot and I'll just not do that. But I don't do scant 1/4 inches. It's not mathematically correct. We'll just leave it at that. But now all I'm going to do, I'm not going to press or anything. I am going to put these 2 units together. I'm not even going to pin it. I'm going to flip the seams so that they're nested right there. And I'm going to put this under and join these 2 units together. Now, whenever you sew on the Sashiko, every day when you start sewing on it, you want to add 1 drop of oil to the bobbin hook area. This is a mechanical machine, and just like any mechanical machine where metal rubs metal, you want to add a drop of oil before you use it for the first time setting up each day. And that's all there is for the maintenance.
I was actually going to ask regarding the oiling, but we do have a question from Fern. I'm not sure if this is possible, but she is wondering if there would be a way to do a close-up of the needle while you're sewing.
Absolutely. We'll get that on this next little demo here. But yes, check this out. Perfect alignment right there where those 4 pieces of fabric meet. And there it is on the back. Okay, so next, let's go back to this little sample piece here. We'll get a close-up of that needle action. Get the camera set up for it. There we go. And I'm going to go super slow. Now you can see right here is the needle, and the black metal thing in behind it is the actual latch hook. So here we go. Are you ready? We're going to go slow. You can see how that pulls up a loop of thread from the bobbin and makes a stitch. Everybody, I love this machine. I have a lot of machines. This is my favorite machine. I have to be completely honest. I love all of my machines, but this one holds a special place in my heart. Okay.
That action is incredibly mesmerizing.
Isn't it though? And it's very relaxing, and it's
Yes.
mesmerizing and meditative to sit here and sew at it as well. So let's pull that one out. Now, there's more because I'm going to take, I have another little quilt sandwich made, and I have a strip of fabric. So you can actually do heirloom ruching and ruffling with just the machine set up like it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this little close-up camera back because I want you to all see this. This is so cool. And we're going to swap over to it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put both of my fabrics. So that's 3 layers there, batting, 2 layers of cotton. And here's another piece of fabric, and I'm going to take a couple of stitches. And I set it up to 5 millimeter length, 2 millimeter spacing. And I'm going to get my handy dandy little stylus pointer here. And all I'm going to do, I'm going to take the tip of my stylus and squish the fabric, pull it back up underneath. But first I need to set it into specialty mode, which is where it takes 1 full stitch and stops. Okay. And we're just going to bring it back and then take a stitch. Bring it back and take a stitch. Bring it back and take a stitch. So what this does, it can create, you can do smocking, ruching, or just make these beautiful little ruffles. And everybody, when we get to the end of this, you'll look at it and say, oh my gosh, they hand stitched all those ruffles down, because that's what it really and truly looks like. Now, if you're really doing this for a project, you'd want to finish the raw edges first, which a serger is really great to do that with. But check it out. Now I'm going to go back into single stitch mode, give it a tear, and check this out right here. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? This is a 2.5 inch wide strip of fabric. And look at those beautiful ruffles. It looks like I hand stitched it down, everybody. Unless someone actually ripped a thing apart, they'd swear that this was you had done this all by hand. Love this technique. So awesome. Oh my gosh. Now then, the next thing I want to talk about, so Sashiko is actually a form of Japanese patchwork, and it was used mainly with hand stitching so that old garments and quilts and bed coverings could be patched so they could be used. But what that looks like in real life, and let me go back to this other camera. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to cut off I'm going to rip it in half. And I'm going to rip it in half again. And now I'm going to stitch this down on top of my little sandwich right here. So check this out. And I'm going to start just a little bit off of where the square lays on the fabric. I'm just going to stitch it down. But this is how, by hand, they would have done it for hundreds of years in Japan. And I'm going to push this once. Now, when it stops, it will stop and needle down. but it will continuously sew as I hold it down. And I'm just going to rotate it and start stitching again. So you don't have, what I'm trying to show you here, you don't have to break the thread every single time. But when I get done here, this patch will be securely attached to the fabric it's being sewn on top of. And this is actually a true form of how you can do mending on clothing or home decor, bedspreads, coverlets, quilts. This is how they did it in ancient Japan. And it's made a resurgence in the sewing world today. That Sashiko stitching is a big thing, everybody. Let's come right back here to where we started. Then we'll have a look at it. Press it once so it goes back to its home. We'll pull it back, cut our thread. And remember, this is with King Tut 40 weight heavy duty quilting thread, everybody. There it is, right there.
That looks
Pretty
so
cool.
awesome, Richard.
And there's some wonderful, wonderful accessories. You can also use some of the Babylock SERGER attachments will fit on this. The felling attachment, the binding attachment, the flat fell seams, the hemming attachments will fit on the Sashiko through the 2 needle holes right here. And there's also an acrylic extension table and a canvas dust cover. There's so much fun stuff to do with this. And oh my gosh, and it's very reasonably priced as well. This would totally, anything you can sew with a straight stitch sewing machine, you can sew on this machine as well. And that's how awesome the Babylock Sashiko is. Whew. So what do you think, Trish?
I think I'm in love.
It's a wonderful
really
machine.
cool.
You can attach, I mean, that needle, the only thing you cannot sew on it are 2 things, actually. No knit fabrics, because with that latch hook system, it will damage the latch hook. You also wouldn't want to try to sew something heavy like leather on it either.
Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing the demonstration at Babylock Tech, and I was just like, what is it even doing? I've never seen anything like that. That is such a cool, interesting way to do it.
Yes, so I make tote bags on it. I make garments on it. I'm a garment sewer. So I do have like a 3-day workshop. I travel all over the country on this machine. And in that 3-day workshop, they make a table runner, my origami tote bag pattern, and they make a kimono beach bathrobe as well. All on the Sashiko
cool.
in 3 days.
You're impressive, Richard.
But it's so much fun. The only limitation is your imagination. Totally.
So cool. Very, very cool. Well, I wanted to touch on one more thing really quick. You had mentioned heirloom sewing. Can you explain to our viewers what that is if they're not familiar with it?
Oh, absolutely. Heirloom sewing are techniques that were used, say, 100 years ago. And what heirloom sewing does, it actually gives a project a hand-sewn finish. So the ruching and the ruffling items I did there, that is actually a form of heirloom sewing. Because a lot of our machines now are sergers. We have attachments to do ruffles with. But before those were a thing, the way I showed you to do a ruffle on this machine, that's how they were done over 100 years ago. And that's what heirloom sewing is, in a nutshell.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you so much for joining us. We really, really appreciate you stopping with us several times over SewCreative Live Christmas.
Oh, wonderful.
And inspiring us to wear hats.
I know what's coming up next. I just have to say, everybody, I love TrueCut. Oh my gosh. They are awesome. They're awesome.
They're probably sitting in the background going, I love that. That's so cool.
They really are awesome.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Richard. And until next time, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas and we'll see you in 2023.
Oh, yes. I was just notified today. Santa's coming to me next week. I'm getting a new
Oh.
Babylock Longarm. I'm getting the regalia. Santa likes me this year. I'm so
Well, Merry
excited.
Christmas, Richard.
Everyone have a wonderful holiday season. Thank you so much.
See you, Richard.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. That's so cool. He is a really good boy for getting a regalia, right? Very lucky. All right. Well, let's go ahead and talk about some pricing on that super cool machine. It's so unique. The Babylock Sashiko, giving you that hand-stitched look. The Sashiko is normally $3,999 and the sale price is $2,799. But with the purchase of this machine, you get a $200 gift certificate to Sewing Parts Online. So you'd be able to get that wonderful thread that he used, and you'd be able to make your own cool projects. I know everybody is excited to do another giveaway. You have just a second here before we pull up that giveaway tool and give away the 30-piece or the 30-spool set of Floriani thread. Are we just about ready, Brian?
I think we're ready.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and see who is the winner. Okay. Here we go. And then we'll get to the TrueCut segment, like Richard said. Brian loves TrueCut.
One that was like, we have to have these.
Yep. Lois Anderson, congratulations. You won that 30 spool of Floriani thread.
Now, I do have to say something really quickly. So that
Go for it.
Hopefully, I commented, but I don't know if they heard it. You know how 6PSG won again?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they claimed that they didn't get their prize in September.
Oh, no.
So I wanted to let them know on air right now, please get in touch with us.
Mm-hmm.
Call customer service, email them, and they will get you in touch with either Trisha or I,
Mm-hmm.
and we would be more than happy to help you get your prize from September. We want to make sure if you won something, you get it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We'll get you taken care of, 6PSG.
Cool.
All right.
You ready?
We are. Well, let's go ahead and bring up Melinda and Allegra.
Hi, Trisha. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
We are doing great.
Yeah.
Doing great. So,
well, we like that little plug from Richard, right? He loves the TrueCut products.
we did, like, both of our ears perked up, and it's like, oh, and we're just
like,
dancing and being all happy. Because, I mean, if you've never tried TrueCut, seriously, you're truly missing out. So
it changes your life.
It does.
A little bit, yeah.
It does.
Well, I think I've shared this story before, but Brian used to be in product specialist, and one day he came into my office and he's like, Trish. And I'm like, yes. He's like, you need to see this product. And I'm like, okay. He shows me the TrueCut products. He's like, this is so cool. So I'm excited for you to show how cool TrueCut product is.
Awesome. Well, again, Trisha, if you have questions, jot those down, and we'll circle back around and answer those at the end. As comments come through, we'll try to answer those questions as well. So again, just a reminder, I'm Melinda with the Grace Company, and
I'm Allegra, also with the Grace Company.
Yes, so we're super excited today to demonstrate and talk about our TrueCut products. And really, I already said it. If you have never tried TrueCut, you're missing out. It's life-changing, game-changing. It's safer, easier, more accurate way of cutting.
It is, yep. It makes cutting fun.
It does.
It does, yeah.
We always, here at the Grace Company, we have our machines, we have our frames, we have our thread, we have TrueCut. All of these products, are designed by quilters for quilters to really just, again, make things easier. Why work harder, when you can really work smarter?
Yeah.
And with our quilt projects, again, with our machines and frames, the quilting part, for me, that's the fun part. That's the creative part.
It is.
And I kind of, in a sense, get to cut loose and let my creativity flow. But people Yeah, you hear about people cutting their fabric and, you know, piecing their fabric, getting their quilt ready. But it's not the fun part of quilting. It is a chore. So wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would agree.
So yeah, so with TrueCut, we have lots of products from rulers to cutters to sharpeners. We have our awesome True Grips. We have bundle packages. So Allegra, I want to ask our audience a question. Go ahead and put a 3 in the comments if you own or have ever used TrueCut products. Let's see how many out there have used these products before. So we'll wait a moment for those comments to start coming in, and they're coming. Tons of 3s.
Yes.
You know, of people that are using the products. So of the people that added a 3, go ahead and put a 4 if you love TrueCut, and essentially the TrueCut system is kind of your primary cutting system. So go ahead and put a 4 if TrueCut is your primary and your everyday go-to.
Does that mean we put a 4?
Yep,
4?
I would put a 4. So yeah, so tons of 3s that came through, tons of 4s that came through. So let's you know, get into it. Let's show everybody who has never used TrueCut. Let's show them why they would want the TrueCut system and then make it their primary. So all of our rulers, and again, we have various sizes. We have rectangle rulers, square rulers, triangle rulers, but all of our rulers have a raised edged system or track. Oh, this way, there we go. So we can see the raised edge on either side of our ruler. So again, whether you're right-handed or left-handed, it doesn't matter what side of the ruler you're using your cutter on, you'll still have that guide system. Now, if we take a look at our cutters, so we have a special piece which is the guide system. So the guide system can come on or off. Our cutters, you know, you can use with any other rulers, but the guide system works specifically with our rulers. So again, as we're cutting, our guide system will pop right up onto that track, and come on, autofocus. Okay, there we go. So again, the cutter or the guide system jumps right up on that track system. You're stuck on that track. So again, safe, easy, accurate cuts every time. Straight cuts, no more veering left, no more veering right.
Yes.
I hate wasting fabric.
And fabric is so expensive.
It is so expensive. And even, you know, my scrap pieces, I hang on to those because I'm going to use them again someday for something, but
I don't know what, but eventually.
Yep. So again, I hate wasting fabric. It's so expensive. I have spent, you know, quite a bit of time. If I veer to the left, I'm nicking my ruler. Thankfully, I have missed my fingers. I've had a few close calls, but I've seen people, you know, witnessed somebody actually cutting their finger at an event. I've heard just the stories of what happens, you know, when mishaps happen with our cutters. So again, the track and guide system, safe, easy, accurate every time. All of our rulers have the track. All of our rulers or all of our cutters come with the guide. And we have a huge variety of things, of products to go through. So Allegra, what is your favorite?
My favorite of all of the TrueCut system?
Yes.
The 360 ruler cutter. The 360 circle cutter.
You know, I would have to agree. I mean, we can cut circles, you know, until we're blue in the face, whether we're using scissors.
Yes.
When you use scissors, you get the little like notches in the circle. So it's never like a perfect circle.
It's not.
Never. And oftentimes when I use scissors, I feel like I get more of the threads that come off of the fabric itself. And then I'm going back through and snipping those off, again with scissors. But with our cutters, I don't think I noticed that problem,
I don't either, no.
if ever. So let's go ahead and demonstrate. So you said your favorite cutter is the 360 circle cutter.
Yes, we got some very cute holiday fabric for all of you. Okay, are we thinking like a big circle, a small circle?
You know, what I love about the 360 cutters, you can make a perfect circle as small as 2 inches, all the way up to 12 inches. So again, you can do a full circle, you can do a half circle, you can make moon shapes. I mean, any kind of a shape that you would need some sort of a circular edge at some point, whether it's all the way around or, you know, just a side. The 360 circle cutter will do that for you.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So I have moved it to a 3-inch circle. We're gonna make more of a smaller one. And then I'm gonna unlock the blade. I forget that sometimes, so I'm remembering for you guys. Oh yeah, okay. And then we're gonna place the little notch in the middle. This part is what's gonna hold the circle cutter to your fabric as you're cutting.
Yes.
So this is what you wanna hold with your non-dominant hand. I'm right-handed, so I'm holding it with my left. And then we're gonna press down on the blue part. This is what has the blade in it. And then we're gonna spin. And just like that, we have this perfect circle.
Oh.
There we go. We have this perfect circle. I'll hold it up.
You made that look so easy.
Because it is so easy.
You know, it truly is. And again, just as I've said before, work smarter, not harder.
Not harder, yeah.
And there's so much you can do with the circle cutter. There is a question that popped up. Does the circle cutter cut through multiple layers? It will cut through multiple layers. I would keep the layers pretty minimal, 3, maybe 4 layers at the most of fabric. And the reason being is the blade that's inside the circle cutter, it really is just a small blade. It's a 28mm blade.
I can actually show you.
So again, it's a smaller blade, not really designed, you know, to cut through thick layers of fabric. But again, it will cut through, again, 3, maybe 4 layers of fabric.
Turning this. There we go.
Very easily.
Okay, right there. That's how small it is. So a few layers, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, whether it's a few layers, you know, 2, 3, maybe 4 layers at the most, beats any day trying to cut circles with scissors or any other product.
It really does. I mean,
in
we
my
can find out right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's a little small.
All right. So
2 layers. We can do 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do a bigger circle this time. Let's go up to say like 5 inches. Not super big, but just enough to fit inside that fabric. Then again, you're gonna place it in the middle. You're gonna hold down, you're gonna unlock it, and you're gonna press and twist. And there we go.
See, and so easy, so easy. So there's another comment that popped up. Do we cut with the fabric grain, or does it matter direction? I would say it doesn't matter the direction. So again, whatever hand is dominant, that's the hand you're going to hold that center pin down with. And what's neat is there's a pin on the underneath side, the bottom, which will help hold the fabric in place as you're pressing and then of course turning and rotating to cut that circle.
Yes.
So again, I wouldn't say, you know, it wouldn't matter which direction you're turning or cutting through the fabric with. Again, you just want to be mindful of the layers, how much fabric you're cutting through, and you know, making sure your fabric is staying still in one place, and that pin in the center definitely truly helps with that.
It does, it really does. It doesn't move at all, which is so nice to be able to get those exact circles. And here's the pin. There we go. So you can see it pop out when I press it right there.
Yep.
And that's the pin that will hold your fabric in place as you use the circle cutter.
Yes. So definitely love it. Love it, love it, love it. And so again, just like with any blade, you want to, make sure as the blade becomes dull, change out the blades. We do have the blade cartridge refills available as well. And those are available right on the Sewing Parts Online website. So again, if you're getting a circle cutter, I'd recommend, because it's so much fun to cut circles.
It is fun.
Make sure to stock up on those blade refills. So let's switch gears a little bit. Let's go ahead and look at our cutters. So you can see we have kind of an array of colors or cutters. We have 28 millimeter, 45 and 60 millimeter cutters. And we have straight cutters, we have comfort cutters. Again, just whatever your comfort level is.
Yeah.
Really, that's kind of the deciding factors to which cutter you actually want to go with. I grew up using straight cutters, personally. I have noticed with other cutters, and even when I started with Grace, beginning to use our cutters, I would be, hold the cutter with so much force, kind of, developing that death grip on my handle. And you can see, like, the tip of my thumb, it's whitening just because I'm holding so tight. So my preference will always go to our comfort cutters.
Yes.
But again, we have a cutter for any style, any preference. All right. So again, a straight cutter, I don't want to say straight cutter is a straight cutter is a straight cutter. In a way, yes, they are. Ours are so much different in the way that every day if we're changing our blades, as we're cutting through fabric, we use the highest quality stainless steel for our blades. And with our cutters, many of these are designed that you can switch from right-handed to left-handed, which is phenomenal, all in one product. With our straight cutters, if we are going to change our blade, we have our quick release, we want to push that. It releases the guide of our blade. And then as we can see, our blade is still secure right on the handle itself. It's a magnetic blade holder, which I don't think I've seen probably with any cutter anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't think I have either.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're changing your blades, it's a very quick, simple, easier, safer way of picking up your blade. I know one question that I'm asked frequently: do I have to use your blades or can I use other blades? And the answer is you can use any other blade that you want to with our cutters. The key is the center of the blade kind of has that three-winged, there we go, we can kind of see it there. So the three little notches in the blade. As long as your blade has those three little notches, yes, you can use your blade with our cutting system. So again, very easy to pop that blade right back on the cutter itself. And again, this is for our straight cutter. Allegra, do you want to demonstrate how you would change the blade on our comfort cutter?
I actually think this blade's a little bit dull, so this is a perfect moment to show you how to change the blade. And maybe we'll even switch it to a left-handed one as well, because I did see a comment asking that they're interested in the TrueCut system, but they're left-handed. So there's that quick release. We're going to click it and it'll drop that blade just like that. And then if we're going to switch it to a left hand, we're going to take this one off, kind of tuck it in, pull it out, and we're going to take this off as well. And then we have our whole cutter disassembled, and we're just going to switch everything to the other side. So I took this one from the right side. If you're left-handed, you want the quick release to be on the left side. Ooh, there we go. Maybe. Okay, there we go. So we've got that on, and we're gonna switch this. This is the blade guard to the other side as well. We're gonna tuck it in like that, and then pull it back out so it's extended when we're switching our blades.
Yes. All right, and now we have our new blades. So be very careful.
Yes, because these ones, brand new, are gonna be pretty sharp, but they're stuck together with their blade oil. All right, so then you're gonna put that one back on there, and then you're just gonna clip this back on, and you wanna press until you hear it click, like that. And now we have a new blade, and now it's for a left-handed user.
You made that look so easy.
And that's because it is easy. It looks easy because it is easy, and I think that is a great pull for TrueCut, is that it's not a hard system to use. Everything is easy.
It is, it is. So again, we talked about a little bit about our straight cutters with our comfort cutter. Again, some people will look at the comfort cutter, and because it looks different, they're like, no, that's not for me.
A little nervous.
You know, they're very hesitant to want to switch out their system. But let me show you how easy it is using the TrueCut system. Whether you place your thumb going forward, that is an option. I actually prefer my index finger to go forward over where the handle bends. This allows just a perfect grip. It allows the cutter, any force that I'm using to cut my fabric, to be absorbed through the entire palm of my hand. Again, when using a straight cutter or any other cutter, I always get a death grip. And I will feel pain in the top of my thumb going into my wrist, up my arms and my shoulders. But again, holding the cutter with your index finger forward, again, absorbing all of that pressure just in the palm of your hand, you're able to easily make those safer, easier, more accurate cuts. And it's so much easier. You don't feel the pain in your hand. It doesn't travel up your arm, into your shoulders, into your back. It truly is game changing. So do you want to just show everybody how easy cutting with our system is?
Preference in fabric, Melinda?
Let's go with
the red
and green one. Very
I
Christmassy.
like that one too. It is very Christmassy. A good Christmas. I love the holidays. My favorite time.
Yes, mine too. Except for when it snows, like it did this morning.
Yeah. And I'm going to use our 28mm comfort cutter. I do want to show you a fun little feature about our comfort cutters. As you can see, they all have the TrueCut logo on the side and these clear covers on top of them. The fun thing about these is that these clear covers come off and you can customize your cutters. So before our video, I put my name on both sides so that you guys could see this fun little feature that it has. Something's always fun when you can customize it. It makes it a little more enjoyable, I think.
And especially like if you're going to Quilt Guild or quilting with your girlfriends or anybody else.
It's like, I know that's mine because it has my name on it.
Yes. So let's see just how easy it is to make those safer, cutter, accurate cuts.
Of course, yeah. We also have true grips on the bottom of our rulers. Keeps your ruler from sliding. It's great, it's amazing. So we're gonna pull up the blade guard, expose the blade. This one doesn't have the ruler guide on there, but that's okay. You don't need the ruler guide to use our rulers. I'm gonna put my index finger over the top like Melinda was explaining, and then we'll just start from the beginning. And look at that. A perfect straight line. There was no ruler slippage. I didn't have to go back any threads. And it's comfortable.
Yeah, you know, we say it time and time again, everything looks so easy. Again, whether it's our machines, our frames, our TrueCut system is no different. Made by quilters, for quilters. You know, everybody's going to have their own preference, but give it a try. You know, you really might surprise yourself, you know, with how easy it is, what you can accomplish. I did see a comment come up asking, what way is the cutter ergonomic? So again, it's going to be our comfort cutter, which is the ergonomic cutter. So again, just holding the cutter with your index finger forward. That way the entire handle goes across the length of your palm. Very comfortable, very easy to grip. You're not going to develop that death grip on the handle. Again, you still have to put a little bit of force in cutting the fabric, but again, it's nothing like, you know, when we're using a straight cutter, you know, just trying to keep our line straight, trying, you know, not to veer to the left or to the right. We want to keep our fingers intact. It really just truly is such a game changer.
It is, yes. And when your blades are sharpened as well, you don't have to push as hard as you would expect.
No.
So we're going to use this one again because I just used it. It's right-handed, I'm right-handed. We're going to start from the beginning, and really, if I really wanted to, I could take my index finger off and do just my hands. Maybe I should hold the ruler.
You know, and I don't know if our audience at home can hear, as the blade just slices through that fabric. It is such a satisfying sound. The only thing I can compare it to is one of those big block paper choppers that we used in elementary school.
Yeah.
When you bring up the handle and then bring it back down as it cuts the paper, it just makes that clean, crisp, you know it's cut sound. So I love it.
Yeah.
So with our rulers, today we've been using our 3x18 inch ruler. We have, as I mentioned, other rectangle rulers. We have our square rulers. We have triangle rulers.
We do, yeah.
Allegra, what do you think our most popular TrueCut items are?
I would say our most popular is probably our quilters combo that we have down here.
Yes. So in our quilters combo, this comes with our most popular ruler, the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. It comes with the 45 millimeter My Comfort cutter, and it comes with a package of True Grips to put on the back side of your ruler. It also comes in a fantastic bag,
Yes.
you know, so you can keep all of your tools all in one place. You can store fabric, you know, quite a few. A lot of things will actually fit inside that bag.
It's great. And our rulers, we have, I think we have a lot more rulers than people realize.
I think so too.
Yeah, with our rectangle rulers, we have the 24.5 by 6.5, the 3x18, and the 12.5 by 6.5.
Yes, yes.
And then with the squares, we have a 6.5 square, a 12.5 square, and a 9.5 square. And then our triangles are some of my favorite rulers, actually.
They are. They're fun.
Yeah.
Just like the circle cutters.
They are so fun. We have what's called our kite ruler. It gives you that 45, 90, and what's the other one? 180 degree angle. And then you have the equilateral triangle and the right angle.
Yes.
So they're great.
Lots of different rulers. And I saw a question pop up. Can you use the cutters with other rulers? Yes. So I don't know if we can see inside our packaging. So the comfort, either of the cutter, the comfort or the straight, is installed with kind of the guide that will work with any other ruler. So it's flat, it doesn't have the track pre-installed. However, in the same packaging, you do get the guide, which again, Allegra showed us how easy it was to pop that on and off. All you need to do is put the guide on the ruler, and then your cutter will work perfectly with our TrueCut rulers. Now, we've talked about our cutters, our rulers, we talked about our blades. How many of you at home, go ahead and put a 2 in the comments, how many of you at home have a stack of used blades that are dull, but you just can't bear to throw those away yet? Go ahead and put a 2. Let's see, I know I've had developed a stack of those blades. My grandmother had a huge, tins full of used blades that she didn't want to throw away. So with our cutting system, to kind of make it true fold and true, we have 2 different sharpeners. we have our electric sharpener, and we have our linear sharpener. So both of these wonderful blade sharpening tools. The electric sharpener, you do have to take the blade off the cutter, put it inside, close the clamshell, lock it, press the button, and run it for about 10 to 15 seconds. You'll want to switch the blade over to make sure it sharpens both sides. With our linear sharpener, again, this is just, will sit on your cutting table, kind of out in the open. As your blade is dulling, make sure to run, your blade through the cutter a few times, maybe about 5-6 times. Flip the sharpener over, run your blade back through about another 5-6 times. That way, again, you're sharpening both sides of the blade. So again, awesome, wonderful products, just to make the beginning of our quilting process that much easier.
Yeah. And I saw a question about our cutting mats.
Yes.
I love our cutting mats. They're self-healing, and we have them in 3 different sizes. We have this larger one that we have up here, which is a 24 by 36 inch cutting mat. And then we have 2 more sizes. We have an 18 by 24. Here we go. And then a little bit of a smaller one.
So again,
a 12 by 18. There we go.
So perfect sizes, whether your cutting area, if you have a large area and you need a large mat, or if one of the smaller mats would be more feasible in your cutting area. You be the decision maker, decide which size is going to fit you the best.
Yes.
So Allegra, we have talked about so many different products. Let's go ahead and bring Trisha back in, see if she has any questions. And
hello, that was so awesome. We said TrueCut products speak for themselves, right? Oh, can't hear me? 1 second. I don't know what's going on today. Be right back.
Oh, it's just us?
Okay, so we are being told it may be on our side that we can't hear Trisha. But again, Trisha, wonderful products. All of these are available on the Sewing Parts Online website. Whether you're buying for yourself, a friend, or a family member, these make perfect Christmas gifts, perfect stocking stuffers.
Yes.
Check out the product line. You just might surprise yourself. So I know we're a little over our time. So again, we'll send everything back to Trisha.
I'm not really sure what happened with the audio. Are we good now?
Well, we can hear you. So
okay. Well,
that's okay.
It's totally fine. That was a wonderful demonstration on the TrueCut products. They do speak for themselves. Now, I was going to say to Allegra, it was very nice meeting you. I kind of glossed over the fact that this was your first time here, so we hope that you'll come back. I know Melinda's going to be back tomorrow with, I believe, Jana. Oh, wait, we swapped a little bit, I believe. Let's double check. We've got one more, and it will be with Laurel, and they'll be doing the 21X Elite. So that's going to be a really cool segment as well. So I know a lot of people are waiting for the giveaway. We are going to do the giveaway for the TrueCut travel kit. And then we're going to do some recaps on all of the special deals. And then we're going to do our final giveaway for the 100 spool of Floriani thread. And just a reminder, we have a special surprise at the end when we're giving this away too. So let's go ahead and do our giveaway for the TrueCut travel kit. All right, and everybody just keep making sure that you put that surprise Christmas word in too. Let's go ahead and pick our winner. That TrueCut travel kit is awesome. We didn't get a chance to see it today, but if you want to check it out, it's on our website. Cindy, Shelly, congratulations. You win the TrueCut travel kit. If you just glance at that, see everything that's included with that awesome kit. Plus, it has a nice hard case. Really, really cute. Holds a bunch of goodies that you can take so you can do your cutting on the go. or just a really nice storage area. All right, well, why don't we go ahead and recap? Before I move into the recap, though, I do want to mention, Brian put it in the ticker that the TrueCut products are eligible to use the Sew Season 22 15% off coupon code, as are about 34,000 other eligible items. So if you're looking for Christmas gifts, now's the time to do it using that code. All right, so let me scroll here to the top of the day. We had a lot to talk about, so this is going to go fast. And I apologize in advance if I get tongue-tied because I've got afternoon brain, right? All right, so let's start with the very first one that we had today, and that was going to be that was the 19, yeah. So we had Diana, and she had her Patchwork Sashiko Method, and then we moved into Melinda and Jenna. Okay, talking about the 19X series. So let's recap here with the 19X long arm quilting machine. Okay, we're not off to a good start, guys. Bear with me. All right, our normal price on that is $7,299 with a sale price of $6,499. With that machine, you get a free Quilty or Q-Zone hoop frame. And we have financing available, and we have special event pricing. In addition to getting a free frame with the purchase of any of these Qnique machines, you are going to get not only the frame, but the free ruler base and the 9-piece hopping foot set. So I'll be saying that probably a couple of times, but just keep that in mind. That's not only a frame for free, but also that 9-piece hopping set and the ruler base. The 19X Elite is normally $8,499, sale price of $7,699, but we have our SewCreative Live special event pricing. If you pair it with automation, we have 20% off right now. Normal price is $4,999. Sale price is $3,999. Keep in mind that financing is available for any of these wonderful Christmas gifts for you. We also have the Pro version of the Quilter's Creative Touch. That is $7,499 on sale for $5,999. So that's already a great, great price. But we've got that financing available as well. Then let's scooch into the Aero furniture. We have a lot of goodies here. I know that Harley had said you can get these individually. So we've got great pieces that are on sale by themselves, but we also have the bundle, which I'll go over after the individual pieces. So we've got the Bandicoot sewing cabinet, normally $1,399. Look at the sale price already. That's $699, and you can give us a call and we can beat that price. So give us a call and we'll help you out. We've got the little QE, which is a pressing and cutting station. It also has those nice drawers for storage. That normally is $699, on sale for $499. And you can get the hydraulic chair, which, as Harley had mentioned, it holds 300 pounds. You have the opening where you're able to store things, including a candy bar. You've got the hydraulic option where you can put it up or down. Great lumbar support, heavy-duty casters, #1 chair. So that is the #1 sewing chair. Super great. It normally is $449, on sale for $329. And our customer service is waiting to talk to you about some special deals. Now, if you want to get all three of those together, that's called the Bandicoot Sewing Bundle. Normally, it would be $2,547. It's on sale for $1,399. And before I continue on, just a reminder, make sure that you enter in that surprise Christmas word. We've got that final giveaway here at the end of the day. So make sure to put that in the comments so we can have more entries. Next up, we've got the Kookaburra cutting table. That is a fantastic cutting station. One side of it has like opening cubbies and the other side has the drawers. So it's great for storage. You also have that wonderful cutting mat that comes free with the purchase of the Kookaburra cutting table. That sale price is showing as $1,199. And you know the drill. We have special event pricing and our customer service is ready and happy to speak with you. If you have a little bit smaller space but still need a cutting table, here's the Dixie cutting table. That normally is $799 and a sale price of $599. That also comes with a free cutting mat with the purchase of the Dixie. Perfect Christmas gifts, you guys. Everybody's looking at that, right? We've got our larger studios as well. We've got the Kangaroo and Joey sewing cabinet set. Notice on the left-hand side, you've got the drawers. You've got a lot of storage that way. So as you're looking at the next three, it just depends on kind of what you're looking for. This one is really, really great for storage. It normally is $2,499, sale price of $1,799. This comes with the free quilt blocks. So those attach to the side of the table and prevent your project from falling off the edge. So that big quilt is not going to fall off, pull the stitches, and wreck your progress, right? We've also got the option of the Wallaby. The Wallaby is a little bit smaller footprint, but it's got the leaf on the back that opens up and lifts up, and you can do a cutting station back there or just get all organized. It also has some thread storage. I really like that it has the opening available for your serger too. So you could put your serger in, close everything up, and have a very small footprint if you don't have a lot of room. But that particular one also comes with the free quilt blocks that attach to the leaf. And that is on sale for $1,599. And remember, the financing is available. My dream studio, which, like I said, my husband said I could get it in the comments yesterday, so I'm going to hold him to that. It's the Aussie sewing cabinet. It normally is $2,499, on sale for $1,799. And it also comes with the free quilt blocks. I'm going to take a quick break from the recaps and just talk about how to claim your prize. So if you did win a prize today, please visit our Linktree /sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out the form, and we'll get you taken care of. You can also go to Sewing Parts Online /SewCreative Live, and there will be a giveaway section. Scroll down and you'll be able to fill out your form there as well. And then we've got Sew Steady tables. We have the large holiday package. You guys, this is awesome. You get the 18 by 24 acrylic table. These are cut to your machine. They fit awesome. You've got the nice ruler on the front so you can easily measure things. You don't have to go grab a ruler. Comes with the bag and the polished kit. Normally $191, on sale for $149. We also have the Wish table. This is really cool. It's larger. It's 22.5 by 25.5 inches. It has that fantastic drawer that holds all your little goodies. Everything's right on hand for you. You can put your tweezers in there, your little snips, all sorts of stuff. That comes with the free bag as well, and the polish, I should say the bundle. So it normally is $309 with all three of those together, on sale for $249. Let's see what else we have. If we're scrolling down, Sam had showed us that wonderful Elna 780 Plus. That machine was amazing. It came with so many different accessories, so many fun things. We have that on sale right now. The normal price is $5,499, on sale for $4,099. I was telling Brian earlier, the one thing that I absolutely love about that machine is the one-step needle plate conversion. It is so cool to be able to just press that button, pop off your plate, put on the correct plate, not have to worry about any screws. You're not fumbling around. I know there were a lot of different features on that machine that were awesome, but that is one that just really speaks to me. I love that. Also, the 91 needle positions is cool. The Stitch Composer, how cool is that? You can make your own stitches and create your own stitches with that software. Super cool. And he had a whole list of accessories. If you have any questions about what comes with it, you're more than welcome to give our customer service a call, and they're happy to explain that to you. Just remember, financing available. Get that loved one the perfect Christmas gift. This is not a dream machine. This is available to you for a wonderful, wonderful price. Let's scooch on to our next item. We had Kelsey, and then we had LuAnn. She was showing us the difference between the COVERSTITCH and the SERGER. The COVERSTITCH machine, man, guys, the MCS 1700 QVP is normally $1,099, and our sale price is $799, but I was just told that we have an even better price on that as well. So you're not going to get a COVERSTITCH like this for that price. Give us a call. We can help you out. And then pair it with that serger. We had the MO2800. LuAnn did such a great job showing all the awesome features of both of those machines. But the one that really stuck out for me on the MO2800 is that knee lifter. That is so cool to have with a serger. The normal price on that is $2,099, on sale for $1,599. And I was told that one too has special event pricing. Then we had Richard showing us the Sashiko machine. That normally is $3,999, on sale for $2,799. I just got word on that one. That also has special event pricing. So in addition to the $200 Sewing Parts Online gift card, you would get a special event pricing on that. Getting that really beautiful vintage look, getting that hand stitch look, heirloom sewing. Richard made it look so cool. And as he had mentioned, you could just let your imagination fly with that machine. Very cool. I would absolutely love to see projects that people come up with that machine. Then we ended up going to, let's see, we were at, let me find my last overlay. Oh, you know what? I did want to mention from yesterday, we had talked about the Aero furniture on the Kangaroo, the Wallaby, and the Aussie, and they all come with the quilt blocks. Actually, I did mention that. So another thing I wanted to recap on from yesterday is the Cutie frame. So we've got a couple of options with the Cutie frame. If you are looking to get into free motion sewing on a quilting frame but have little room, or maybe you have a smaller budget, now is the time to get a Cutie frame, you guys. We've got option number one, where you can do the sale price of that $689, normally $1,200, and get those bungee clamps and the free motion starter kit. Now, let's just say you already have the free motion starter kit or the bungees. You can still get the Cutie frame at a fantastic deal. That is a special call-in price. We're not able to say it over or online. So give our customer service a call. They are open for about another 40 minutes. So they're ready and willing to help you. We're also running a sale on our other frames that they are a special call-in price. So the Q-Zone hoop frame normally is $16.99, on sale for $1,199. Again, it has a lower price available. If you're needing a Q-Zone Queen frame, that normally is $18.99, on sale for $13.99. But again, special event pricing. Now's the time to do it, you guys. We get ready for Christmas. We've got the Continuum 2 frame available. You can get that in 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot. It normally is $2,999, on sale for $2,499. Perfect time to get it. And just a reminder that there is the automation on sale as well, 20% off. You've got your Creative Touch Beginnings, normally $4,999, on sale for $3,999. I do have a little disclaimer on the bottom. I thought I put it a little bit larger. I'm sorry if it's hard to read, but it does not work with an iPad, and you must have at least Windows 7, 8, 10, or higher. Same thing applies with the Pro version. That normally is $7,499, on sale for $5,999. And I think I touched on everything from today. Do we want to recap tomorrow, or do you think that's a little excessive? Or are we going to do that on day 3?
I think we'll recap tomorrow, but I think we're allowed to share the surprise now.
We can share the surprise? Okay, well, let's get rid of that overlay. So, as we were saying, so we were talking about the grand prize, right? We've been talking about the Babylock Triumph. That is a value of $7,500. That's going to be given away tomorrow at the end of the day. But guess what we've added? This is so cool, you guys. What a giveaway. You're going to get the Triumph and a $500 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate and a $500 INeedFabric.com gift certificate. I've got goosebumps. I mean, this is a cool prize. So in addition to all of our other prizes on every segment, we are going to give that fantastic giveaway at the end of tomorrow. So I'm hoping that you guys all tune in tomorrow and continue to play, doing the surprise Christmas word, having a lot of fun doing these giveaways every single segment. But The giveaway at the end is going to be amazing. And the fun thing is we're not going to tell you when that word is going to be displayed. Right, Brian?
Right.
Right. We're going to do it at some point during the day. So you got to be tuning in, keeping your eye out, checking those comments, watching the screen, looking at the ticker, and we're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow. But for now, we are going to give away this wonderful pack of, look how heavy it is, 100 spools of Floriani embroidery thread. $640 value. Let's see who our winner is. Brian, you want to go ahead and pull up that giveaway tool?
Let's do it.
All right, let's see who the last winner of today is, and then we are going to get ready for tomorrow. All right, who's it going to be?
Susan McGee.
Susan McGee, congratulations. All right, well, I am going to touch again one more time here on how to claim that prize. So Susan, if you want to stay tuned here yet, we're going to talk about claiming that prize at our linktree/sewingpartsonline. Click claim your prize, fill out the form, and we will get that to you just as soon as we can. It'll probably take a couple of days to verify everything, starting next week. So we'll contact you if we have any questions. But other than that, I think we covered everything today, right, Brian?
I think we are all set.
All right. Well, we had a fabulous time. We want to thank all. Oh, you know what we should do really quick?
What?
One more thing. Let's talk about who's going to be here tomorrow. So just so you have a heads up, you can always check it out at sewingpartsonline/SewCreative Live. But just a super quick recap. We've got Karen Miller coming. She's going to be setting up her machine for free motion quilting. And Melinda's going to be joining us again with, I believe, Laurel, and she is going to be doing the Unique 21X Elite. Nicole Barley, she's another TikTok friend. She's going to be joining us, showing us how to make the Easy Does It pattern. It's a boxy bag by Annie. That is a really fun pattern. Great for Christmas gifts, makeup bag, sewing notion bag. Super, super fun to make. So you'll want to tune into that. Kate Brennan with Aurifil is going to be back. We know that Brian absolutely loves Aurifil and Kate, so we're looking forward to that one again. Trevor is going to be here with R&K, showing us the Total Control U software, and that's an embroidery software. Amanda Mateo with Uniquely Mateo. She is going to be showing us the Jelly Roll Rug Tree Skirt pattern. How fun is that, right? She's got a fun personality. She is from TikTok as well. You're going to enjoy her segment a lot. She's got a lot of inspiration for you. Shelly and Bernie Tobish with Acorn Precision Piecing Products. They are coming back. They had joined us on Cyber Monday. They have so much fabulous information on precision piecing, and they're also authors, so they're going to show their books as well. And then again, LuAnn is going to join us, showing us the JUKI DX 4000 QVP, a next level sewing machine. So we've got a great day planned tomorrow. We enjoyed everybody that was here today, and we can't wait to see you all back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. I think we covered it now. All right. Well, everybody have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow morning.